Hey guys, it's Julie B Dives Deep with Sofielle.
Hi.
Hi, it's our first live stream together. And we're super excited. This is a brand new channel. I just started it like 2 weeks ago, and yeah, it's our very first time going live. So, um, yeah, we appreciate you guys for showing up. Hi, Alyssa Ann and Zapton Kaboom has an interesting name there. Hello. And Indigo Soul, hello. Glad you could make it. And just bear with us. We're new to this. You know, it's a learning curve. It's one of those things that you can only learn with experience. So we're gonna do the best we can and see how it goes. So it has been such an exciting past week. I mean, not just the fact that From season 3 is so close now. Such an exciting past week. Okay, wait. Why am I? Not just the fact that. Why am I echoing? Season 3 is so close now. Such an exciting past week. Hold on. Wait. Why am I echoing? So close now. Okay, I'm echoing. I don't know why. Sorry about that. See, I told you there were going to be issues.
It's cool.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Okay, I think the echo's gone.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, yeah, so the past week has been just absolutely insane, and I don't think any of us expected to get the sheer amount of information that we got on season 3. I wasn't expecting anything, to be honest. I thought that this show is so shrouded in mystery that I thought, no way are they going to give us anything else. Like we had the full trailer. I mean, if anything, that I felt like that was a little bit too obvious in itself that Tien Shen would probably be the one to go this season. And then we got a huge dump of photos last week from Amazon, all of them tagged with episode 1, but I find it kind of sus. We'll get into that later. But and then yeah, so then we got an even bigger thing, and I had literally said I don't want any more spoilers. I really don't. I hope they don't give us anything. And the next day we got slammed with spoilers. It was insane. So
Right.
yeah, like my brain is just ready to burst. And I know Sofielle's is too. It's nuts. And you know, as a new fan myself, it's especially crazy because I've never experienced this before. I watched this show by myself for the first time in March and just became obsessed with it. And I wanted to join the fandom, but I thought, nah, they're not going to be around until season 3. And lo and behold, this is one of the most awesome active fandoms I have ever seen. It's absolutely incredible. I've so enjoyed becoming a part of the Fromily this year, and I've just been so grateful for all the kindness and the welcoming people that I've met. Just it's amazing. I just felt accepted from day one, and just free to share my theories and not too embarrassed to speak out, even though the rest of you guys, a lot of you have been theorizing for over 2 years. You know, I just jumped in and, you know, I dove in head first. I just, you know, I became obsessed and made up for that lost time theorizing with Sofielle. Sofielle and I clicked so well because we really share a similar vision for the show. And, you know, we would just spend hours and hours trading theories and analyzing the hell out of this show together. And so eventually we just decided, well, you know, we're meshing so well and we see things so similarly. We see things through a similar lens, basically the same lens on this show. So why not live stream together? Why not work together for, you know, for this channel? And you know, it's awesome. It's going to be an adventure for sure. Not only do I get to experience the new season with the fandom for the first time, but I'm doing it with a channel and live streaming with Sofielle. It's just such an exciting time. So I just want to thank everybody for welcoming me in so much. Like it just it's made a big difference in my life, and I'm so excited to get into season 3 with all of you. And Sofielle, what do you think? Like how are
I'm
you
super excited. I'm super excited to,
Sophia, you're muted.
dive
You have
into
your
all of
mute
this.
on?
Yeah.
It looks like you're trying to talk, but you're muted. Okay, wait. I'm gonna just look at some comments because I'm not sure what's going on.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Ando. Great to see you. So happy you could make it. OW. Hi, everyone. Glad you're doing this. Oh, thank you so much. We're so glad to be doing this too. We're so excited. Thank you for being here. And Jeremy, you made it. Thank you so much. Thank you. First live stream. Let's go. I can just hear you saying that with your excited voice. I love it. Thank you so much for all the support. I mean, I wouldn't be in this position without you. Like I couldn't have gotten here without your support. Just, your fandom welcoming me in and all the support that you showed for my channel. And it's just amazing. I can't thank you enough. And
Can you hear me?
hey, Debbie, Ebby Bobebby. Hey, y'all. Nice to see you. I'm so glad you could make it. Yep, avoiding spoilers, Debbie. Same. Oh God, this is so frustrating what's happening right now. I don't like it. I don't understand why MGM Plus is allowing people who have advanced screeners to post to post spoilers everywhere. I don't understand. Like, it makes no sense to me whatsoever. And it risks ruining the show for people that have waited so long for this. It's not right. So yeah, I would highly recommend, if you want to avoid spoilers, just try to stay off from social media groups like the Facebook groups. Try to avoid certain channels that have early access, like some of the bigger channels that have the screeners. Try to definitely avoid them. And I'm doing my part to try to help people avoid spoilers on my channel. Jeremy actually told me how to do it. So I pinned a message right to the top of my comment section, just warning people, please do not post spoilers. And, any spoilers that are posted will be deleted, because we don't want to ruin this experience for all these awesome people who've waited so long. I mean, like, we deserve to have this chance to theorize together and keep the mystery going. So yeah, everybody out there, please, refrain from spoilers, please, and thank you. Very much appreciate that. And the chats are dark and full of spoilers. Yes. Yeah, I'm a little scared. But I'm gonna still comment on people's videos to show support. I just won't scroll down and read any other comments. Like, no more comments for me. I'll read my own, of course, on my channel. Of course, I read every single comment. I got, on my first video, I got 106 comments. I put a heart and I replied to every single one of those 106 comments because I was really grateful for all of the support. And I'm going to keep doing that. So hopefully people will just respect the no spoiler policy, and I'm going to trust that you will. So yeah. Let's see what we've got. OW, thank you so much. Thank you. Love your theories. I appreciate it. It really helps to hear positive feedback when you're new at this. Like, I'm new in a lot of ways. I'm new to the show this year, and I'm completely new to YouTube channel using, operating. It's a whole new experience, and it's scary wading into it and not knowing what you're doing at first, having to basically learn as you go, because you can only really learn through experience. You just kind of have to jump in. But just hearing positive feedback, it really helps so much. It gives me confidence. I have a lot less insecurity since I've gotten such nice feedback. My videos, right now, they're going to be simple. They're going to be focused on ideas rather than flashy stuff, bells and whistles. And yeah, I just want to get my ideas out. That's all I want to do. And hopefully people don't mind the simplicity of the format. I don't know, Sofielle, is your mic okay?
Can you hear me?
Are you muted?
No, I'm not muted.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, maybe it's me. I had an echo, so I had to turn down my volume. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, now can you say something, Sophia?
Hear me?
Now I hear you. Now I hear you. I had
Oh,
my volume down
okay.
too far because I thought the echo was caused by that. So what are you thinking, Sophia?
Oh,
Like what
okay.
are your thoughts?
Oh, I'm totally excited about everything. I'm just ready to
Yeah.
jump in.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm so psyched. Yeah, Wild Majorum. I'm surprised those people don't get to review other stuff as a punishment of sorts. Yeah, they should. Like, people who do that should never get screeners again, in my opinion. But honestly, I think it's pretty much allowed. I don't think it's. I mean, they lifted the embargo on posting stuff that could be spoilery today, so I think it's actually allowed. I don't know why. I don't like it. But yeah, I heard about something crazy today. Like somebody read a review that basically gave away the entire plot of episode 1, and then the review got deleted shortly after. So yeah, I guess maybe they weren't supposed to go that far.
Right.
Hey, Wolf Spear.
Probably.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just glad nobody spoiled it for me. I don't want to know. Okay. Yeah, sometimes simple is better. Sometimes simple is better. Yeah, I'm feeling that way now. I it took me 2 weeks to post that first video because I was freaked out about how simple it looked, but yeah. Uh yeah, so yeah, now I don't mind it. I'm gonna keep pumping out the videos, and learn as I go. I wouldn't be a from stream if there wasn't a speed bump or two. Yeah. Yeah, I knew something was gonna get screwed up, but there was this weird echo.
No,
Okay.
no echo.
Daryl Seymour says on Reddit, I saw someone did a deep dive of season 3, episode 1. That shouldn't be allowed. I think no, that should not be allowed. Absolutely not. And hi, Daryl, welcome. Yeah, I don't like that. But yeah. So let's get into. Wait a minute. Let me just read this one first. Wild Majorum says there was a spoiler once because the 6th episode of Yellow Jackets was shown because they had a week off. I think the review was timed and it hit my feed anyway. I was in another room and heard it. Yeah, that
Right.
sucks. It sucks.
Yeah, it does.
I don't like spoilers. I mean, I don't know why anybody would want spoilers, especially for this, a mystery series. It makes zero sense to me. But anyway, yeah, this is why I never go to Reddit. That's spoiler central. Yeah, I don't like Reddit anyway, personally. So I just steer clear of it. I know it's really popular for From, but it's just it's not my thing. So yeah, so basically, before we get into the latest footage that finally got dropped officially today, I just wanted to kind of give like a short description of the way Sofielle and I see the show, just like super short and sweet. Because we did put out a pre-recorded conversation on this today. It actually just went online not too long ago, but it's quite long. It's over 2 hours long, and just to give you a super condensed version, we basically see the show as this place is a pocket dimension, and if you want to call it a dream dimension, that could also fit, because it inflicts dreams, nightmares, visions, all different kinds of illusions on the people that exist there. And basically it's the entire theme of the show is appearance versus reality. I think you can never really trust how much of what you're seeing is actually real, and the characters just go through so many different types of visions that I think fall all under the category, the umbrella of illusions, which was on Julie's shirt in season 1, episode 1 and 2. And the showrunners have said that they hid a clue in those first couple episodes to what this show is really about. And Sofielle and I think that's it right there on that shirt. It says illusions. It's got a picture of I think it's a goat. It looks like a goat, I think, with a third
Right.
eye. And yeah, it's Yeah, it really just encapsulates everything beyond, like everything about this show. Like the third eye represents perception beyond ordinary sight. And so many of these characters are experiencing visions beyond ordinary sight. And, they're just the word illusions. I think it's, yeah, everything is like, you can't really trust that anything is as it seems. I mean, even if you just look at the buildings, like the sheriff's station, it was actually a post office, the gas station turned into a bar, like everything is all mixed up, and you've got smiling, friendly looking beings that, walk up to you, transform into monsters and rip you apart. So, it's yeah, it's like, yeah, this pervasive theme in the show. It's nonstop references to dreams, nightmares. You've got the monsters are called nightmare creatures in IMDb, and like, um, you know, constant quotes related to nightmares too. And every single trailer has a song about dreams. Now, I know if you took it too literally, you might think that everybody here is just asleep and plugged into headsets. It's like a simulation or a shared dream state coma, but that's not what we think at all. And I'd be upset if that were really what it was. And I don't believe that. I believe that this is a real place. Um, and we both do. It's a real pocket dimension. People die here for real. But yeah, but the dreams, the nightmares, all of these types of visions are just plaguing these people. And yeah, so I mean, that's just kind of a basic overview. I mean, before we get into the pictures though, do you want to add anything, Sofielle? Or
No, that's it. It's definitely a dream dimension.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like
That's what explains all the crazy things that are happening all at once to these
yes,
different people or whatever.
yes, yes. Yeah, it's once you start looking at it that way, like you've said, Sophia, like everything just starts to make more sense. All of
Right.
these pieces that don't seem to fit together. Like it's like I love the word that you used, the phrase that you used before, mystery soup. It was, instead of a mystery box, it was like mystery soup. I thought that was such
Right.
a great analogy because it did seem like we have all of these different, like Jade had a quote about that we've got all these different pieces, but none of them are even the good ones, like an edge piece. We just have these pieces that don't fit together. But
Right.
yeah, but if you look at it like, okay, this is a dream dimension, everything just kind of falls into place. Things that
Right.
made no sense at all start to make sense. And I'm just going to I'll give one example of this, and just to kind of illustrate what I'm talking about, just before we move on. If you look at Miranda's bracelet, I mean, Tabitha's bracelet, who ends up with Miranda, um, that could actually be explained so much more simply than time travel, for example. Now, time travel is an awesome theory, and it could be that, but there's a much simpler way to explain it that we both agree on, and we think that bracelet was pulled out of a dream. So you can pull physical things out of dreams in this place. We've seen it happen. We saw it happen with Elgin in the bathtub. He woke up spitting out water, and Kenny got the cicada burn on his arm. So, oh, and Boyd, he got the torch. He took the torch and the so-called bloodworms out of the dream state. So we've already seen that physical things can be pulled from dreams. We've seen premonition dreams like Tabitha had about the lighthouse. So if you kind of just look at that, you can kind of imagine, well, it's possible then Miranda back in 1978, she could have had a premonition dream. She saw the bracelet, she pulled it out of the dream with her. And it's actually really it's beautiful in its simplicity. If you think about it, you don't have to worry about the messiness that time travel can bring into the story, because it can get really dicey. It's not easy to pull off time travel. Now, I mean, it's a cool theory. If they could make it work, that would be awesome. But this is the theory that we're going with. So, but yeah, like we approach the show just trying to follow the evidence and where it leads, not with a preconceived notion or a confirmation bias. So if we start to see evidence of something else, we'll go ahead and change our theory. Like that's just how we are. We don't cling on to a theory for dear life until it's, until there's nothing left, until we have to bend and twist what we're seeing to fit that preconceived notion. So anyway, so yeah, that's how we see things, about how things work here. And I'm seeing, just want to say hi to a couple more people. Angela E, welcome.
Angela E asked a question. She asked a question about how do each of the characters wake up from their respective dreams? How would you answer that?
How do each of the characters wake up? Well, I mean, in season 2, I believe Kenny was woken up by his mother and woken up just in time, I think. I mean, he had just gotten a burn from the cicada, so, I mean, who knows what would have happened to him if she hadn't woken him up. I mean, could have been a lot worse. And Marielle was woken up by Christy. She had the dream with Smiley chasing her after he was dead. And personally, I think that he might have been able to kill her for real if she hadn't been woken up. And then Elgin, I believe we're told that Elgin was woken up as well. So someone woke all 3 of them up before they could actually die. But I think any of them could have died as a result of those dreams. So yeah, that's my opinion. I mean, what do you think, Sofielle?
I wasn't quite sure what she meant, but we're not saying that all these people are asleep. That's not what we mean. We mean in this dream dimension, these people are plagued with visions. They're plagued with premonitions. They're plagued with waking dreams. And sometimes they are asleep when these things are happening. In the case of Kenny with the burn on his arm from the cicada, or with Elgin throwing up the water after he was drowned in his dream. So you do bring those things through. And this is also the case for Boyd in the dungeon with Martin. He was able to bring out the cicada nymphs, aka the bloodworms, and he was also able to bring out the torch. He brought that out of that dream state. We're not saying that he was physically asleep, but he was in a dream state. Right. And how do we know that? We know that because the 3 were strung up in that dream state when Boyd re-entered it with the torch. We know that their bodies were in town. They weren't actually in that dream state in the dungeon when he was in there, but he was actually able to physically touch them, just like he did with Martin. And actually, Abby was able to touch him as well, and he was able to destroy the music box within that dream state that he was in. Yeah. And it's similar to the attack of the cicadas. We didn't see the cicadas attacking Julie at the Lou house, but they were absolutely attacking her. We saw that they were attacking Marielle, and then when we were looking at it from the perspective of Christy, we couldn't see the cicadas. Yeah, she was going crazy or whatever.
Yeah, she did. Yeah. So yeah, we don't think that anyone is literally just asleep the entire time and dreaming all of this. And that would be a real letdown if that were the case. I would not like that. But yeah. I mean, they do have weird dreams within the show that they're woken up from, but the entire thing is not a dream. In our opinion, it's not. I want to just say hi to a few more people came in. Xavier Anderson, thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. Let's see. Robert Saunders. Nice to see you, Robert. Hello. I just found out you were live. I'm very proud of both of you. Thank you so much. You're so sweet, Robert. Thank you for coming. Let's see. Yeah, Jeremy, they're hitting us over the head with songs referring to dreams in every season. They're really hitting us over the head with the dream stuff. It could not be more in your face. The songs, all the references to dreams and nightmares, that all of the quotes. I mean, all these memorable quotes. Fatima saying to Julie, "If you climb high enough, even a nightmare looks like a dream." And Donna telling Fatima about her pregnancy. A nightmare, a miracle is just the other side of a nightmare. Like, people are constantly making these references nonstop. It's Boyd, he says there's a nightmare under my skin when he has the worms. And I mean, look at the dream catchers everywhere, more dream references. There's the biggest freaking dream catcher I have ever seen in my life in the Colony House kitchen. It is nuts how big that thing is. So
it's massive.
like,
it's massive.
it is huge. It is huge. So yeah, I mean, it may seem like okay, so it's too obvious, but I don't think it is. If this were like something overly simplistic, like everyone's really dreaming or one person is dreaming all this, then I would say all these dream references are too obvious. But if you look at it with a different lens, like if you look at it like, okay, this is a real place, but it inflicts all of these different types of dreams, nightmares, visions. I like that. Like that, I don't think that that's something that's hitting you in the face too much. Yeah. I don't think the characters are all dreaming. I think their dreams can be pulled into Fromville. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Wild Majorum says, I was thinking the nightmare creatures show people who to kill or how to kill. Sarah with her arm, the ballerina, maybe the Fatima type bathtub monster showing Elgin he needs to kill someone. Oh, I like that. That's interesting. That's interesting. And yeah, I definitely see the ballerina thing. She was showing Boyd how to give the worms to a monster with her various the visions that he had, like showing him the worms in her mouth and like grabbing his neck and choking him. Like it was like a tutorial. So absolutely, I agree on that. And the bathtub monster, yeah, that's possible. That's possible. Victor did say he doesn't trust Elgin. I'm still wondering why. I'm wondering what that's about.
No, that was interesting. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I'm interested to figure that out because he seems like no kind of a threat at all. But who knows? Maybe he is, and he just forgot. I don't know. Yeah, as long as it's not a simulation, I'll be happy. 100%, 100%.
Right.
Now we're too emotionally invested.
Right. It needs to be something new that we haven't seen. It needs to be a new spin on things.
Yeah, yeah. We've seen too much of that. Now, I didn't mind it with 1899, the reveal of the sim, because it was just one season, and then they revealed it at the end. So I didn't mind it. But with this, we're 2 seasons in now. We're emotionally invested in this world that they built. So that would be a big letdown. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Hey, Dulcinea, you made it. Hello. Glad to see you. Always glad to see you. Hey, Golden Child. Glad you can make it. Hey, Rod. How's it going? Hope you're all doing well tonight. Oh, Scarlet Fever. Nice to see you. I'm so behind in the chat. Look at this. So glad you can make it, Scarlet. Yeah, this is something that's really been bothering me for a while, Daryl. I wonder what episode that barn scene will take place. This is a head scratcher, a big one, because it appears like it should happen at the beginning. Like it seems like it should, because Boyd is wearing the bloody yellow shirt in that, and we see he's also wearing a bloody yellow shirt when he's pulling the cart with the body down to the church. And right in the foreground, you see a dead cow. So that happens early because we know the livestock are getting out probably the first episode. So yeah, it's been really difficult for me trying to figure out about that barn scene, what is going on. And in that dump of photos we got last week for episode 1 rather, it didn't show anything. It had like, I think almost 40 pictures or something, and it didn't have any pictures with the barn scene in it. So and not only that, I can't imagine Tien Chen actually being the one in the barn. It just doesn't fit for me.
It doesn't seem like it fits right.
It doesn't. It doesn't. I just I don't see it. She's beloved by everyone, including Boyd, but it seems like it's got to be someone personally connected, like a familial tie, to elicit what he is saying and the emotion that he's saying it with. And I've always thought that it makes the most sense for it to be Fatima since I first saw that teaser. I thought, okay, well, she's having an accelerated pregnancy and the monsters are ripping the baby out. It sounds like he's coaching her. You're so strong. You're so strong. I know. I know. Why would he say that to someone who's being tortured to death? It just doesn't seem to fit to me. And now, given the fact that there are no images of it in that new batch that we got last week for episode 1, I think there might be some trickery going on. We know Boyd has like 50 of those damn yellow shirts. We all know
Right.
that. We all know that. And trailers can be very deceptive. So this could be a big misdirect in terms of that whole shirt thing. Like, we can't be sure that that happens at the beginning just because he had that shirt on and it's bloody. It might happen later. And it could be Fatima. Like, we know that it's coming to a head. Things are not going well for her throughout this season based on the episode descriptions. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going back to my original theory. It's probably Fatima in the barn, and maybe the monsters are ripping this entity out of her. I don't really think it's a normal baby. But what do you think, Sophia? What are your thoughts on when that occurs?
I'm not sure when it occurs, because just when you think you have something nailed down, we get another piece of information that completely muddies the waters yet again. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's so difficult to figure that out. That scene has been driving me insane for months, trying to figure that thing out. Driving all of us insane with Footgate and Screamgate. At least we got Screamgate solved.
Yes,
Right?
Real did do that. He sure did.
Real. Oh, thank God! At least something was solved. Real figured out the Kelly's voice. Kelly from season 2. It was her exact scream. So we know that's just evidence right there that there's trickery going on. That's not going to be Kelly there. She's dead. And why would he care about her anyway?
There's also a misdirect also. We knew that it was going to be Christy's foot in the bear trap, but Christy is not known for wearing that type of footwear. Sarah is. Sarah's been wearing those brown boots since season 1. And then all of a sudden, those boots are boots that are similar. Christy's wearing them when she's usually wearing those dirty white sneakers or whatever.
Yep. Yeah, they're trying to mess with us with changing the footwear and Boyd's million yellow shirts, and like they're trying to make this confusing on purpose. So I'm looking forward to seeing what is going on with that. I really I would never look at spoilers, but I am looking forward to finding out in due time. I just want to say hi to some more people, and then we'll get into looking at some of these screenshots. So, hey, Nesha Rochelle. Glad you could make it. And Joan, I'm not even going to try to say your last name because I don't want to butcher it. No one has mentioned that it could be male. Fake screams because the person is either talking or it's a male. No, I agree with you. It is possible that it could be a male. It could even be Ellis. It could be a big twist like that. So, absolutely possible. See. Oh, Snuggie, you made it. Hey, Snuggie. Thanks for coming. Oh, it's so great to see all you guys here. Oh, scrolling down. Okay. Who's in my room? Hey, thanks for coming. Okay. So why don't we get into some of the I think the thing that's on our minds the most right now, that's like really like electrifying the fandom right now, would be the new trailer. So the mystery of that was finally solved. Apparently that was leaked. It dropped on Friday somewhere in some Facebook group or social media. Somebody found it, and then it ended up in Jeremy's Discord, and we were looking at it and like, where the hell did this come from? We couldn't find it anywhere. It wasn't on any of the official socials, and so we didn't know what was going on. But today it was officially released. I think it's on Amazon right now, so it's officially out now. It's no longer a leak. And there's a whole lot of mind-blowing stuff to go through. So I thought we'd go through some of these together and just see what we think about this. So let's see what we got. Okay. Yeah, so here we've got this one I don't remember. I don't remember this one, if that was from the footage. I don't remember that. Do you, Sofielle?
I remember it from this is from the leaked footage. I do remember that. He's obviously talking to Randall.
Right, right. Yeah,
And he's
okay.
saying the thing, you know, they need to switch things up around here. So I'm guessing he's going to recruit him for something.
Yes. Yeah, I think we're gonna see a whole new and improved Randall this season. It's not gonna be the same. He's gonna have a major redemption arc. Although he is doing some weird antics with the potentially trying to steal a goat, but we'll get to that. Um Look, okay, I keep seeing Boyd in pictures clutching his arm again. So what is going on? Is his Parkinson's coming back now? I
In this
don't.
picture, he's actually holding his gun.
Okay, yeah,
So
he's holding
he's
his
got his
gun.
gun ready here in this picture, but I know the picture that you're talking about when he's holding his hand when
Yeah,
he's going over towards, I think, to talk to Ethan.
yeah.
Yeah,
E-
but right here
Even
he's holding his gun actually.
even this though, the way that he's holding it is weird. It looks like it hurts. It looks like one of his arms hurts, and he's holding it in a weird position. That's a weird way to hold a gun, but yes, I think something's up. I think maybe his Parkinson's symptoms are coming back now. Um, So I don't know, maybe the spider venom didn't help cure it like we were thinking it might.
Right, maybe.
And we've got Granny before she's transformed. One of my favorite monsters. I love her. I just love Granny Monster. Like like now that Smiley's gone, I'm glad that they're making use of Granny a lot more because she's definitely one of the creepiest for sure.
Right.
And Jim and Kenny heading to the village. They look at these packs. They definitely packed to go on a long trek. Um,
Definitely.
yeah, they did, and that it makes sense to me because this village has never been it's never been found by anybody in town before. They didn't even know it was there, and so they must have gone out really far to find this. They, I
Right.
mean, until season one, no one went out for like further than they could get back before sundown. So they didn't know if the talismans would work in the woods. So that's why Boyd didn't venture out that far. And this must be, I'm guessing, just in a different direction. Yeah,
Mhm.
different
Right.
direction. Yeah, you read my mind. Yeah. So that's exciting. Oh, I can't wait to see this. Like, it doesn't look like I don't think there are going to be any inhabitants, so that might disappoint some people, but because it does seem like they're completely deserted at this point from what we're seeing.
Right. From what we're seeing.
Still super interesting though. Remnants of something this old. It's so revealing about how old this place has been. We've all been assuming for a while that this place has been around possibly for centuries. But it's
Right.
nice to have some actual like evidence right here in our face. These things are ancient. Like Jim and Kenny. Now this was interesting. Julie talking to someone. I'm not sure who she's talking to,
It
but
looks like Sarah to me.
yeah, they had the hair. That could be
The
Sarah.
hair. Yeah, it could be Sarah.
Yeah, Julie was talking about how, that like this like feels this thing still inside of her. She doesn't know how to handle it. She's definitely traumatized by what happened to her in the cicada coma type state. And yeah, I don't know if she's going to remember any specifics. I would love it if they actually remembered something. But yeah, they're definitely going to be dealing with trauma.
Definitely.
I don't know. Do you think they'll remember anything?
I think that they'll remember some, and then there'll be a part of it that's just obscured for just out of reach, like Elgin's dream was initially. It was just out of reach. He couldn't remember everything.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like Elgin had this vague sense of dread for the whole season, just uneasiness because ever since that seizure he had, he forgot about his dream on the bus. So he doesn't even know why he's feeling this dread. He clearly recognized this place. He flipped the hell out, vomited from anxiety. So he knew where he was somehow. So he had some sort of premonition dream and he just forgot. And I think that's why he had an aversion to blood too. He probably saw some bloody imagery about this place related to it. So yeah, I think hopefully it won't take the entire season for at least one of these three to remember something, because that, I gotta say, that's one of the things that frustrated me about season 2. Elgin just not remembering much of anything, and then when he finally does, it's that dumb nursery rhyme that we already knew, right? Like I was so excited when he was like, when he remembered that dream, and then oh, it's just the boy in white singing the nursery rhyme. I mean, it was cool. Like the boy in white appeared to him. I just wanted more. I wanted more.
Yeah, definitely.
But maybe we'll still get more. I think he might remember the rest of it. Hopefully. But like Julie, Mari, and Randall, they were in some kind of horrible pain, and I think they were looking at something too. I'd love to know what they were looking at when they were in that trance. Like maybe it was the big bad. Like maybe they saw the big bad. If that's the case, we know they won't remember because they're not going to reveal that.
They won't remember that part. Right. They definitely remember that part.
Yeah. Yeah, we got the monsters. Oh, yeah, and that's, Jeremy's right. That's 100% a new nurse.
Oh, definitely.
That's too bad. I did. Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, I can't get a real close-up view of her face, but I can already tell she doesn't look as creepy. No, this is intense shit. I mean, that he's seeing something horrific right there when he's tied to the post.
Right.
It looks like his arms are behind his back, so I'm sure he's tied to the post, and I can only imagine what he's looking at. This might be when he's crying hysterically, right?
I agree.
Yeah, that whole I'm sorry. Like he felt responsible and he couldn't protect this person when he was crying like that. That was crazy. Yeah, we've never heard Boyd crying and breaking down like that. So he's going to be pushed to his absolute limit this season. He's not going to, I don't think he's not going to break completely, but yeah, I mean, he could be temporarily broken. I'll tell you that. We got the nasty ass professor. Every time I look at this, I think of the Twilight Zone. Like that's such a Twilight Zone face.
Exactly.
Yeah. I have the Beholder when they take off, like when you actually see their faces and they have like pig jowls and
exactly.
And it also reminds me of the masks too, when they take off their masks and their faces are all at the end, right? I love it. I love that we get to see this partially transformed creature here. Now, I'm not sure what Boyd is doing in this shot, but he's trying to maybe help whoever they have as their victim, and then they grab him up. Yeah, look at that. Jesus. Yeah, they did a good job adding in the wounds that we didn't see in the teaser.
Exactly.
Oof, yeah. I guess they hadn't finished putting in the edit yet when they had that teaser out. Yeah, it's weird that it took this many monsters to actually subdue Boyd.
That is a very good point. He can't be. How is he that strong? It takes both of them or several of them to subdue him. I don't know. He was touched by the cicada entity, so I don't know. Is that going to change him still in the same way that it's going to change the three? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Because we know these monsters, when they transform, they have immense strength. I mean, maybe the thing that's causing it is like they haven't, most of them haven't transformed. They're in their regular fake human state. And in order to actually subdue Boyd, one of them had to partially transform. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Because once they transform, they could bust through that box where Frank was.
They're very strong.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they can bust through that box. Boyd should be easy to tackle, but yeah, I think that's what it is. He had to transform partially in order to do it. The professor monster, I think he's called.
Right.
Yeah, these images are intense, man. Like I hope these are real and this isn't actually a dream,
I hope
because this
so. But we see evidence in other clips though that Boyd indeed has the wound on his arm. I mean, that doesn't mean anything because it could happen in a dream state, but I
yeah.
hope that it isn't. I hope that it isn't a dream.
Yeah, I do too. It would be a whole lot more interesting if it's not. Like, this must be after he leaves the barn the next morning.
Right. And everyone's standing out there. So this is where it comes into play, where we heard the audio saying that, the people are going to start to mistrust him because
Mhm.
two people go into the barn, we're assuming, but he's the only one who comes out. How did he survive the monsters? This is the question that everyone's going to have.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we do see Jade, like, "How are you alive? How are you still alive?" telling him
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So this is why I'm saying that it's definitely not a dream.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't, like, until I saw that new footage, I
Mhm.
entertained the idea that maybe it's a dream,
Right.
but, yeah, no, now I absolutely, but I believe that it's real. I do. Oh, yeah, this is where Victor loses his shit on poor Ethan. It's not like him to do this too. I think Victor was really triggered by Tabitha disappearing because she became like a mother figure to him.
Right.
And yeah, because he doesn't act like this. I mean, at the end of season 2, he was still reassuring Ethan and, talking about the Cromonocle story to him. And Ethan was the one who rejected it. Like, well, it's just a stupid kid's story or something like that. And now, I mean, Victor's completely losing his shit and saying, like, people die here. This isn't make believe. So, yeah, it's a big change for him. I think we're gonna see a different side of Victor this season. He's gonna,
Yeah.
like, he's been in deep denial for so long, just burying all the memories of the past, and now that he's trying to remember things, and he's missing Tabitha, probably feels partly responsible for her disappearance. It's yeah, he's gonna be triggered a lot. I mean, that's what happens. You have things that are buried for that long, and they start to come to the surface. He's going to be severely triggered. So
I
I'm
agree.
not surprised at this outburst, actually. Yeah, he's like throwing something, and poor Ethan and Julie. And Ethan is holding the blanket there that he has in the funeral scene too.
Right.
That's the same blanket.
It is.
And yeah, yeah, that's further evidence that it's Tian Shen in the funeral as well, because here's this blanket that he's holding in her house, and I'm sure it was her. She probably even made it herself. So yeah, unfortunately, that's just even more evidence that's
Uh,
gonna happen.
Robert actually put an interesting question in the chat.
Okay, cool. Let me check that out.
Well, it's not really a question. It's a
Okay,
sequence of events.
yeah, I think, is it this one? Yeah, this must be
Yes.
it. If the barn scene occurs early, as you contend that Fatima is in the barn, episode 6 says Fatima and Alice make a big decision about her pregnancy. Is the barn scene later? Yeah, yeah. If it does happen later, that's about the time I would say it would happen. Um, the episode after that said that concerns about her pregnancy deepen. So, and then I think, and then the episode after that, it says that there was a tragedy.
Right.
So something, yeah. So I think the tragedy is definitely Fatima related. Either she or the baby or both are not going to make it, in my opinion. And yeah, that could be when the barn scene happens.
Right.
Hey, Dana Marie, glad you could make it. All right, let me get back in here. Yeah, even Julie was upset by Victor's outburst. Now, This picture is just so crazy. I mean, I've never seen Donna that emotional. You can't fake that level of emotion. I know a lot of people still think she's the mole, but I mean, look at her face. Even if she were a mole, I would say she's being broken down by this place too.
Right.
Look at that. She's sobbing. And interesting, she's in front of a mirror. This show in mirrors, man, they keep coming back so much with mirrors, and like there's a lot of symbolism with that. You know,
I agree.
Yeah, they can symbolize deception. You know, you know,
so that goes along with the narrative that some people feel about Donna in general. But I wonder what's going to happen to make her. It has to be something surrounding Colony House to make her break down in this manner.
I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. And we know something big goes down at Colony House because they have some kind of, like, I don't know if a woman is thrown through a window or something. That's what it looks like in the full trailer.
Well, I don't know, because now we've gotten information that the crows are going to come through the window. Is that what comes through the window? Because when we just focused in on that still of the woman falling backwards, you don't really see anything. So, and the wound on her side is localized. So I don't know. It could be something it was obviously something that was thrown or that came through the window and it hit her. I don't know. I'm not sure what that could have been.
Yeah.
Because some people were saying, that it could have been Acosta's gun, but Acosta would be on the main street, which is nowhere near Colony House. The ambulance comes in on that main street where the diner and the Lou house and all that. That's not near Colony House.
Right.
So there's no way for a shot that she would fire that would go that distance to go through the window of Colony House and hit someone.
Yeah. There's just no way.
Right.
It's too far. And I think that the whole ambulance scene that we had, where Boyd is in the ambulance and the waitress monster says, "You can't save them all. She's got the keys." I think that's probably something to do with Colony House, that he's trying to, like, I don't know. I think he has to drive up there maybe in the ambulance and try to save as many people as possible because it's come under attack. It's been breached. So I think, we could see another massacre where, loads of red shirts die. Probably, I mean, we're supposedly getting a few beloved characters passing away. So somebody in Colony House could be one of those people. I'm hoping that personally, and as far as that quote from this new footage, I hope that they're just overestimating how much that we care about the bus people, and it's just going to be like a couple bus people in Tianjin, because to be honest, it's not that I don't like them. It's just I'm not emotionally attached to any of them. I don't know. What do you think, Sophia?
I think that the entirety of season 3, they're going to attempt to make up for the things that the fandom was complaining about in season 2. We complained about the fact that at least one of the 3 should have died. Someone major should have died in season 2. That didn't happen. We lost Riley, but they could bring back a monster if they wanted to. It didn't have the same effect if it was like the main cast or even the secondary cast. Like if one of the 3, it maybe could have been Julie last season if she died, but I guess they didn't want to do that. So I would think that none of those 3 would actually die this season because they had an opportunity to do that last season. But I could be wrong. So we know it's going to be Tianjin. Maybe it's going to be one other person. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe it's going to be Fatima because she's not looking good at all. And they don't have any food, and she's being, that baby's going to suck all the nutrients out of her or whatever it is, nightmare creature, whatever it is. know, she may not survive. So it could be Tian Chin and it could be Fatima.
Yeah, my money's on Fatima, unfortunately. I just hope that there isn't going to be a third that we actually care about. I hope it'll be like
A
one
red
of the
shirt.
bus
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. You know,
like
they
a
could,
bus person.
it could be Elgin or, you know, because I mean, he's already said what he needed to say, right? It could be Bacta. She's already said everything that she needed to say.
True.
You know,
True.
like if you're talking about the people from the bus, I could see how Randall would stick around because you need someone who's going to stir the shit up and, you know, ask the questions that nobody's asking, you know, and kind of do that rebel thing or whatever. So you do
Mhm.
need someone like that. And if Kenny is, you know, completely broken because of what happens to his mother, then
Mhm.
he's not going to be able to function. He's never agreed also to be Boyd's deputy again. So Boyd is going to, maybe that's why Boyd is on the bus talking to Randall, because he needs somebody to actually be his deputy, actually start to step up and take that role or whatever.
Right. Right. Yeah. That's possible. Randall's definitely heading for a redemption arc. I really would hate to see Kenny go. I just love his
Oh,
character.
yeah, that would not be good. Yeah, I don't hate to see Kenny go. Yeah.
No. Now I pulled this image up because I think it's interesting the way that people are grouped in this photo. So, you know, you've got these three, you've got Jade, Christy, Kenny, and we know that they're going out on a trek in the woods together. We
Right.
already saw scenes of Christy and Jade in the woods together. I think Kenny might be with them at the same time too, or this could be Kenny from his trip out there with Jim. But either way, we know all of them go on treks in the woods. So they
Right.
group them
They're going to
together.
have to find food and resources. We're assuming that Kenny is going to go out with Jim because Jim is going to want to go and try to find Tabitha, and
Mhm.
also, you know, the food and resources. Because I believe that when Boyd destroyed the music box in the season 2 finale, that just kicked everything in overdrive, because every time he does something, it takes everything up several notches again. So when he gets back to town,
Mm.
I think that somebody is going to say, based upon what we've seen for the 45 pictures that were leaked for episode 1 of season 3, I think the food is just going to rot. Even the food that they have preserved, it's just all going to rot. They already weren't finding animals like they were normally going to find as early as
Mm.
episode 4 in season 2, when Kelly was pinned to the tree. They were looking in
Mm.
the traps. There were no animals in those traps, no chickens or whatever it was. So I
Mhm.
think that the food is just going to rot. I think that it's going to, you know, be a sudden snowstorm, just like it was a sudden storm in episode 1 when you know, that destroyed the radio tower or whatever. It's going to be a sudden
Mhm.
snowstorm. It's already getting cold. We see that it was foggy and all of those things, and they started to progressively wear warmer clothing. So I
Mhm.
think that everything is just going to ramp up. The nightmare creatures are going to uh, release the animals. They're going to already know at that point that they're out of food. There is no more food. We know from episode 1, Donna's going to say this to Boyd, all the food is just completely rotten, blackened. So
Yeah.
they have to go out and find some food. And so that's where we see in another picture, it looked like, I made the joke that it was like parsley on Jim's shoulder, but it was probably roots. Maybe they found carrots. It looked like carrot roots if you look at it
Yeah.
closely, because Kenny had it too, and it was inside their pack. So if they happened to find carrots, because they go there the first time we see in the pictures, there is
Yeah.
no snow. They may have been able to see, oh, well, these are carrots. So they bring it back to town because they know there's no food.
Right. Right. Yeah, I think so. That was a good catch. I didn't even notice that it would look like parsley on his shoulder
Yeah, I
till
was
you
joking.
said
It'll
it.
look like parsley. Yeah, but when you look at it closely, you can tell that they have something sticking in their pack. And I know that one vegetable that would have those kind of roots would be carrots.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. See, that's been really bugging me what they could possibly find out there. But yeah, I guess they find something. But but yeah, if you look at how people are grouped on this poster, you know, it makes sense to have the three that we know are going on treks in the woods up in the top right corner. And
Right.
top left corner, you've got Jim and Julie together. Right? There's their family.
Right.
Sarah is just by herself, basically. No one cares about her. And then you've got, of course.
Well, hopefully she gets up off her ass and helps people this time. And we see that, there's some evidence that she's going to save the Matthews kids or whatever. But,
Yeah.
she got her house back after she went and buried Paula, right?
Oh my
So that's where
God.
she is in the trailer when she's talking to Victor. Victor, it's kind of like shacked up with her. I don't know. Ugh, I don't know what I don't know what's going on there. But but I'm assuming that they must be in, back in Sarah's house.
Oh my God. That drives me so insane. Like, I know you feel the same way. It makes no sense at all that she should get her house back. She should be in that damn cell in the sheriff's station, right where Frank was staying. She should not be able to leave. She should have her ass locked up, period. I don't care what she does. I don't care who she saves. Unless she can bring those people, 3 people back to life, bring them back from the dead like zombies, then no, sorry. You can't make up for what you did. You can't be redeemed. Forget it. Like, why would they give her house back? And we know it's her house because it's got the butterflies on the wall. It's got the framed butterflies on the wall.
And then, in season 2, she went to bury Paula and, she had no place to go. And then we also know Reggie's dead. So they're not going to come back to that house. So she might as well have it, I guess.
Yeah. And I see Delcinia in the chat. You said the same thing as I did. The butterflies are on the wall. It's definitely her house. So it's just ridiculous to me. That's just drives me insane, but whatever.
At least she's not staying at the Lou house,
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
I don't see how that could work.
No. Anyway,
Josh Johnson says he can't believe people are hating on Sarah. Well, Sarah's been slitting throats for a long time. She can't be trusted. She's listening to voices in her head telling her to kill people. So I'm going to trust her. She's not cooking food in the diner. That's over. She's not staying in the house when she tried to slit my brother's throat if I was Julie. That's not going to work.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but like I don't have any sympathy for Sarah whatsoever. I just don't think she deserves it. I'll give her this much. I think that she was exploited by whatever entity controls this place. I think she was traumatized. Her ex probably abused her. She probably killed him, and I think she has some kind of mental illness. So, I mean, I can understand that part, but it still doesn't explain letting her run loose, walk through the town freely. You just never know if she could start listening to those voices again and slit some more throats. I don't think it's smart to have her walking around.
Or someone posed a question in Jeremy's live chat, like, who's going to be the new chef at the diner? Well, it sure as hell's not going to be her, because what if a voice tells her to put rat poison in people's food? So, no, she can't be involved in anything when it comes to everyone's welfare. Now, if they want to use her as a tool to communicate with whatever entities are talking to her, then that's cool. But she can't be an integral part of the fabric of this place.
No, she can't be trusted. Not after she sliced and diced a dude with her bare hands. I don't think so. That's just me. But yeah. So just to finish up with this poster here. Yeah, obviously Tabitha's by herself because she escaped, and down on the left side we've got Victor and Ethan, of course, because Ethan is the new Victor. He's in Victor's role. Now, bottom left, you've got Donna, Ellis, and Fatima. They're all really close to each other. Donna's like a mother figure to Fatima, so that makes sense. Now, the interesting thing is, the main reason I pulled it up is the bottom right corner. You got Tian Chen, who we're almost completely sure is going to die. Father Khatri is already dead, and Elgin. So, could be a clue that he's dying this season too. And look what's right over his head. It's one of those totems that looks like a skull.
Yes.
So, yeah. I think that's a
and
clue.
then there's an Ankui child right there to the left too. So that, he's definitely connected and tapped into this place, as is everyone who actually was knocked unconscious or had a seizure. They are tapped into this place in ways that other people are not. And they're seeing visions and they're having dreams and they're having premonitions and all those things.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So I hope that we get a little more like use out of his character before they kill him off, if that's what they're going to do, because I thought that he was really interesting.
Yeah,
Like
I
in his,
hope so. I want there to be so much more involved with his dream. I want to know what made him sick to his stomach, what made him have such a visceral reaction. Because it can't just be the boy in white reciting a nursery rhyme. That's not scary at all.
right. No, it's not. It's not. For me, that was a letdown, if I'm being honest. But I do find it really intriguing that he probably, in my opinion, he had that dream before he even entered Fromville. So that means the boy in white reached out to him in a dream. So that's cool. Like I like that. I need more. So I hope
Right.
they at least give us the rest of his dream revelation before they kill him off, and I'll be satisfied.
I hope so.
Now this picture, I think this might have been when Kenny was telling Boyd, like, we have to, we can't play defense forever. We have to go on the offense, and we've been told that that's going to happen this season. The showrunners said that they'll start to go on the offense now. So that's interesting. I don't know what that could mean, but I'm interested to find out.
Right.
Now see that, yeah, he's holding his arm again right here.
Yes.
Boyd is holding his arm again. That's
You
just what
see
he
the
did.
parsley on on Jim's shoulder.
Yeah.
That's Jim and Kenny.
Yep. Nice catch. There's the parsley. Yeah, it looks so ridiculous. Oh God, and poor Christy with that hair. Jesus, what did they do to her?
I don't know.
It's so much worse. It's like infinitely worse than last year. Give me last year's haircut back, please. Like I would love it at this point. Man, this is just definitely that, precursor to that scene that we saw in the trailer where Fatima goes out and sees the crops are all rotten. Yeah, so then we've got Sarah and Victor. For some reason, I don't know what Victor is doing down there a lot, but like you said, are they shacking up? What is going on?
God, I'm not going to be able to handle that. I hope that's not what this is.
Well, I don't understand. I think it's smart for them to talk because they're both deeply tapped into this place.
They've never interacted before.
No,
we weren't shown their interaction at any rate.
Mm-mm. And they have, they both have really unique connections to this place. So I think it's smart to kind of smart to link them up. But yeah, there's the parsley.
There's parsley, but it's probably carrots inside the pack because Kenny has.
Yeah. I'm sure it's like carrots. I didn't even notice it until you said it, and I just can't unsee it. It pops right out at me. And it looks like we're getting a full-on blizzard, like really quickly.
Right. That's why I said it's going to be a quick storm. And Josh Johnson, you're correct. It was probably Boyd and Christy were coming up to tell Kenny about his mom, possibly. That's what Josh Johnson said, and he also said that that Kenny will be out in the woods when Tien Chen dies, and I completely agree.
Yeah,
because if he was there, he wouldn't allow his mom to go out, after the sun's down.
Yeah, he's definitely not around for that, I think, for sure. No. And Jim isn't around to make sure Ethan doesn't open the damn door for Granny Monster.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, but both Tabitha and Jim are like running off and leaving their kids with all these people.
Yeah. It's a shame. Yeah, Daryl Boyd could be holding his arm because he was shot. That's true.
That's true.
That's true. You know, he was shot in the shoulder.
Yeah.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. Okay. Oh yeah, so I find this super interesting. So, like, look at how she's kind of looking around. She looks like she's sneaking out of her hospital
She's
room.
going to have to, because they're going to put her on a 5150 hold. She's
Mhm.
looking like she's homeless. She doesn't know who she is. They found her 3 days prior on the side of a hiking trail, and she's got a
Mhm.
1978 lunchbox strapped to her shoulder with a piece of twine. They're going to
Right.
put you on a 5150 hold. Absolutely. You don't
Oh,
have
hell
any
yeah.
ID. You don't have anything on you except this lunchbox with like a little
Mhm.
kid's lunch packed in it and pictures that Victor drew.
Mhm.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
going to have to sneak out. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree.
And there's that level, the
level
ode to
2.
the fandom's theory of level 2.
Mhm. Yep. Yeah, Jeremy pointed this out, and I hadn't noticed it. That's super interesting. I think they're just trolling us, though.
Yeah, probably.
I think they're trolling us because I believe the showrunners actually pay attention to fan theories, and they
Absolutely.
sprinkle they sprinkle them in just to
Well,
kind of
that's why we're
troll us.
going to get so many more deaths this season, and they're going to kick everything into overdrive because that was a huge complaint about season 2 that was kind of slow.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So they're messing with us. They threw in conspiracy theories into season 2 also that I'm sure they got from the fandom. A lot of the stuff Randall was saying. But
Right.
it's cool that they're listening to us. I like that.
I do too.
No, this is interesting. I don't know what Tabitha is doing with this bottle tree. Like, what is she trying to do? Take one of the bottles down? Uh,
Oh.
yeah, I don't know what that's about. No, oh my God, this is crazy. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
The man in white.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Holding that knife.
Yes. Oh my God. See, like, if that's not a
And
sign
there's
that,
a bottle tree in the back.
yep, yep. If that's not a sign, he's holding a knife. If that's not a sign that he is not a good entity, I don't know what is,
Yeah,
personally.
I just don't understand why people could think that the boy in white is good. If anything, if he does something that appears to be good, it's to serve his own interests. So it's not really that he's doing it for the good of that person. He's doing
Right.
it for himself to meet
Right.
his. It's the same reason why he pushed Tabitha out of the lighthouse. Just because he
Yeah.
apologized, you hit someone with your car and you just say you're sorry and that makes it all better. No, it doesn't.
No. No, it
It
does
doesn't.
not. No, it's like Dale saying, "Oops, sorry," when he stabbed Ellis.
Right. He totally meant to stab Ellis.
Then he's like, "Sorry," like, it's just like a little, "Oopsie, I stabbed you." Like, it's so ridiculous. Like,
With a 6-inch knife. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, ridiculous. But, something I've always noticed about the expression on this guy's face, he doesn't look evil, actually. He looks resigned to his fate.
Right.
He looks miserable, like
Right.
like he's like he doesn't have a choice in doing what he's doing. And so I personally think I think that's a clue that he's not actually an evil entity, the boy in white slash man in white. I think he's kind of forced to perpetuate this cycle and allow people to get drawn in and killed and not show them the way out, because possibly, there's some kind of dangerous entity in there that needs to stay trapped. And if the boy in white were to help and get in the way of things, then maybe this evil, dangerous entity would be released into the world. So it's kind of like it's like the trolley problem. You allow harm to come to a group of people instead of the entire, like, a much larger group. So, like, you're sparing the larger group by, deliberately or, basically causing harm to this small group. And I think that's what he's doing. I don't think that he's like a mustache twirling kind of villain.
No.
I think he's just kind of stuck, forced to continue doing this, and that's why he has that expression on his face. But I would just lose my shit if we actually got to see the Man in White and it was Michael Emerson from Lost. That would be amazing. Oh my god, it looks like him. I know I've said it a million times, but he's got the spiky hair, that weird spiky hair that and the ears. He's got the broad forehead and the bugged out eyes. I'm telling you, that's Michael Emerson all the way.
Definitely.
Well, that would be phenomenal if they actually cast him, but sure, it's not going to happen. Okay, now this right here, this was the most exciting thing about all of that footage for me. She is looking at the boy in white in the real fucking world. Oh my god. Like, this was just mind-blowing.
Right. He definitely wanted her in the real world for a reason, and I believe it's to bring someone back into Fromville, because that didn't happen in 1978, because as far as we know, Miranda never made it to the lighthouse. She was killed before she got there, so she didn't go through the same thing that Tabitha did. So so everything that's happening now, a lot of these things didn't happen obviously in the 1978 cycle of the dimension. So now, it's kind of like he's there as a guide to let her know, and you're getting warmer or whatever. You're gonna you need to go this way down here or whatever. And she's just going to think that she's crazier and crazier by the minute.
Yeah. And I mean, we've all theorized for a long time that maybe the Fromville entities and maybe the boy in white can reach out to people in the real world in some type of vision. And here we go. We got actual confirmation of it.
Right.
I was so excited by that. I wasn't too happy about the spoiler, but I was just so psyched. Oh my god. Because right before this video dropped, or leaked, I should say, I had just put that in my theory video that Tabitha will see a vision of the boy in white in the real world, and I'm so excited it's going to happen. It opens up a lot more possibilities, like how he can interact with people in the real world, and it validates a lot of our theories, like the voice that was talking to Father Kotri. It wasn't really the voice of God. I've always believed it was an entity from Fromville.
Right.
And
whatever entity that the boy in white as an avatar represents.
Right. That's what I think. I've always thought that, because as a priest, for him to say this is the first time in my life I heard the voice of God, told him get back in his car. 2 hours later, boom, he's in Fromville. The timing of that is too uncanny. It's definitely not a coincidence, and it had to be one of these entities. I think it was the boy in white entity. So, we have Elgin with this boy in white dream on the bus, and we've got, like you had pointed out, Sofielle, like Kenny's dad. He probably, like, he heard voices outside his house that sounded like his brothers, and that drove him out of the house. Kenny and his mom followed, and they never made it back home. They ended up in Fromville. So it's super exciting to see this confirmation. And I've said it before, but this is such a Pennywise moment. Like, it's right out of it.
There's so many aspects taken from Stephen King throughout the show.
Yeah. Oh my god. Like, just the way it's an ordinary little scene with people walking by, and then boom, he's right there in the distance waving like a little creep.
Right. And obviously she's the only one who can see him, obviously.
Yes. Just like in It,
Right.
Absolutely love it. So I'm really excited to see how that plays out. I think he's going to lead her to Henry's house. That's that's why I think that she got pushed out specifically to go there, find Victor's father, possibly Eloise, and yeah, discover something. There's definitely a purpose to it.
Right. You should probably look in the chat. There's some good conversation going on in there.
Yeah, I was actually read my mind. I just clicked back over to the chat. Let's see here. Oh, Teflon TV. Hey. Welcome. I didn't know you were here, Tony. That's awesome. Thanks for stopping in. I think the boy in white is really there, Daryl Seymour. Yeah. Yeah. I think he's really there. I don't think anybody but her can see him. And I also don't think, I know some people think that maybe this means it's really a level 2 of Fromville, but I personally think it's the real world. I think it would be too messy if they make it a level 2 and she's there by herself. I'm team real world for that. Let's see what people are talking about. Yeah, it's Wild Majorum. It is in Maine. Yeah, that's Stephen King enough already. It is. And if ever we're going to get a Stephen King cameo, this would be the time. That would be fun. Just a quick little, like,
right.
Even if it's just a few seconds, it would be fun. Stephen King loves his Maine. We know that's what's going on. Like, she's in Camden, Maine for real.
Right.
Yeah. What do we have here? Daryl Seymour says, I think Tabitha will end up back in Fromville either toward the end of season 4 or early season 5. Wow. Okay. That long. Interesting. Okay. I don't, it's going to be tough. I don't know what they would have her do out there all that time. I don't know.
One thing that clarifies that is the episodic synopsis that we
Yeah.
see. This is why we know she's probably going to come back in the ambulance.
Yeah.
Even though I personally thought that was a little too early for me, but this is the show that we're going to get the show that they want to give us. So
yeah. I wanted her to be gone a bit longer too, but yeah, yeah, Wild Majorum says Tabby gets just close enough to meet Eloise. Then the ambulance blows in and takes her back to the hospital. But then, oh no, it's not the hospital; it's Fromville. Yeah. I agree. And we're gonna get to
these pictures. We're going to see that Tabitha and Henry get into a car accident, and in that car accident, this is what's going to precipitate her getting into the ambulance. Right.
I agree.
She already left the hospital at this point. So they're not gonna, she's not gonna be in at that point. They're getting in an accident, boom. Someone's going to call an ambulance if you're in this situation. So it looks like both Henry and Tabitha are going to be.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
Really hurt, but he definitely is because the car is hitting on his side of the car.
Yeah, he's gonna take the majority of it.
Yeah. So she would probably, she has no place else to go. So of course she's going to get back. She's going to get in the ambulance with him.
Yeah.
And they're possibly, in my opinion, just from what this is showing me, they're going to both end up back in Fromville.
I agree. And a big reason why I think that makes sense, in addition to what you just said, is Henry was announced as a new cast member. Him and Acosta. Now, if you
not the priest was not mentioned. We don't know what the priest's name is. He was of no consequence. He's just going to, point her probably in the direction of Henry's house because he would have heard that story before Eloise came out at that same point. There's a child on the side of the road that we found. And, usually what happens is that children who are lost or hurt or whatever, they get taken to the hospital. And then after that, they may be released to a Catholic church because Catholic churches usually take care of children.
Yeah. And, I think, I do think that this makes the most sense. Now, so basically, if she comes back in episode 4, then there was really no need for them to announce Henry as a new cast member. So I agree with you. So not only is he going to get more of the injuries because this thing is hitting him, So that's a point in the column for he's going to end up in Fromville, but also again, the cast announcement. So
Right.
yeah, that's going to be so interesting. Like that intrigues me. I think that his father, Victor's father, who we believe this is, I think he may have been abusive or did something
I
that
definitely
caused
think that
his wife.
Miranda was on the run with her kids. That's the only way that
Yeah.
explains how Victor had clothes as a young child that were
Yeah.
all seasons. If you're on the run from someone, you're going to take everything you can grab, pack your car up with stuff. It's going to be a variety of things, obviously. And then you're going to hit the
Mm-hmm.
road. And when that happened, boom, they got stuck in Fromville. Miranda,
Yeah.
that's how Victor had a coat, even though it was perpetual, like summer there
Mm-hmm.
until recently.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that too. I think that Miranda took Victor and Eloise and took off. Now, anytime anyone ever asks Victor what happened to him, like how did he get here? Like, how did you get here, Victor? He's like, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. Like, that's a classic trauma response, just
Right.
blocking out because it was too traumatic. So I mean, I know it's traumatic for everyone to wind up in Fromville, but I think it's more than that. I think it's more than that. They're asking how did he end up here? And I do think it has something to do with his father, maybe abusive father, or
Right.
or maybe not. Maybe his parents just wanted a divorce and the mom just ran off with the kids.
Could
Who
be.
knows?
Yeah. But something definitely precipitated. She had the station wagon that Victor was in, when Jade was playing the violin.
Mhm.
She had it packed down with stuff. And we know this because when Victor and Tabitha leave the caves in season 2, and they end up at the peach truck, and she's asking him, like, where did all this stuff come from? He says some of it was from my mother. Some of it belonged to my mother. I mean, you wouldn't have
Mhm.
that kind of stuff if you were just going grocery shopping. You wouldn't have that kind of stuff in your vehicle.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Um, Absolutely not. I mean, yeah, so I do think that she was on the run, and yeah, so if Henry is added to the cast inside Fromville, that will be so interesting, and
Right.
they're like if you look at the episode descriptions too. I mean, after episode 4, it says that Victor is forced to confront painful memories from his past or something. Well, that could be in the form of his father showing up. That there's something painful going on there for sure. Um, but who knows? This it could go either way. But like Daryl Seymour says, episode 4 is the ambulance synopsis, and episode 5 says Tabitha is adjusting to her surroundings. So I highly doubt ambulance takes Tabitha back to Fromville. I mean, look, it's very deceptive wording. It could go either way, in my opinion. So in episode 5, it says she's adjusting to her new surroundings. That could be interpreted as it's new to her because she comes back and Fromville is in winter now, full on winter, and it's changed in just a short time. So I do think there could be some deception going on there, trying to mislead, but it could still go either way, honestly. Like in my original theory, I didn't have Tabitha coming back to Fromville. My theory was that Acosta would come to Fromville in an ambulance from the same place where Tabitha is, Camden, Maine, because this is Knox County, right on the ambulance. And yeah, Acosta would be able to tell everyone Tabitha got out because she met her. That was my theory, but I just go where the evidence leads me, and for me, it's leading me toward Tabitha coming back in the ambulance now. Even though I would have preferred my original theory. I call
Right.
it
I
like
would have
life is
preferred her to come back much later, but
yeah,
this picture here is what precipitates her getting into the ambulance. And we know an ambulance does come back.
right.
And then you couple that with the episodic reviews. I mean, synopsis. I don't know.
Mhm.
It's
Mhm.
just it's definitely one way for it to happen. I wish it was a different way, but it could be this way also.
Yeah. And I hope that somehow she gets to meet Eloise first, but I don't
But
know.
we have to think that I would think that that's where they're heading now. They're not going to Costco. why are they in the car together? They're not going to Costco. So I'm assuming that they were probably heading to wherever Eloise is. Like,
Maybe.
where else would they be going? I mean, I guess Tabitha could say, you could drive me home, but I mean, how likely is that? It doesn't really make sense. So where could they be going?
Yeah, I think I agree with you, and if so, that's disappointing. We all wanted to meet Eloise.
Yeah, definitely.
There
Because
was no
otherwise, she's definitely going to bring someone back, but based upon these pictures, that person isn't necessarily going to be Eloise. I mean, Eloise could still show up. We don't know. I'm just saying, based upon this right here that we have, with not adding any other conjecture to it, they're going to end up in an ambulance. This is what happens when you get in a car accident, especially when you're head on, well, T-boning like this.
Yeah. It's disappointing because I think that Eloise, she served as kind of a Chekhov's gun, where they introduced her to the plot really just to give Tabitha something to do in the outside world, some kind of connection to make. And it may be that all she finds is the things that Eloise left behind. We do know that she makes a mind-bending discovery before she gets back, so that's
And
reassuring.
I don't know what that could be. What could be so mind-bending?
I don't know.
I know what could be mind-bending for me, but I don't know what the show is calling mind-bending. Could some Ankui Kid paintings or something
like
like that? It's not
these.
mind-bending. We already know this. That's not.
I mean,
If you're saying it's something mind-bending, I want to say, oh, ooh, I want to say that.
Exactly.
I want to have that kind of reaction to it.
Right, like, it's interesting, it's exciting to see these pictures, but it's not mind-bending,
And
though.
it also means that it also goes back to the boy in white having reach into the real world to affect these people, to draw these specific people in. Not everybody who drives at these points are pulled into Fromville. These specific people are drawn here for a specific reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
It could be bloodline, it could be their roots. Jay keeps saying the symbol has to do with, it's in trees, it's in roots, it's with blood dripping down, whatever the case may be. You see some kind of sacrifice, some kind of bloodletting is associated with that. It could just be pointing to bloodlines. It's what's drawing these people in. Some kind of bloodline, family tree, family root connection, or whatever.
Right, because that would explain why all the trees are shoved in our faces all the time, that they symbolize family trees. Like, nonstop trees, focus on all the trees, the faraway trees, Kenny chopping down a tree after his father died. Like, it's all, to me, it's all a reference to family trees, and the symbol being in the roots confirmed that even more for me, because the symbol was always bloody before, and then we have it in roots. You put it together and it sounds like bloodlines. Like, people have some kind of bloodline connection to this place. So I definitely think that. I don't know what this is about, but Tony's like, Robert and Daryl, I'll bet you both like I did Taryn. My theory is solid. Yeah, I know, Tony, you have a a friendly bet going with Taryn. That's cool, friendly bets are fun. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how it comes out. Leah Bradley, not the hot chip. Sorry, I'm way behind on the chat. I'm trying to catch up with the chat a bit. Just bear with us. We're new at this, Let's see what's here. Okay, this is interesting. Angela E said Tabitha may wind up in a homeless shelter or encampment. The way she's wandering about the real world, looking lost with that 1970 disco lunchbox, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it's gonna look pretty damn strange. She got a 70s.
Well, that's why she had to sneak out of the hospital, because she looks deranged.
She does.
I mean, her hair's done, but she looks deranged.
Yeah. This would be really awesome. I would love to see this. Indigo Soul, 83, maybe maybe one of the people in the ambulance is Eloise, and that's why it's called There and Back Again. That could, anything's possible till we see the show. Maybe, who knows? Maybe they'll fit Eloise in somehow.
Or maybe somehow Tabitha gets separated from Henry and she isn't in the ambulance. And maybe Henry ends up back and he's in the ambulance with Acosta and the EMT, and then they end up back in Fromville. They end up in Fromville, not back.
Yeah.
And then Tabitha's still going to make her way back in another way. Maybe she still continues on her journey to find Eloise. I don't know. It's definitely cut. Their journey is cut short by the accident. Because I'm just assuming that that's where she was headed with Henry.
Yeah, that's a serious accident that's happening right there. They're getting T-boned. That's not good. Yeah, and good luck to Henry if he needs to get medical care in Fromville. They don't exactly have great resources for that.
But but that ambulance would be fully stocked though. That's the thing.
That's true.
That ambulance would be fully stocked with medication, everything that Christy would need or whatever. So there are going to be a lot of resources on that ambulance in regards to her.
Yeah, so that's going to be very helpful too, and you know, I don't think it's going to be enough to help Fatima though if she has you know, horrific issues with this pregnancy, because I think it's some kind of entity inside her, and there's a picture of her in the clinic, and it's she's looking really pale. I don't know where it is. I think it's separate from all the others, but she's looking white as a sheet in that picture. Yeah, I can't find it right now, but I think here it is. Here it is. Yeah. Look at that. I mean, she is white as a sheet.
What did I tell you about Ellis not being a good dad? Look at his face. Oh my God.
Why? What's wrong?
No business being anybody's dad anyway. I don't know. She's so horrible. Oh my God.
I don't know why he's smiling in this picture. She looks seriously ill.
It's bizarre. I don't know.
What is that about? She looks like she's about to kill. She looks like she's about to keel over. Her eyes are practically rolling
back in her head or whatever. And you're grinning. No.
Yeah, he's grinning like a little kid. What the hell is that about?
It's so weird, right? Maybe it was just a bad, sometimes when you stop a clip, it's just unfortunate. Maybe that was just what this is. I don't know.
It's super weird. Super weird. Golden Child had an interesting comment here. What if everyone in Fromville killed somebody or was an accessory to it? That's why kids are not common there. Well, I mean, we have a few that we can point to. Tabitha and Jim their baby fell off the table on their watch. They didn't do it on purpose, but he passed away. And Father Cautry, he had just killed that man who was abusing his son. I believe Sarah killed her ex. Are there any other examples? Let's see. Is there anybody else? I think that might be it that we know of. But
that's it that we know of.
Yeah.
So I don't see how it fits everybody.
Yeah, I don't think.
And we assume that because Boyd was in the military, he obviously would have killed someone in combat.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Boyd is the one I was forgetting.
But how does that fit Ellis, though? Who did he kill? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's enough to fit everybody, but
it's not enough to fit everyone.
Oh, Angela E. Yeah, I had the same exact thought, Angela. It may be the dump truck. I don't think it looks like the dump truck.
It looks like an SUV. It doesn't look like a dump truck. I was hoping that it would be, because that would have been an awesome connection, but it was definitely an SUV.
Yeah, she said there was a toy Tonka dump truck next to the toy ambulance on the lighthouse steps when Tabitha got there, and also in her premonition dream. Yes. But so I think the dump truck, I think that maybe the dump truck has some kind of role in something in her story, but it's not going to be what crashes in. That would have been awesome, though. They missed a great opportunity. So
they did.
Yeah, because they had the dump truck and the ambulance right next to each other on the stairs. So that would have been so cool if that's what hit them. But Oh well, we'll see. Maybe it'll come into the play.
It'll probably come up later on, just like a lot of things from her premonition dream.
Definitely. Yeah, Aunt said it could mean she is in a insane asylum. That's been what I've been thinking all along. I think Eloise, if she's alive,
Definitely.
Eloise would be institutionalized for
There's
sure.
no way that someone who suffered that kind of trauma, especially as a child, would be able to be functional. That's not realistic. It is just, in my
No,
opinion, not realistic. So I could
no.
maybe, I would assume, just my educated guess, that if she was that Tabitha and Henry are in the car, maybe they were going to go to the asylum to visit Eloise. And then before
Mhm.
they could get there, obviously, boom, we see they're getting in a car accident.
That's what I think too.
Yeah,
Definitely. I picture Eloise as a female version of Victor, just completely
absolutely.
emotionally stunted and traumatized like a child. So,
Right.
yeah.
And then nobody's believing anything that she's saying.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Robert said, I predict that she finds Henry very early on due to the bottle tree in the front yard, and she adjusts to her surroundings by episode 5. Yeah. Um in the pictures, it looks like she's looking at something with a confused look on her face in the pictures from Amazon last week. So, yeah, I think she finds the bottle tree. Now, I personally don't I'm not counting on all these pictures actually being in episode 1. I think this is too much. But in
Well, they
this one,
did
it looks
something
like
similar for season 2, though,
she's
so it
looking at
didn't
something.
surprise me at all. I think what happens is that
But, like, one
Tabitha
episode
sneaks out
was
of
the
the
day,
hospital. She sneaks out of the
and one was the night.
hospital. She goes to the Catholic church. She's in the confessional with the priest, not the Catholic church, or that would be inside the hospital, because she already snuck out. So she wouldn't go there. She would go to, because she's on foot. She has no money, no ID, no nothing. So she's going to walk through town, find a Catholic church, go in the confessional, talk to the priest. The priest is going to have heard that story about Eloise. This is what my, idea is. Heard this story about Eloise, point her in the direction of Henry. She's going to be able to walk from the Catholic church to Henry's house. In this picture here that you're showing, she's probably going to see the bottle tree and think that that's crazy, because
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not a regular thing that you're going to see everywhere. And
No.
then that's going to be Henry's house, and there you have it.
Yeah, my issue like, one of my issues with this is just that normally the first 2 episodes of the season are action-packed. One is the day, and the next
Right,
episode is the night, or vice
right,
versa. So
right.
that's why I have trouble trying to fit all this together, and it's just there's just so much, and, like, certain things in the pictures, I think they're actually not like, if you look at the pictures, Boyd is everywhere in this episode. I don't know how they would fit in all these different things. He's here talking to Jim and Kenny. He is
Jim would be explaining to, like, they're going to cut certain things out. Like, we're probably not going to see Jade emerge from the caves. We're probably not going
right.
to see Boyd actually fully make his trek from the ruins to Colony House so he can get treatment, because that's where Christy is right now. To
Yeah,
get to Colony, you're probably not going to see that. It's probably going to start, and then he's already there, and Jade's already back into town from the caves. They're going to cut out a lot of that stuff that we were expecting to see, or whatever the case may be.
oh, I agree on that.
So that's how they could kind of add in all these things as like these kind of quick clips. And this is how Jade can be in the, in
Hmm,
the post office / police station, because he would
yeah.
want to talk to Boyd and see what's going on. Jim would want to talk to Boyd and let him know that, Tabitha's gone. He has to
Yeah,
come back, because it's going to start becoming nightfall now. She's
I
not
just
back
don't think
yet.
I still think it's too much
It is
personally,
a lot. It is a
look,
lot, to be sure.
I
It
actually
really
I
is.
I tried writing a synopsis based on all of these things happening in this episode, and it sounded crazy. It sounded ridiculous. Like, I'm telling you, I listed all of these things, and if I read it to you, you would be like, "Oh my God, this is like Boyd is everywhere." He's here talking to Donna outside, and she says, "Boyd, we've run out of food." We saw that in the trailer. He's here confronting Randall about apparently stealing a goat. That's bizarre, but okay. He's here with Jade having an intense conversation.
It's already nightfall. Then you see out of the window, it's already dark.
But there's still more of him in the daytime. There's Boyd at Jim and Kenny's.
This is a
Boyd,
lot.
There's Boyd at Colony House confronting Donna. And this one I think definitely happens in episode 2 or episode 3, where Donna and Ellis try to talk Boyd out of a dangerous plan. If you look, wait a minute, where's the one where Donna and Ellis are looking at him? Yeah, right here.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah, they're looking at him. He's having a heated conversation with Donna, pointing his finger. I think that matches with the synopsis for, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3, but they try to talk him out of a dangerous plan. I think it was episode 3, Mousetrap. Yeah. So I'm still not convinced, but we'll see. We'll see soon enough. It's only a few more days. Less than a week to go.
So exciting.
Oh my God. I want to check on the chat again. I'm neglecting the chat here. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, Tabitha was by herself on the poster. Let's see what we've got. Angela E says, on the map that has the push pins indicating where everyone was driving before they landed in Fromland, there are no push pins in Mexico and Canada. So is the From phenomena only occurring in the USA? Yes.
As far as we know, yes.
So far, everyone has been in the continental US for sure, which is interesting. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Aunt said she's probably going to an insane asylum. They probably think she killed her family and they won't believe the story she tells. So something happens with that. The cop is probably taking her away. Yeah, that could be. That could absolutely happen too. Let's see. Mr. Strike 540 says, what would be mind-bending is if there were people out there who are related to the cult in some way. Yeah, that would be super interesting. There's some kind of a cult going on. Yeah, Tony Teflon TV says, you have to remember it's not what we think of mind-bending. It's what would be mind-bending to her. Seeing those pictures would be to Tabitha. That's true. So I still hope it's something more. I'd really love it if she has something that's going to be mind-bending for us too. I think that would be way more impactful, but we'll see. Hopefully it's more than just those paintings. Let's see here. Robert said at Teflon TV, I'll bet you a bottle of your favorite spirit that Tabby is not in the ambulance when it arrives in From. Do we have an agreement? Nice. We got some friendly betting going on. And Tony said the only reason to have a cop in an ambulance is if there is a fugitive in it, someone who can't be allowed to be alone with the medical personnel. Yeah, that's the thing too. Yeah, if they take Henry in the ambulance, why would they need a cop?
Well, other people who are living in big cities have said that sometimes because ambulances are now being robbed by people who are looking for methamphetamines. So they have a police officer to make sure that the ambulance doesn't get robbed. This is what Dana was saying too. And she's, I think, in New York also, saying that in her area, her part of New York, they have to have a police officer in the ambulance to make sure that it doesn't get robbed. Because some people are just calling the ambulance, and then when it gets there, they're rob it immediately. So in her area of New York, they have to have a police officer on the ambulance to make sure it doesn't get robbed.
Yeah, it's interesting though. I mean, if it's coming from Camden is a very small town.
This is true. So there's that too. It's not a big area. So maybe the other person who actually does the T-boning is in the ambulance too. I mean, but really the ambulance can only fit one person. So I don't know. I don't know how they're going to piece all that together.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Oh, Petra, hi. You made it. Hi, Petra. Oh, and it's like, oh God, what time is it for you? 5 in the morning? Oh, thanks for stopping in, Petra. So glad you came. Petra's awesome. Let's see. Yeah, Robert was saying to Tony, Victor did deal with the death of his mom and the town massacre, presumably burying her and all the residents. And if he is not the boy in white, then he spent a very long time alone as a child. Yeah, how did he bury all those bodies? He's a 10-year-old boy. What in the hell did he do with those bodies? That is just...
You will see, ever since season 1, production or someone made a mistake and they listed Victor as the boy in white on IMDb. This is how everybody who was there at that time in the fandom knew that that Victor is the boy in white. For me, I can never ignore that piece of information. And once they realized that the fandom had caught on to that, then they changed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But under the child that was Vox Smith, I think,
Vox
that
Smith.
played
Yep,
boy in white. Yeah, it used to say Victor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boy in white after that, after we caught on. So I've never been able to forget that is what that is. So whenever people say that Victor is the key and he is the reason why all these things are happening, and those are his toys, and there is a toy RV in his room. You can see in one of the pictures, you can see there's a toy RV in his room, no different than the toy ambulance that we saw on the stairs of the lighthouse.
Yeah, that's right.
He doesn't remember that he's the key to all this. He doesn't remember that. He doesn't realize that he's the one who's orchestrating all this.
Yeah, that could very well be. See, I'm not.
He doesn't realize that he's the reason all these people are being pulled in.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm open-minded to that theory. Like I always keep an open mind. Like anything is possible in this show at this point. There's still so many theories up in the air, but
yeah,
I could see that. I could totally see that though.
I mean, that's a common, horror psychological thriller trope that the person that's an actual entity, they somehow don't remember, and something needs to happen to trigger that memory. What are we finding out in season 3? I doubt we're going to find out exactly what the big bad is or what the entity is that's controlling this whole thing in season 3. But Victor's going to find something in season 3. He's going to uncover something, quote fingers, that's going to, he's going to struggle with. It's going to be something that he didn't expect.
Right.
I hope it's something more than just drawings or Polaroids, but who knows?
I hope it's more than that. I really do. I really, really do. Yeah, and yeah, he did. Like we were wondering just how long Victor had been alone, because all he said was a long time. And then I heard Scott McCord tell Tony, actually, at Teflon TV. He was interviewed and he explained, I watched an old interview, and he said that John Griffin, when he sat down with him about the character Victor, he said Victor was alone for many, many years, and the boy in white's friendship helped him survive. So that's mind-blowing. He definitely was alone for a long time. And I think he's been under the boy in white's protection myself. In my opinion, he's been protected from dying until a new version of him, like the new Victor, would come and take over, who I think is Ethan. And eventually, once the torch is completely passed, Victor will be expendable at that point, I think. But yeah, but I keep an open mind on everything.
Got to.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I won't like hold on to a theory for dear life, and I refuse to consider other possibilities if I see different evidence. For sure.
I don't have a theory anyway. I just have ideas.
Yeah, like we have a working framework for how we see each other.
Right, but you know, that can fit anything and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Joan says if Victor is the boy in white, then trauma being a theme would make sense. Victor has disassociated with himself. That's very possible.
Disassociation, this happens, we know this happens in the real world. People who are traumatized, they disassociate, and this is what happens when someone has split personality.
Mm-hmm.
They don't realize that what's happening to them. And they don't even acknowledge the other personalities. That's what happens in instances of severe and tremendous extreme trauma.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so that's very possible. You know, he could have completely dissociated. Oh yeah, Petra. I knew it. I knew it was 5 a.m. there. You're a super fan,
Wow,
and I really appreciate that you. I really appreciate that you came, Petra. That's so sweet. Papa Socks. Hey, Papa Socks. Ambulance. Did you say ambulance? Debbie is in back with an axe. Yeah, I love your theory about an axe wielding person jumping out the back of the ambulance. That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
I would love that. I don't know what they would do if they actually had a serious criminal show up there. They don't even have a proper jail. They'd be screwed, actually.
Right.
Torturing Kenny's mom will be truly horrible. Yeah. I
I
really
doubt they're going to actually show that. They're going to show it. They may show that to one of the other characters, but we won't see it. Similarly, when we saw Boyd shoot his wife, but we didn't actually see the shooting. We just saw him shooting the gun. We didn't see the bullets hit her and her fall to the ground. We didn't see that part.
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't seen anybody eviscerated by these nightmare creatures either. Except, of course, we saw Father Clatry's throat get slashed, but that was hardly evisceration.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. So yeah, I don't. If they torture her, they're not going to show it. I don't think they're going to show her being ripped apart or anything like that. But still, it's going to be a tough one, a really tough one.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see what we got here. You know, Robert Saunders says the description of episode 2 says the town says goodbye to one of their own. Thus, it seems the barn scene is early. Yeah, that's what it seems like. So,
well,
I mean,
I wouldn't say that. I would say that those are two different instances. And the reason why I say that is that Tien Chin, we assume that she's going to go outside, probably not to necessarily save the animals after the nightmare creatures let them loose. As that's what we know now is what they're calling the ambush when Boyd is talking to Donna. She could just be out there because she knows that Ethan and Julie went outside. But what she wouldn't know is that they're already got on the bus or they're already helped by Randall and Sarah, possibly. So she's just out there, and we see from the trailer that she's out there. Victor's behind her. There's a goat in between them, and she's just looking completely terrified. I think that I don't think that she's necessarily the one that's in the barn. Like, it could be two different instances, possibly, where someone gets killed in the barn, and then also Tien Chin dies, and those are the two main characters.
Yeah, it's just that, like, if that's happening in episode 1, then
if they're saying goodbye to one of their own in episode 2, that means that whatever happens probably happens at the end of episode 1, possibly.
Right, but like, who would the other person be that's getting killed? Because we know it's not Fatima. She's in all the episode descriptions after that.
You're saying in the barn. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know who else it could be.
I originally thought that, well, not originally, but I thought as we got more information about season 3 that it was going to be Boyd and Tien Chin that were snatched and brought into the barn.
Yeah.
So it'd be just one whole thing. But that's going to have them getting snatched would have to happen in episode 1, probably near the end, because it's going to be dark.
Right. Yeah. So
maybe they're saying goodbye at the end of episode 2. It's not necessarily at the beginning of episode 2. At the end of episode 2, and at the beginning of episode 2, this is when Boyd is being held in the barn. It's going to be the nighttime episode. Episode 1 is still going to be the daytime, and at the end of episode 1, it'll already be dark or getting dark. And then whatever happens at the beginning of episode 2. They probably run out animals. That whole thing that the nightmare creatures orchestrate. Boyd and Tian-Chin get snatched up. She gets tortured. He gets held, and then that's how that ends up happening at the end of it's starting to become daytime at the end of episode 2. He, or whatever. I don't know. It just seems like a lot to be packed into basically an episode and a half. It's a lot. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Daryl Seymour said, I personally think they just put the wrong name down. Yeah, if you mean the title of the episode for all of those Amazon photos, I think it's wrong. I don't think all of those happen in episode 1. Personally, I think there was an error. That's my opinion, but yeah. And as far as the barn scene, so I mean, if I'm right, and episode 1 doesn't have all those images in it, all those scenes that were listed on Amazon, then, well, that opens up space for the barn scene to be in episode 1 then. So, yeah, I mean, it could be. It could be. I could see that happening. They could fit that in. Yeah, Victor is the key. If we could just unlock the rest of Victor's memory, then it seems like he's spending the whole season really trying to do that. So hopefully he actually uncovers something useful. I don't know what he's going to dig up in that hole, but maybe some more. Yeah, if it's Polaroids, that would be cool. I'd be happy with that. Not more pictures, please. We've had enough. Let's see what we've got here. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think this is going to change, Ant. But Ant said, you have to remember Victor doesn't want to leave, so I don't see him helping them in their mission to leave. I think that might change, just because in the trailer he does say, I need to remember what's missing. He's digging up something, trying to dig up lost memories, something. And then in the episode descriptions, there's one near the end where it says Victor is trying to remember something again. So I think he's going to change. I think Tabitha, like, disappearing is going to light a fire under him, and all of the things that are getting worse, the threat of starvation and the winter. I think it's going to be different this time, and we're not going to need to have Jade screaming at him, well, what the fuck do you know? Which is not the right way to handle him at all. I don't think it's going to take that this time. I think he's going to actually cooperate and try to remember. Finally, I would love to see that. I want to see more flashbacks for him. Okay. Yeah, Petra, I just wonder how the monsters pulled off that ambush. Yeah, I think Jeremy Ice and Fire is right about how it was done. I think Jeremy's he's right that the monsters, like, let the livestock loose because people are worried about starvation. Boyd and Jade come running out. Victor comes out. They're trying to herd the animals. So I think that's how they do it. That's what I think. Yeah, because we've got, let me see, we've got these, yeah, like these, these are just ridiculous. Like he's herding a cow. We got a cow and a sheep. Gorgeous image too. My God, it's absolutely stunning. But yeah, it's got to be the livestock. I think Jeremy's theory spot on there.
Right. After Boyd destroys the music box, that's when everything automatically cranks up in this whole scenario. He gets back to town, rots immediately. Just like we had the immediate rainstorm in season 1 when they wanted to destroy the radio tower. They can have an immediate snowstorm. It can just drop 50 degrees, snow, boom. That's it. That's what happens in this dimension.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, Ant said, I'm 50-50 on Kenny's mom or Christy. It would make more sense for the monsters to go after Christy because that would really send the town to madness. I mean, yeah, it would be a disaster to lose Christy. She's the best medical help they have. They'd have to rely on a recovering addict nurse instead of a third-year resident medical student. So that would be terrible. But I
Is she
don't
recovering though? Is she really recovering though? I'm just saying.
Yeah, not really. But I don't think it's Christy just because we do see her later on going on a trek in the woods with her warm clothes on and stuff in the
Right.
snow. Yeah. Yeah. Tony makes a good point here. Robert, we've seen how he was when he walked out, no tears, no shaking, just walking to the boy and way. I think Victor just looked stunned, personally. I think he was in shock when he came out of the root cellar. Like, he didn't cry or anything like that, but his face looked like someone in shock to me. If he is somehow the cause of all this, I don't think he's aware of it. So
yeah, that's exactly what I said. He's not aware of it.
Yeah.
That would be part of the disassociation.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, we were just actually mentioning the snow. Robert Saunders said the key question to resolve is when does the snow start? End of episode 1. The snow is the answer to the barn scene.
Well, that's why I said that I think it's going to be a sudden snowstorm, just like it was a sudden rainstorm. It only took what Donna said was 10 minutes, and then boom, it was complete full-on rain, and it was sunshine previously. It's easy for the weather to shift here because whatever entity is in control of this place can do whatever it wants. So it doesn't, it's not like a natural progression of a snowstorm like it would be in the real world.
Right. Yeah.
I think all these things happen. The food rots, the snowstorm, temperature drops. They can't heat these houses. They're going to have these hobo or homeless, trash can type contraptions around town. And we saw one of the pictures where, maybe something catches on fire. There's a picture that Victor drew that's been in Victor's drawings of a house on fire. Maybe this is how it happens because they're trying to heat these homes. These homes are not equipped. It was perpetual summertime. They didn't have a reason to heat these homes.
Yeah. So I don't know what they're going to do.
There is a fireplace in Colony House, but I don't think any of these other houses have fireplaces.
Right. Yeah, and as far as what Robert was saying, like this scene here, and this has to happen to me. I think this has to happen in episode 2 because they're pulling the cart. So like we have, pretty good dusting of snow on the ground, and they're pulling the cart with the body. And that is definitely, in my opinion, that's the body that Boyd carries into the church. That's Tian-Shen's body.
Yes.
I think. So
we've been over that a lot. So yeah, I definitely agree on that.
So if we're looking at the snow, then like there's a pretty good dusting on the ground. It's not deep yet, but it's a good coating.
But maybe 2-3 inches. Yeah.
And in the trailer, in the teaser and the trailer for this, you could see like a light snow falling down too.
Exactly.
So I would say
I think it just happens. I think it just happens all of a sudden.
Right. Oh, definitely.
We already know that it's getting cold because of what happened at the end of season 2. So it wouldn't be a stretch that boom, all of a sudden, now that Boyd has destroyed that music box and Tabitha has been pushed to the real world, everything just cranks up like 12 notches.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So like I think maybe so like we know this has to be super early because there's no snow at all. So this I think would be episode 1. No snow at all here. She's telling Boyd they're out of food. And
he's going to go to Colony House to get treatment for the gunshot wound from Reggie. You see his jacket is all torn there from the buckshot or whatever.
Right. And then like here, I think this could be as soon as the next day. Like there's a good dusting of snow, kind of the same amount. It's the same amount.
I think it's just going to start snowing just out of nowhere, just like it rained out of nowhere in season 1.
Right. Yeah. So I think, to answer Robert's question, I think the snow is probably going to start by the end of episode 1, and then by episode 2, we'll see that coating on the ground. They'll see them pulling the body.
Because it's not like it's super deep. It's just a few inches.
Right. Yeah. Let me get back down here. My internet connection is not the fastest, unfortunately. Takes a second to load. Oh yeah, so yeah, this scene with Randall and the goat, we know this is early. This is definitely episode 1. Right. No snow anywhere.
No.
I still don't understand what the hell he thinks he's doing with that goat. What is he doing?
Just judging by what we've been shown about Randall, I agree that he is probably trying to steal that animal, because everybody would know now they're in a food shortage. It would all be out in the open at this point, because I think that not only is the food in the greenhouse going to rot, the food that they preserved in Tien Chin's basement is also going to rot, because the entity is in control of this whole dimension. So stuff is not going to happen in the way that it would happen in the real world. In the real world, when something rots, it becomes molded over time, but that food is blackened. That doesn't happen to food in the real world. This is definitely it's been done by the evil entity, or the entity in control of this place.
Yeah, like I get why Randall is doing it. I just don't understand what his end game is.
Look at the homeless barrel back there. I said that. There's that homeless barrel back there that's on fire. Things, yeah.
But like, what does he think he's going to do with a goat? Take it on the bus with him? That's the thing I don't understand.
Completely irrational.
Yeah, I thought that was hilarious, actually. And speaking of hilarious, I cracked up laughing at this. I know it's not supposed to be funny, but I thought this was
hilarious.
This was hilarious. The crow just busts through the damn window. Like, what the hell? Like, of all the things I could have expected from season 3, crows busting through the window, attacking people, I didn't have that on my favorite
But it's a classic horror trope, though. Crows, birds attacking people. It's classic horror trope. Classic. So it's going to come in there. Is it gonna peck Elgin? I don't know. And I know it looked like one of them landed on it. It was crazy.
Yeah, like I actually feel bad.
Is he gonna like scream like a girl or something? I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. But I'm never getting more action with these crows, because we haven't had any action with them. Where have they been this whole time? And now they're pissed and they're coming in the window. I don't know.
Right. Oh yeah, Elgin was just taking a nap, and like the crow just wakes him up
suddenly. Yeah. I don't even know why he keeps taking a nap there, because it's season 2. He had a room to himself. So why is he taking a nap casually on the couch? I don't know.
I have no clue, but yeah, this is the funniest shit. I mean, I never thought of the crows as an entity that's actually like working for the big bad. I look at them as a metaphor for the watcher entity, whatever entity is watching them and controlling the monsters and causing all of this death and destruction. Like, I look at the crows as a metaphor for that. I didn't think of them as something that would actively like help the evil entity, but maybe it is.
Usually the birds, they are usually if you're talking about horror TV series, they're usually controlled by an entity. If you're talking about horror,
right.
If you're talking about esoteric matters, then yeah, they're the symbol of not necessarily an evil symbol if you're talking about esoteric matters. But in horror, they usually attack
because like
what's happening here.
Yeah, it's straight out of Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds right here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Robert asked, are we sure? Robert says that he's not sure that the crows aren't like a vision. But people are actually reacting to them. So, I mean, not to say that several people couldn't have the same vision. I mean, they could, but if it's flying through the window, I don't know. Does the window, do we have a picture of the window, the destruction of the window after it flies through or whatever? But I know that in general, a crow or a bird flying in your house is a bad omen. It is a bad omen. It's just not a good thing. I don't know.
Yeah, that can't be good. That can't be good.
And it looks like it comes through the window. I think that one of these pictures showed like some damage to the window. So I don't think it's a vision. I think it's something that actually happened. So we don't know why. Looks like you see the shards of glass right there. You see the shards of glass. So it's come through the window. It's not like the dummy that appeared to Jade in season 2 and it screamed at him. It's not like that. It's not like that.
No. Yeah,
something
I think
this is happening that other people are experiencing.
Yeah, I think it's real. I do think it's real. So, I think the entity is probably controlling the crows and their metaphor.
Right, because you see those shards of glass, so it just flies through.
Yeah, like this one. Yeah, you can definitely
see the shards of glass falling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
you see that person kind of shielding, themselves from the debris or whatever, and like what's going on or whatever.
Yeah, it looks like Fanny Pack Granny here.
Ooh.
I think that's Fanny Pack Granny.
I wonder if she gets the shit pecked out of her, will people be happy now? Because I think a lot of people do feel that she's sus. So maybe people will feel that she gets what she deserves. If she gets the shit pecked out of her.
Nah,
I don't know.
I don't want to see that happen to Fanny Pack Granny. I like to joke about her, but no, I wouldn't.
I don't want to see that, but I know a lot of people think that she's sus.
But I know I've said this before, but I just keep going back to the image of the rat eating the crow in the cave.
Exactly.
Like it's such a great metaphor, and I think it's foreshadowing because the crow represents the watcher entity that's hurting them, that's in control. The rat represents the people because Jade said they're like rats in a maze. And the cave tunnels are actually a maze. So like it's a metaphor that really hits you in the face when you think about it. And I think it foreshadows the fact that they're going to break the cycle, and this time they're going to triumph in the end.
Definitely. This time they're going to win. This time they're going to go through a lot of shit before they get there, but they're going to get there.
They're going to lose a lot of people along the way, but they're going to make it. They're gonna break the cycle in the end, and that's why we saw the rat eating the crow. It's symbolism. It's foreshadowing.
Let me ask you a question here. If you go to the picture with Christopher holding the ventriloquist dummy, whose vision is? We know that this is a vision. Is this Elgin's vision? Does Elgin see this? I wonder. Who sees this? Who sees this vision here? Because we know that's Christopher, because that's Christopher's shirt.
Yeah, I think it's probably Jade again. In the trailer, they made it look. Yeah, in the trailer, they made it look like Elgin was looking at it because they showed Elgin and then they cut to.
I don't think that's real at all. No, I'm just saying. I wonder who's seeing this particular one. So it definitely could make sense that it would be Jade.
Right. Because like he's the one who's always targeted with these dummy visions, and Christopher, he's seen Christopher before, and this is so awesome. We finally get confirmation of another theory, like this dummy was Christopher's. A lot of us have guessed that, and so it's nice that it looks like we're going to be getting some answers to some things, even
confirmation that we already theorized about.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. Hell yeah, give us some answers. We need more answers before we pile on more questions. But yeah. So
this is another question for you, Julie.
Okay.
Yes, both of us. But
okay, let's see if I can find it.
It's down there at the bottom.
Yeah. Wait. Oh wow. Yeah. Oh hey. Wow. Justin. Awesome. Happy to see you. Happy to see you, my friend. Glad you could make it. And Betrayed King, like my superhero, Betrayed King, set up my Discord for me. He's awesome. Glad you're here, Betrayed King. Let's see if I can find Robert's. Let's see. Oh, I think I found it.
The cows were actually, because I wondered when we got the first full trailer for season 3, I wondered where the hell were they keeping the cows, because we know they were keeping the goats and the chickens within the pen next to the barn, but where the pen is that they were keeping the cows is across from the gas station /bar. That's where it is. If you go back in season 1, episode 1, you can see the Matthews drive by it, and that's why the wood kind of looks new or whatever the case may be. We just weren't over, they never showed us, scenes over in that area where they were keeping the cows, but that's where they were keeping the cows. It's actually across from the gas station.
Yeah, we just didn't see it. Like there's a lot of stuff we just didn't see on camera, but like we just have to assume that they're there. Yeah, Justin.
I don't think Christopher's alive, Justin. I mean, he would be geriatric at this point. Like, what has he been doing this whole time? I don't think he's alive. I think that the entity that controls this dimension is able to use the dead of the past to basically mind fuck these people. That's what's happening.
Yeah, I agree.
No different than Katri and Tom, no different than Abby, no different than the Puritan man drinking from the child's skull that Jade is going to see in season 3. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
these are all people that died in the past and now it has control of their avatar, if you will.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's just another vision of someone who died there. Yeah, that's a great point, Sofielle. Yeah, I agree. But Jade King said Crow was coming for Tilly. She's sus. Even the birds would know. Even the birds know what's up.
So people are going to be happy if she gets pegged.
I guess so. I guess we got Justin's cheering on the crows too. Yes, peck Granny.
That's why I asked the question, because I constantly see people saying that they think that she's sus. To me, she's just a nosy old lady. I'm just like, maybe you guys don't have grandmas or something, and you don't realize that this is how old women are, and they usually do know when someone's pregnant. I've seen that happen before my very eyes.
Like, okay, like
other people haven't had that experience.
I understand that. Okay, I totally understand that. The only thing I would counter that with is just this. This is not I don't think this is a normal pregnancy.
Definitely not.
I think it's some kind of entity in her. So if Tilly could sense that makes me a little suspicious, like because the nature of the pregnancy. If this were the real world, I would just say, oh, well, some women just have that sense. That's what makes me look at her a little funny. I've got my eye on her. I'm not totally Tilly, Tilly's sus, on team Tilly is sus, but like I've got my eye on her. That's all.
Did you find Robert's question?
I'm still trying to find it.
If people's actions can create a vision, and if Fatima's health takes a turn for the worse, then maybe Fatima creates the vision of the crows with Tilly. But we actually see the proof that other people see that the crows come through the window, though. That's what the picture shows. So it's not just a vision that one person is having.
Yeah.
And Fatima has no reason to want to see harm on Tilly, if I'm understanding the question correctly. She has no reason to want that.
Right. Yeah, I don't know why Tilly would let's see. I mean, wait a minute. If people's actions can create a vision, and if Fatima's health takes a turn for the worse, then maybe Fatima creates the vision of the crows with Tilly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do agree. Like, I absolutely think that people's actions can create visions in this place. Definitely. That's why I think Tilly's little dance in the rain, where she was twirling around like a ballerina, I think that manifested into the music box in Boyd's dream state. So I do think I'm with you on that people's actions could create a vision. So yeah, I don't know. And it's also interesting how the crows are going right at Fatima. Maybe it has something to do with whatever entity is inside of her. Like they come right at her. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see if I can scroll down a bit more. see, Justin said, if you've seen what you know about the boy in white and you were stuck in Fromville, would you trust him? And if not, what would you tell him? Oh, no, I would not trust him. No way. I would just, no, whatever he said to do, I would just do the opposite. Tells me to get in a tree. No, I'm not doing that, dude. No, absolutely not. Like, he sent Boyd to that. I believe he was the one who controlled where the tree went, and it wasn't random. He sent Boyd into the dungeon dream state. So I wouldn't be taking his advice. What about you, Sofielle? Sofielle, you there? Papa Socks. So this picture that's on the screen now, this is the ambulance pulling up to the tree that fell in the road for them. So this is their version of the tree. Now you'll notice it's a different tree than the ones we've seen before. So we've now seen 3 different trees with 3 different arrivals. And every time it's a different tree, it's a different road. So clearly it changes every time. I mean, these portals kind of open up all over the country, and it's always different. Now, something that I thought was really interesting about this, there's no snow anywhere. There's no snow, 0, not even a single speck. I don't see any snow. So how is that? It's arriving toward the end of the day. It's about to be dusk. There's no snow. Then the ambulance pulls up. All of a sudden, there's loads of snow on the ground in Fromville. I just think this is more evidence of a theory that I have, which is this tree, it's kind of neither here nor there. It's not in what we call the real world, and it's not in Fromville either. It's in like an in-between space. And if anybody saw the show Constellation, it portrayed this as like a space between parallel universes. And it was neither here nor there, just kind of in between. So this is what I think this space could be. Like, people cross into what I call like a thin spot from the home dimension or the real world. And then they enter this in-between space. They see the tree. They turn around, go the other way, pass through another thin spot, and then they're in Fromville. Now, like, why do I think that? Because why don't they ever see the tree again? They go to Fromville, they go around in circles. There's no tree. And is the tree in the real world? I don't think so, because it would be blocking traffic. Someone would be out trying to clear it. It would be drawing in way more than one car at a time most of the time. So the tree thing has always fascinated me, and I finally settled on that theory. I think it's just in between both places. It's its own liminal space or in between space. Let's see.
That makes the most sense, because then once the people arrive at the tree and they are forced to turn around, they never see the tree again.
Right. Exactly. It's like, where the hell does the tree go? Like, trees, I mean, I know all kinds of impossible shit happens here. We know this. So yeah, I guess the tree could just evaporate or something. It could be an illusion, but I like the liminal space concept. So that's what I'm going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Constellation was a fantastic show. I'm so
it was really
so
good.
Disappointed that I really wish they'd renewed that. It was so good. Michael Jamal. Hey, Michael Jamal. I haven't seen you in the chat yet. Thanks for coming. Hey, Julie B. Looks like Tilly's wearing shoes with white soles, like whoever's unalived in the wheelbarrow. Yeah. I think so. That's true.
But she's not beloved, and she's not beloved. And not that they said that those actually were actual words on the episodic synopses, that it was, they said goodbye to one of their own. It could really be anyone. That's true. And those Tien Chin doesn't wear those kind of shoes, but I don't know. Maybe there's more than one body. I don't know. I think Betrayed King said earlier that maybe one of the bodies in the wheelbarrow is it's the EMT. They are going to have to scoop that person up because they get killed immediately. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah. Betrayed king, stop fringifying my horror. Why not? I love some fringe. I love me some fringe. I don't mind some fringe in my horror. And we know it's more than one genre. I mean, technically, this was supposed to be sci-fi horror. So
yeah, sci-fi horror, psychological horror.
mhm. Yep, thriller, drama.
Little drama.
Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't mind a little fringe in the show, but
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Betrayed King, 100% liminal space, roots in Latin limen, meaning threshold.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes. Oh my God! And we have an episode title that's
Threshold.
called Thresholds.
Yes.
It's called Thresholds. Now, that's exciting. Like that's right. I think that's right before the two-part finale, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Thresholds. Accusations start flying and truths come to light in the aftermath of a tragedy. Victor struggles to remember long buried memories about the town's past. Julie and Ethan search for answers about the mysterious ruins in the woods. Now, this is a really mysterious one for me. I'm racking my brain trying to think of what this could mean. So, anyone in the chat, if you have ideas, throw them in there because I don't know, like what kind of accusations are going to start flying. I know Tony said he thinks it could be like accusations about a mole. Like this is where Donna's exposed as the mole.
Well, then it goes back to the pictures that we got that were leaked, or I can't remember if there were the 45 pictures that were leaked for episode 1. I don't think so. I think it was the new trailer where we see Boyd is leaving the barn, where we assume he was taken and held by the nightmare creatures along with whoever gets killed in there. That person dies, he emerges unscathed, technically. I mean, his arm is scratched, but that's nothing when it comes to these nightmare creatures that are eviscerating people.
Right.
So I think they're going to wonder, like, it's just like Jade asked them, like, how did you survive?
Right, right.
You're going to start to wonder, how is that possible? Because you see that picture when Boyd is walking, away from the barn. Everybody's kind of standing around looking at him like, how?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if let's say that there's some trickery going on, the barn scene could happen in episode 7. These fragile lives. The edges begin to fray as concerns about Fatima's pregnancy deepen. Now, before that, we had Fatima and Ellis make a big decision about her pregnancy. So I think it could mean they might try to end it to save her because there's some entity inside her that's not a baby. But I don't think it would work. If they try, it's not going to work, in my opinion.
It's definitely not going to work. It's not going to work.
No. And then, in this one,
it's going to affect her health.
Yes.
Either it's going to kill her or she's just going to be bedridden or something.
Yeah. Yeah. And what's interesting? I realized when we were doing the rewatch of the rest of season 2 with Jeremy, Reggie actually had a quote that it looks like they actually used an episode title. I mean, they used his quote for an episode title. Reggie, of all people, he said, like, I never knew how fragile our lives are, like how something to that effect. That's not verbatim, but it was basically like, yeah, I never realized how fragile our lives are, and he was right. And now here we have these fragile lives, and so something happened in this one. That this could be the barn scene. This could be something happening to Fatima and the baby. Maybe neither of them make it. I mean, we know a tragedy has happened in that episode because in here we have the aftermath of a tragedy. And yeah, so you could be right, Sofielle. Boyd could come out of that barn unscathed. Maybe there are accusations thrown at him. Yeah.
There's going to be a question because Jade is asking it. Jade usually asks pretty important questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if he's asking that question, then I'm sure everyone else has the same question as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Robert said the accusations after Tianquan's death is most likely that they're out of food. True, but I think they run out of food pretty early.
Yeah, they're going to know in episode 1 that they're out of food, and how is no food an accusation? I don't see how that really fit. Now, accusation would be that Boyd is in league with the nightmare creatures because they didn't kill you.
Yeah, I mean, there could be something
what Randall was trying to prove with tying Donna up to the tree down there at the RV with Jim. You know, it's what Boyd coming out of the barn unscathed is going to prove. That they're going to maybe think that he's in league with the nightmare creatures, because why didn't they kill you, bro? What's happening?
Yeah, it's possible. Like, yeah, Jade, the way Jade said, "How are you alive?" Yeah, and yeah, I mean, betrayed king. Yeah, accusations probably revolve around the food. I mean, I think the food is going to be an issue, but I think it's got to be something more than that. Something a little more dramatic. I mean, they already did have an issue with Dale accusing Eldrin and the bus people of stealing food.
Right. That could be I had a fun, a little idea that maybe Dale, ends up, doing another forming a coup over there at Colony House because there's no food, because you already stabbed somebody over and they had food at that point. So it could be that. But it could be something like that, or whatever. But yeah.
Yeah.
Robert says the accusations by Randall and Dale, which has happened before. I'm not sure which accusations you mean, Robert. Or maybe accusations of stealing food. Is that what you mean, Robert? I'm not sure. Justin wants to know how he can donate to the channel, Julie.
Oh gosh, I didn't even think of that. I don't even know. I'm so new to this. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Like, people do super chats. I have no idea. I'll have to figure that out for the next time. But thank you for asking that, Justin. I'll have to figure that out. I appreciate it. Yeah, Papa Sock said accusations of an ambush lead me to think maybe someone is helping or screwed up, and that's what caused the ambush.
Right. Like they're gonna think that he caused all this. And someone said that BK said that Reggie blamed Boyd because he went out there. So I think they're really going to blame Boyd. They're really going to blame him. They're going to say you're the reason why they did this. You're in league with them. They let our animals out. They killed them. I think the animals are going to rot right on the spot. It's not going to be like it happens in the real world with an animal. It's just going to be that the meat is going to be rancid and they're not going to be able to eat it. I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do about that.
Mean, the parsley that's on Jim's shoulder can only take them so far.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know, but one of my huge theories from these pictures that have been revealed and what we've gotten in the new trailer or whatever, they find this body of water. Boyd is Mr. Fish and Loaves. They're going to be able to get fish. They're actually able to find some food that was, growing just wild, I guess, by these new cabins, and that's why they come back with the carrots in their backpacks, Jim and Kenny. So they're going to be able to probably go fishing in this water. And even if it's frozen over, all you have to do, plenty of people in Alaska or, in Canada, they make holes in the ice and they fish. It's not frozen all the way through. So they're able to, they're going to be able to get some food somehow. It's not going to be completely lost.
Yeah. And I think this could be the Lake of Tears. This could symbolize the Lake of Tears that Ethan's always talking about.
Right.
Yeah. I think this pose is so funny. Jade's looking like trying to make a seductive pose while looking like a lumberjack or Sasquatch. What is that? God, Jade, please cut your hair. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's hard. It's painful to look at this point. Yeah, and they're yeah, something big is going down in this conversation. They're sharing some of Katri's precious liquor.
This must
Oh.
be do you think that this is before the nightmare creatures let the animals loose and they go out?
Yeah, I think
Maybe
it's
this is before because
absolutely
it's
like,
nighttime, right?
yeah, this is definitely right before, I think. Yeah, that's why the two of them are out there together trying to herd the
Right.
animals.
And
Yeah.
his shirt is and the shirt is clean.
Yep. Yep,
Boy's shirt is clean.
absolutely.
No blood, shoulders not scratched. So this would be
Nope.
right before that.
Yeah, and I love that they're putting their heads together. This is about damn
Yeah.
time. These are the
Right.
two working together the most, and they've never done that before. They've never shared
Exactly.
information. Like, these are the two that could, if they put their heads together, like, they could actually figure this thing out in the end.
Right. Right.
And I was really hoping for this because, I remember seeing them pulling the cart together, and I thought, I hope this is kind of like a symbolic moment where they're going to start working together. Just the image of them pulling that cart. That's what needs to happen. But yeah, getting back down here. Yeah, Granny Monster. This is really cool seeing her transform. It's freaky
I
as
really like
hell.
that. I love horror. When I saw it, I was like, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love it. I love it. And here we have two redemption arcs in action going at the same time. We've got Sarah helping Julie and Ethan get to safety, and we've
But
got Randall here.
I cannot say that this is outside of Randall's scope. Randall was the first one who wanted to go help Jim get Tabitha out of the hole that she fell through in the basement of their house. So he's never been the guy who says, "Well, I don't want to help you people." He's never been that way. So this is not outside of the norm for Randall to help these kids. I mean, he was on the way to his nephew's birthday party, supposedly, allegedly, with a drone. So he's
True.
I guess he's for the kids.
True. Absolutely. Yeah, but excuse me, I'm choking on my water. Yeah, I think this is the start of his redemption arc.
Right.
He's going to help, he got off the bus. He's going to help save them. He's probably going to help save Acosta when she gets there on the ambulance later.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, he's going to be back on the bus, and he doesn't play well with others, so that's why he wouldn't stay at Colony House. And Angela E asked, I don't know why people ask this question, will Randall and Julie start dating? Julie's 16 years old. She's supposed to be 16 years old on this show, and really it's only been like what 2 weeks, 3 weeks tops. This entire show, like that would make Randall a pedo to me. Like, he's a grown man. Like, he has no business with a 16-year-old girl. That is not cool at all.
oh no, 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 no. We don't need to see that. We don't need to see that. Absolutely not. Yeah. I don't know why anybody would even think of that, or God forbid ship them together.
No,
No.
that's not. Even if someone in Wild Marjam is saying, "Oh, she's 17," that doesn't make it better. Randall's like 30. Really? No, that's not cool. It's not cool at all. Period.
Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cool. I agree. Yeah. Let's see. I'm not sure what this was in reference to. BK said he probably sees Tom or Cautry or Christopher's dummy or Ankui kids, and he's just like, yeah, that's normal. What was that? What was that about? Don't let Moriel cut his hair, though. Hey, I would settle for a Moriel hack job at this point. Like, bring it on. Anything would be better than this. I think go for it, Moriel. Please tame that ridiculous. Oh my god! Like, I don't even know what you'd call that on his head. Mari dies trying to cut Jade's beard. Oh man. Justin, yes. I love how Sofielle speaks her truth points on the actual stream. Nice.
Robert says it is 13 or 14 days have passed by his count and 11 days by Bidey's count. So it has not been very long at all.
Yeah, that's not long at all.
No.
No. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I never got a chance to go back and try to count them myself.
Yeah, I missed it too. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to like really watch the whole series and just write down every last, every time a new day starts or a new night starts. I just never got to it. That's crazy. Just think of how many things happened during this time. Like the insanity that's happened to them. It's only been maybe 2 weeks tops. Just mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. Let's look at some more of these. So we've got, let's see, more monsters. Now, oh yeah, there's Acosta trying to shoot at the monsters. Here Acosta's down here. Mm-hmm. She doesn't know that yet. That's not going to work.
Not going to work.
Now, this is interesting. This, I'm trying to figure out what this could be. You can't save them all. She's giving the keys to Boyd, or holding out the keys. So something is going down, and this is a different night than the ambush night. This is the night the ambulance arrives. So episode 4. So the question is, who does he need to save? Is Colony House under attack during this night?
I think it's just all these. I think it's Colony House, and I think it must be something happening in town as well, or it could just be, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's a group of people, and he's probably going to have to make a tough decision about saving this one versus that one or something.
Yeah, like just one of those impossible, like Sophie's Choice kind of like conundrums.
No matter what, going to win, basically.
Yeah, there must be like, Colony House, I think, is probably under attack again, or the window's broke, so it's been compromised, and something's, I agree, something's probably going on in town that needs his attention. So it's
one of the security guards is pointing the weapon up the stairs. So remember how the security guard was pointing the weapon at Jim when he was trying to bust out to go back to his family after all that bullshit that he caused or whatever down at the RV. That was inside the house. It's definitely going to be something that's happening inside, but I don't know what happens that the woman with the green shirt ends up getting wounded from something outside the house. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a really tough one because that scene is like a split second in the trailer, so it's very hard to see what could be happening there.
And it's the only time we even get a glimpse of Marielle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You just see like just a little bit of her greasy, nasty hair in the corner of the shot, just enough to make out that it's her. Yeah, yeah. Well, we know that she's not going to die early if she does die because she is in one of the later episode descriptions. So, yeah. So I don't know. Let's see. Yeah. So I like in the chat. What do you guys think? Do you have any ideas like who would Boyd need to save on that night? Because I'm curious. I'm curious to know what people think. I haven't seen a lot of people talking about that particular thing. Been a lot of conversation around other things, but not this. So I'm curious if anyone has ideas. Let's see.
What was the question?
Who would Boyd need to save? Like if he has to choose between two groups. If anyone in the chat has an idea, just let us know. Justin says, when Victor says no, no, no with Sarah, do you think he is putting out a flame? Yeah.
I told him yes. And then also we have Victor already drew a picture of a house on fire. And this would be a scenario where a house would be on fire.
Yeah, he did.
They don't have a way to properly heat these houses. That's why they're inside with coats and hats and all these things on, because they don't have, proper heating. It was perpetual summertime. They didn't need to.
Yeah.
So something's on fire.
Yeah, something's on fire. Yeah, right here. This is it. And I don't know what in the hell Victor and Sarah are doing. Are they building a fort together? What the hell is going on?
These two are they're a mess. They have no business living together.
Right? What the hell is this? I mean, it's weird enough that they're hanging out this much. We saw them in a scene.
I guess Victor's the only person that she could hang out with, because he wouldn't be afraid that she would slit his throat or anything. You know, he wouldn't be afraid of her in that way. Nobody else wants to really be bothered with her.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Elgin was kind of coming around. He came and helped her pick up her stuff, and he threw it all on the ground.
when he realized that she's the one who slit her brother's throat, he got up and he got out of there pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, he did, but he wasn't completely turned off. He did, after that happened, he did come back and help her pick up her shit off the ground that Kenny threw everywhere. So I don't know. He might be. I don't know. He might still have some interest there, but yeah, I don't know what the hell this is. I don't know if is Victor living with her now. What in the hell kind of pairing is this? Like, we saw them she's in a bedroom, sitting on a bed, I think, talking to him, and he says, "I need to remember what's missing." And now they're down in the basement building forts, and there's a fire. I don't even know what to make of this. Like, yeah, if you guys in the chat have any idea what the hell this is, yeah, you could enlighten me, because I'm at a loss. Like,
I don't know.
I am just at a loss. Like, this is another thing I did not have on my bingo card. The crow smashing through the windows, and then this is even weirder. I don't know.
Right.
I like, it does look like a fort. I don't know what else it could be. It's so weird. She should be locked up. She shouldn't even be in her nice cushy house.
That's what I'm saying. She's back in her house. So if she's back in her house, so that would mean that, you know, she would technically be away from everybody. Boyd already said nobody's going in the box, so she might as well be over there with the other guy that people can't really get answers out of, at least not yet.
Yeah, I don't know. It pisses me off. She should be locked up in that little room where Frank had to sleep. That's all.
Good night, Robert.
Good night, Robert. Thanks for coming. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Tony Vasquez said that he wonders if the days will become shorter and nights longer when winter hits for them, so the monsters are out longer. That's possible as well. I mean, technically, the entity in control of this dimension can stop daytime. It could. And that'd be another way to sweat these people out, because they have to go out during the day to get food or, you know, whatever. I always thought it was strange that the food was just concentrated either in the Liu family basement or in the diner. I mean, and then Colony House they seemed to have their own food supply, but all that food would be rotted at this point. There's no more loaves of bread, no more apples, no more peaches, that sort of thing.
Yeah. 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 So yeah, it's definitely going to be a problem. Yeah. That's the days being shorter and the nights are longer. Like, that's just even more time they have to stay inside and hide from the monsters. So yeah. Oh yeah, Robert. I don't know if Robert, you signed off already, but Robert, you don't have to worry. We will never give spoilers, and we'll always avoid them. We don't want spoilers. That's the last thing we want. And I'm gonna, every single video that I post on my channel, I'm gonna pin a comment right to the top saying, you know, please, you know, I'm going to follow Jeremy's example of basically, you know, warning, I will, you know, if anyone posts spoilers, your comments will be deleted. You know, please be respectful of other people who do not want spoilers. So yeah, nobody has to worry about that. Like, I'm going to be watching my comments, and I've got that comment that's going to be pinned to the top of every comment section. If I see anything spoilery, that's going to get deleted immediately. So you guys don't have to worry at all about being in my comment section. So no worries. And yeah, I hate when people spoil stuff for others. That's just a shame. Anyway, the blanket fort. Yeah, the entity will protect Sarah. Oh yeah.
Well, this is Sarah's house, so she wouldn't be building a blanket fort in her own basement. This is Sarah's house that they're in.
It makes no sense whatsoever.
Paula's dead, Reggie's dead. She buried Paula. She's got her house back. Boom.
Yeah, it just makes no sense to me at all. Why they're both together, why they're building a fort in the basement. So I'll be curious to see what the hell this is. BK said maybe Victor is experiencing an active vision. The interesting thing about him is we've never actually seen Victor have any kind of vision other than just seeing the boy in white. I think he definitely sees things with his mind that he draws, that he definitely hasn't seen everything that he's ever drawn with his own eyes. It's just, there's no way he could have seen all that stuff.
Right.
So yeah, we've just never seen him have.
He's having premonitions, definitely, because he wasn't there when Boyd and his family arrived to see Boyd coming out of the forest with the goat, but yet he had a picture of it. He must have had a premonition.
Yeah, definitely. We just have never actually seen it happen. We saw Tabitha's premonition dream. We've never seen Victor having premonitions, but I do believe he has them. Absolutely. Let's see. Yeah, mutual hallucination is unlikely, or at the very least extremely rare. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. There can be mass delusions. It's possible for two people to have the same delusion at once, for sure. Yeah, spoiler-free zone all the way, BK. Absolutely. No one spoiling anything for people in my chat. Hell no. Yeah, I guess Paula and Reggie died. They wouldn't give it to someone else instead of Sarah. They should. I mean, there aren't that many houses, and there are an awful lot of people, even just that live in town. So there must be multiple groups of people living in each house, not just a single family in a lot of cases. And yet Sarah gets her own house. The Matthews got their own house. I guess, main character privileges. So
well, yeah, and she pretty much slinked back over there after after Reggie was back. It was at Colony House, and Paula was dead. She buried her, and she took her shit back finally.
Right. Yeah. Sonic. Nice to see you, Sonic. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Sonic. Let's see. Give Victor some peaches, and he will see whatever you want him to see. Yeah. What about those peaches? It might be something to that. You never know. I know, like, some people thought something. Donna's putting something in those peaches, or something special about them. With so many deaths and so many recycled homes, are any of these houses haunted? Some of these homes have had multiple deaths over the years, and then new people move in. Yeah, I mean, there should be ghosts everywhere in this place. We've got a few. I don't think they're really ghosts. I think they're projections of the evil entity. Like
right.
Ghost Autry, Ghost Tom, Ghost Abby.
Yeah. I can't wait to see Ghost Cautry and Boyd. I can't wait for him to tell Boyd to keep his fucking mouth shut. I can't wait.
Right? Oh, I can't wait for him to come back. I cannot wait. He is. Every scene that he's in is just fire. It's epic. Damn! Look at that! Look at that pile of rotting food. Holy shit!
Well, see, this is what I'm saying. I think my idea is that all this is going to happen in rapid succession. Boyd's going to come back to town. It could even start snowing then, or shortly thereafter. After they see this pile of rotted food. Food doesn't rot like this normally.
No, it doesn't.
It
doesn't rot like this. Yeah, this I don't know what this is, and look how pale Fatima looks here too. She looks like hell.
She almost looks pale, like the nightmare creatures.
She kind of does.
Striking because she's a woman of color, so you could see the paleness even more so.
Yeah, I know.
She looks
You know,
bad. Is that what's going down over there at Colony House? Ugh, no, I would not want to be pregnant in this nightmare scenario. That's crazy.
Oh my God. No.
And I don't even know what they would do to end the pregnancy. Whatever they could come up with, it would not be good for Fatima.
No. You know, the more I see her like this, and the more I think about it, and I see how in the episode synopses, it's just constantly Fatima's pregnancy over and over again. It keeps like the concerns get worse and worse. I think the more I think about it, I can't help thinking about that ghoulish looking Fatima thing that tried to drown Elgin in the tub. Maybe
I was so excited when I saw that. You know, once I got over the shock of Elgin being in the bathtub with his whole ass t-shirt on. But after I got over that, I was really surprised about that entity. We never saw anything like that, and we haven't seen anything like that after that.
No, we haven't. And I mean, that thing had hair so much like hers. And it had
it was shoulder length. I mean, Fatima has really long hair.
But it
did remind you, I think the clothing on the entity did remind you of Fatima. Like if she were to starve and this baby were to do this kind of nightmare, you know, sucking of her bone marrow, everything, taking everything from her so that it could come to be, she would end up looking like that entity. That's exactly how she would look.
I really am starting to think that basically that there's an entity inside her draining the life out of her, and she'll turn into this dried up husk of a creature at some point.
What does her eyes turning blue have to do with it, Delcinia? What does that mean? I'm not sure. You have to remind me of that horror trope. She said she's going to turn the TV off if her eyes turn blue. I'm not sure what that means.
Her eyes turning blue.
I'm not sure.
I don't know either. Yeah, that one I'm not familiar with, and I've watched a lot of horror. But I think she's going to turn into that Fatima Ghoul thing. I really do. And I don't know why she would be trying to drown Elgin, though. I mean,
she means a White Walker from Game of Thrones.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't watched that show, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah. I forgot all about. Because they went through the babies in Game of Thrones went through a transformation to turn into White Walkers. Babies were given at the edge of the forest or whatever that realm was as an offering to the Night King. I think that's what they call the head White Walker or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. I'm so out of the loop when it comes to anything regarding that show. But I know general stuff because I know it was a cultural phenomenon. So yeah. Let's see.
I completely forgot about that, but that was a transformation, and clearly Fatima is going through a transformation that is not normal for any woman that's pregnant, because most women, and apparently a lot of people have seen a lot of toothless women that have had babies, but I haven't seen that before. Like, you have to really not be taking care of yourself if your teeth are going to fall out. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I don't.
This is a nightmare scenario. So of course you get pregnant in this nightmare scenario. You don't have, the things that you need to sustain your pregnancy. So.
Yeah. I've got my YouTube chat open, and for some reason I can see some of the comments in that I can't see here. But yeah. Hi. Let's see. Where is it? Hi, Tiffany. Nice to see you. Glad you could join.
Hi, Tiffany. I didn't see you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Say hello to people as I see them.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not getting every single message in my chat on StreamYard, but I have my YouTube open on my phone too. Anyway, yeah. Wild Majorum says Elgin is instructed by the Fatima monster in the bath to kill her baby once it is born in the bathtub. Huh. Interesting.
We've already had a message being sent to someone to kill the boy. So, I mean, that's really not a stretch. If this is an entity like we think that it very well could be, maybe they need to kill it in order to stop it from, going forward. Remember way back when you and I started to theorize on Jeremy's Discord, we were talking about if this place is basically powered by one singular child, and that's what the Nkui kids represent. 7 children, 7 cycles, 1 child per cycle to power this place, just like Victor was left in this place. Maybe it takes 1 child to power it. So when Sarah got the message to kill the boy, maybe Ethan needed to be the one that was killed to stop this cycle from going forward.
Yeah. I still have that theory in mind too. I think that's a
it's definitely something to keep in mind, but I'm not sure how. I'm not sure. I'm just saying that wouldn't be out of the realm to maybe just to have to kill this baby, and maybe Fatima is the one that dies. I mean, because if the baby dies, let's be honest, we're really not going to care. We're not really going to care. We might be relieved, actually, or whatever. She would be a major death if she died.
She would be. She would be a major death. I don't think she's making it out of this season. I don't think she will. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason the StreamYard chat is not moving, but hey, the Grumbledore. I don't know if I said hi to you before, or if you were here earlier, but hey, glad you could make it. Yeah, Game of Thrones, it was a cultural phenomenon until they reduced the dialogue by 70% and characters started doing dumb shit. Imagine over the course of 1 episode, Boy turns into Victor. Ooh, yikes. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. Okay, yeah, that sucks. Xavier Anderson says maybe that was a metaphor for throwing the baby out with the bathwater, since people think Elgin is supposed to be his mother. Or I guess she's supposed to be his mother then. Fatima's his mother in some people's theory. I think that's what he meant. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as far as I don't think Elgin could be Fatima's kid because his complexion is too dark.
It's too deep. Yeah, that would be horrible casting if they're trying to say that Elgin is Ellis and Fatima's child. That would be horrible casting if it was Elgin. Horrible.
Yeah.
They need to find someone that at least look like Ellis. At least.
Definitely. I mean, it would have been interesting. I would have really liked that storyline if they had a character. It turned out it was their kid, and it somehow traveled back in time and got there. But yeah, I don't think so. This doesn't fit. Jones said, I think Elgin had a premonition that Fatima tries to kill her baby, and he visualizes it through the baby's eyes.
That could be interesting.
That could be. Justin said, if you could pick 3 major deaths, who would you choose from the bus or the town? Who would you choose?
Well, I don't think the people from the bus would be major deaths, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe he means like 3 from the bus and 3 for the town. Well, I wouldn't want to lose any of these people. I mean, if I could choose, I would pick 3 bus people only. I'd pick Marielle, easy. Randall, although Randall can be funny sometimes, I'll have to admit. It was funnier than I remembered when I watched it again. It's like when he had that knife and he was like coming at Jim, you want to dance?
That was such a dated phrase. It was bizarre that somebody as young as him would say something like that.
Right, it was so weird and corny. I don't know why they gave him that dialogue. Too young for that.
Yeah, I'm sure it means something we just don't know, but
yeah, he said all kinds of
deaths would have to be Tien Chen, Fatima, and I hate to say it, but Christy.
Yeah, I could see it.
Because if I had to choose between Jade and Christy or Jade and whoever else,
Yeah.
Or maybe there could be a complete twist and it ends up being Tabitha, because just because she's where she is now, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen.
Because I had the idea that maybe if there was some kind of element of I don't want to say time travel, but maybe time shifting or acceleration of some sort. Because if we can say that it could be an accelerated pregnancy for Fatima, then maybe Tabitha gets out and she goes through what she gets through, and then she comes back into town. If she were to come back through a tree or something like that, she could get killed as soon as she comes back, just like that could possibly have happened to Miranda. We don't know. We don't know that level of information. But
no, we don't know.
Could die too. She could.
It's possible. It's absolutely anything is on the table, really. Angela
said, a horrible single dad, but at least Julie is 16, 17 years old, so she can handle herself.
Oh yeah. Angela said Dale, and Dale. Although Dale is funny. Yeah, I like Dale. I think he's funny. I mean, I don't like him as a person, but I like watching him. I think he's entertaining. But yeah, BK said Sarah, Dale, Randall, bonus Marielle. Yeah.
Yeah, but those people are not beloved. They're not, and they're also not major characters. Like Sarah and they're like Dale is like a third level character, and Sarah, Randall, and Marielle are like second rate characters or whatever.
Yeah.
So people from the bus, I'm just saying, if the people from the bus die, Justin, I'm not gonna give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. Like, you can go, you can say Bacta, she's done. She's already said what she had to say. Elgin, he never really coughed up what really happened in his dream to make him throw up all over Randall. So I'm starting to not care about that. And then,
right.
Like, Randall, okay, you do need somebody to stir the pot in this scenario. You need somebody who's going to take chances, even if he does it in an ignorant way.
Mm-hmm.
But if he died, I'm not going to care. I mean, I was excited when the cicadas went down his throat because he deserved it. So I don't care.
Yeah. I don't care either. I don't care about any of the bus people, to be honest. Although I mean, even though I think Tilly is sus, Tilly death would be sad.
Oh, I forgot about Tilly. Yeah,
she's
a
little lady.
She's not endeared to us. I wouldn't care. I don't care. I don't care about anybody on the bus. I don't care.
I don't either. I just would, be sad to see that little old lady die. If the monsters ripped her up or something. I would find that sad, but I'm not emotionally attached to any of the bus people at all. Now, in a minute. So let me see. Yeah, Fatima has plot armor. She's the weed lady. Yeah, gotta have her.
Well, now that nothing is growing, she's no longer the weed lady, so she can get it too.
True. True. BK. Oh, this is so funny. Jim, Julie, Ethan. Then Tabitha fights to come back to save them, and she only risks herself again. Damn, that would suck. Oh my god. God, that's yeah, that would be that would just be too cruel.
I'm getting the idea that Betrayed King doesn't like kids.
Yeah, kinda. Hey, Quan Solar. Hey, glad to see you. The bus people are red shirts, cannon fodder. Oh yeah, all the way. I just and I don't think it's just a matter of like them not being like I don't think it's just the fact that they came into the game late, so I'm not emotionally invested in them. I just don't think the characters are as strong as the original ones.
Exactly. That's what it is. It's like, I know that they spent a lot of time trying to, make us care about them, but I don't care. I mean, as soon as Marielle gets there, she's sucking down the morphine. No.
Yeah. I cannot stand her.
Now we have an ambulance coming that's probably got a shit ton of morphine and other drugs in it. She's going to be tweaking. at this point. She's clearly not out of the woods in regards to her sobriety.
Yeah. Yeah.
She might start living in that ambulance because she's going to be so in love with it.
Right. God, yeah, I can't, and I just can't. I forgot how much I really can't stand her after doing the rewatch. I forgot just how, like, the way she screams and yells and rants at Christy, like, this is your fault, you disappeared. Like, she blamed her for getting back on drugs. She blamed her for getting herself trapped in this town. She blamed her for,
which is what people who have addiction, they usually do that. She's a good actress. That's exactly how people act when they're in full blown addiction or whatever. So that was really good. But as a character on the show, do I care if she gets killed? Absolutely not.
No, absolutely not. And her whole reaction was so unreasonable when she got to town, and she's like, she was pissed at Christy. Like, she chose to stay there in this town full of what looked to her, Marielle, like a town full of nutcases with guns pointing at them and talking about monsters coming out at night. I mean, okay, so if you don't believe that yet, but how do you know Christy hasn't been held hostage here all this time? Why you just jumped to blaming her? Like, that made no sense at all. Oh God, I cannot stand her. Anyway, this has got to be in every single chat when it comes to who should die.
Tell me why you guys hate Jim. Sure, he's not the best. He's not the best dad. He was trying to, keep his marriage together. He's not the best dad, not the best husband. He just realized when he was in the diner and he snatched Victor up, he just realized he was in a town that he couldn't leave. Did monsters come out at night? And then you think there's this pedo is talking to your child. You might be a little rough around the edges after you just finished boo-hooing in the bathroom over your dead child. That's why he overreacted. I mean, if you look at it in the context, it makes sense why he would overreact like that with Victor.
Yeah,
when Jade overreacted Victor for no reason, and you tell him, what the fuck do you know? Whatever.
Right.
You like Jade slide because he's gorgeous, but Jim though, you guys don't let him slide. Why not?
Because Jim
put his shoulder is right there.
Because Jim grabbed Victor and violently shoved him out. That he assaulted him. Like, I mean, it's. That's a
but at the diner, when Jade found out that Victor knew about the symbol in the tunnels, and he didn't tell Jade after him and Jade had a deal that Victor was going to tell him everything that he knew, he did snatch Victor up.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think he kind of.
No. They're all defending Victor, but he did snatch Victor up.
Well, not like what Jim did. He grabbed.
True.
He grabbed Victor, but he didn't take him and violently shove him out the door. That's
I agree, I think that Jim is just, he went about it the wrong way. He should have never teamed up with Randall, but nobody was listening to Jim. He tried to tell Boyd about the voice on the radio, but Boyd was so consumed with the bloodworms and going to go talk to Tien Chen about Sarah still being alive and him not putting her in a box, etc. Boyd didn't even listen to Jim when he said, I heard a voice on the radio. So Jim ended up teaming up with crazy Randall, who was a conspiracy theorist, unhinged, because who's traveling on a bus with a shotgun? Who does that? But you said you're going to a birthday party. Why are you going to a birthday party with a shotgun? That makes no sense. But I digress.
Right. Yeah.
That's why Jim made the entity that's controlling this dimension. It makes people do things that make no sense. It's nonsensical. Why would Tabitha go to a lighthouse to save children that are clearly already dead? How would that make you able to go home? How would that save your daughter who's in a trance screaming with her eyes rolled back in her head? It wouldn't.
No.
All these people are doing things that's nonsensical. The entity keeps them confused. It keeps them in their own crazy bubbles, if you will. So they're not reacting the way that they would if things happened to them that were normal-ish in the real world. This is not the real world. This is a dream dimension. This is a horror nightmare dimension, if you will.
Right. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, Wild Marjoram. Jade does have better one-liners. Yeah, he's comic relief, but it's amazing how he also has really great dramatic chops too. I wasn't expecting that at all. Like the emotion, the emotion.
Senior said Jade's the man bun, but now Jade is going to have a man bun too because Jade's hair is just as long as Jim's. So are we going to put a little hate on Jade now, or are we still saying that even though Jade is out of sorts and disheveled, but he's still more gorgeous than Jim, and that's the reason why you guys like him? Just be honest. I'm just saying to say that you think Jim is gorgeous, and that's why you let him slide with the bullshit.
Right. Oh. Yeah, yeah, that's so true. Wild Marjoram. Jade can make you laugh or cry. I wasn't expecting that kind of depth from him when he talked to Tian Shen and said, "They come with you when you go." That was just beautiful. He had so much emotion in his face. He looked like he was about to cry. It was so beautiful. He's amazing. He's absolutely amazing. He's my favorite character by a mile. I just adore him. Yeah, Team Jade. Hell yeah, Team Jade. But yeah, I was gonna point out something. Where did it go? So we got a huge spoiler from that video. Huge spoiler. I mean, it's something that we had already guessed. Most of us had guessed it by now, but I can't believe they gave this away. Where'd it go? The bear trap. It's so obvious what's happening. Why would they why would they give oh yeah, right here. They're running away. Jade and Christy, and Jeremy pointed out that he's looking at something that's probably not even there. Christy can't see what's there. This must be right after he gets the vision of the Puritan man. And he starts to panic, just like when he saw the Civil War soldier, and he panics and runs. And then what happens? But Christy gets stuck in the bear trap. I mean, this all but confirms it. I already thought it was her anyway, but they just gave it away. I mean, I'm surprised. I don't know why they would do that, but yeah, they gave that away. We were analyzing the shit out of this. I'm telling you, like we were analyzing how the socks were pulled up over the jeans, what
Right.
shade of blue the jeans are, what kind of boots is she wearing. We were looking at everybody's boots on the show. Like this is how deep we dissect this show. And then they just give this away. What the hell? Yeah.
I also think that it indicates that she'll be wounded, but she's not gonna. It's possible that she's not gonna die. It's not a mortal wound or anything. So maybe she's not gonna. This will be her injury. Because if you think about it, nothing's happened to Christy.
No,
I mean, sure, her girlfriend came or her fiance came and she was strung out or whatever, but that wasn't news to her. She already knew she had a drug problem.
Right. Yeah, I mean, right. Yeah, she's not gonna die in this instance. I don't know. Who knows? By the end of the season, you never know. But
that's true.
But yeah, this was the picture that Ricky put up, the actor who plays Kenny, a few months ago, and there's Jade, there's Kenny, and then somebody's right in between them, and you can see the arm. You can see like there's an arm with a kind of grayish sleeve wrapped around Kenny's shoulder there.
Right.
Another arm wrapped around, and I think that he put this face here to cover up that it's a woman's hand, just to really cover it up.
Right.
And obviously this is right here covering her head. So that's got to be Christy. Like
definitely
100% Christy. So yeah, then he took this down. But once you put that out on the internet, you know damn well we're saving that. So too little, too late. Yeah. I don't know what he's trying to hide here. I'm not sure what exactly. Maybe the totems.
Maybe at that point he was trying to hide that was Jim with him, but we now know that that's Jim with him in that spot.
Right. Yeah. Maybe
this was way before. I think this was before we even got the full trailer. I think.
Oh yeah, this was like back in May or something. That this
Yeah. So he was probably trying to hide the fact that Jim was with him.
Definitely. And then this, I don't know what he's doing here. What is he covering up here? I bet it's that Tabitha's back. You know, there was a behind the scenes photo that was released of Tabitha in this diner hanging out with the cast.
See, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I think it is. I think Tabitha's in this diner, and one of these things is covering her up, probably back behind him. Yeah. I'm telling you, I hate to say it. I know people don't like to hear it, but I have to call it like I see it. And I think the evidence is saying Tabitha's coming back sooner than we thought.
Yeah.
Why would she be hanging out on set with these people if she's not coming back?
Just the reason why we knew that it was going to be the boy in white in the real world, because he was hanging out on the set.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And then it turned out to be true. We got confirmation. I'm so excited. That's another thing I wish they hadn't spoiled, but I was so excited to see that. Like, I mean, we suspected it. I had my theory that he was going to appear to her, and you know, she's looking across the street. I mean, this was like a blink and you miss it thing. You'd only see this if you watched it and kept stopping it and looked really close. But there he is, waving like a little creep there.
Wow.
I'm so excited for that. God, I would have lost my shit if I just saw that and I didn't know it was coming. I'm mad at them for giving it away, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm excited to see it anyway. And why was Eloise painting this? Like all of this stuff.
What that has always indicated to me is that I always thought the boy obviously was an avatar for an entity. Can I say that it's the entity that controls this whole thing? I don't know, maybe, possibly, but it is definitely an entity. I didn't need Sarah to say that I don't think it's a boy. We both know that it's not a boy. We all know that it's not a boy. It's got to be an avatar of such. Maybe it's an avatar for the whole dimension, because we know the trees are a part of this whole thing. This whole thing is alive. This place is alive. So this place, maybe the boy in white is the avatar for the entity that is this place, the trees, the buildings, the whole thing is alive. You know, it could be possible. That's why there's a picture of the boy in white surrounded by trees.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the trees. Of course, there are trees. There are trees everywhere.
Created these nightmare creatures from trees. Maybe that's why they were desiccated inside.
Maybe. Yeah.
That's possible, because the way that the way that Smiley looked inside was what you would see in a tree that has been rotted.
Yeah.
It could look in certain species of trees, it could look dry like that.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, the boy in white is the Rod Serling of Fromville. Yeah. Oh yeah. I find it really interesting that, I mean, I'm assuming Eloise painted all this stuff in Henry's basement, and I find it so interesting that she painted the man in white. So has she seen this iteration of the boy in white? Like, are we ever going to see him? I would love to see that. I mean, eventually the boy in white's going to be way too old for the role, so they can just switch him and use this as an avatar.
Right.
You know what's creepy though? I like the little boy in white thing. Although I swear, if they get Michael Emerson to do it, hell yeah, sign me up right now. Like,
they're gonna cough up. They're gonna need to cough up way more money than I think they may have to get him.
Yeah, probably. I can dream though. I would lose my shit if he showed up. Absolute. Oh my god. Let me see. Yeah. Tinfoil theory. Yeah. Great question. Great answer. A whole new dimension. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. Quan Solar. I definitely think the boy in white controls where the trees send. I think the boy in white controls where the trees send people. Definitely. 100%. he chose to send Boyd to that dream state dungeon thing. I believe that. I believe that. And he sent Sarah to where she would be safe. He said, get in the tree, you'll be safe.
Seemingly safe. Initially, I thought that, yeah, Sarah was safe because he said, you'll be safe. But really, he sent her back into town where she actually tried to push things to a limit so that people would kill her. That's why she was walking around town and letting people verbally assault her. That's why she wouldn't stay in the church when Boyd told her stay in the church. And you know what I mean? It's why she was, even when Kenny was with her, when nobody could go to sleep almost at the end of season 2, she wanted to die, but that place wouldn't allow it. Yeah. It was just part of her torture that everybody basically, that she had to endure, everybody turning against her.
Yes. Yeah, I think so too. But yeah, he did send her to a place where she was like safe enough until Boyd could come back and protect her. Like she just hid in the basement. And yeah, Papa Sock said Sarah did need to say she didn't think it was a boy at all, because some of us are, and I mean me when I say it, are slow. Yeah.
Oh,
you're not slow, Papa Sock.
No.
You're not slow. Nah. Yeah, Quan Solar. Yeah, I definitely believe that. He sent Tabitha to Maine. Absolutely, he did. Because, like, if you think about it, okay, she got to Fromville driving in Arizona. She gets chucked out of Fromville by the boy in white. He says, I'm sorry, I really am, but this is the only way. Then he pushes her out. Now, what is the only way? He has some kind of plan for her, something that he needs her to do or to learn or something. He sends her to, of all places, walking distance from the man who we believe is Victor's father and Eloise's house. Now, what would be the odds of that? You know, it looks like she's going to just walk straight to his house. We have multiple pictures of her walking down the street, and she's probably doesn't have any money to pay for transportation. Eventually she gets Henry to drive her somewhere, but she walks to his house. I think it's pretty clear. And I mean, what would be the odds of all the places that she could possibly land in the entire country that she's within walking distance of Henry's house? So that wasn't a coincidence. I think he sent her to Camden, Maine on purpose to either find Eloise or her father or both. I don't even know, but it's definitely related to those two, and find something in that basement. There's got to be, we need this mind-bending discovery that they're teasing. So I hope it's going to be something earth-shattering.
I hope so. I mean, but in reality, it can only be a few things, and I don't know. We just have no idea what direction they're going to take the show.
Yeah, I know. We got to prepare ourselves to be potentially let down, and it could just be these paintings, you know. But Tony was saying that earlier. You know, it could be mind bending for her to see these paintings, and I just, it needs to be mind bending for us too. We're the audience watching this. Like, it needs to be.
I don't know how mind bending these paintings would be for her.
Yeah,
maybe if she'd never seen the Nkui kids, or I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how mind bending that would be for her.
Yeah,
exactly. Juan. That the boy in white is it. Yeah, because look how he appears to her in the real world with the waving.
He looks so
definitely like an ode to Stephen King. Definitely.
It was such a Pennywise kind of moment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I love it. I love it. That's going to be an awesome scene. Yeah, and I think that he'll lead Tabitha right to Henry's house. He's got a plan for her, for sure. He'll lead her to Henry's house, and yeah, I don't know. From there, the mission might be to, I don't know, bring Henry or Eloise or somebody like that. Either one or the other, bring them back to Fromville for some reason or other, because Eloise probably wasn't supposed to escape. Maybe that needs to be corrected. Like,
because it was supposed to be Miranda that was on the same path as Tabitha.
Right.
So Miranda didn't make it. or so we think up until now. We don't have any information to refute that. So the boy wants to set things right. So maybe that's why he wants to bring Eloise back in or bring in Henry. I'm not sure. But Justin asked if we could have one superpower, I think, to get out of Fromville. What would you pick? I don't know. I don't know about superpower. What superpower would be able to get you out of this situation in which you're trapped? Because clearly there's a way out, but the boy in white doesn't want people to get out. He only wanted Tabitha to get out because he wants her to maybe bring a Mack truck with Costco shit on it and a wig for Christy. That's about it. We don't know. He wants something. He wants her to bring something back in to Fromville. I'm assuming it's someone.
I think so too.
Not just information that people don't know anything. They don't know what to do. Okay, so she comes back and says she sees pictures in a basement. What is that going to mean for everybody? That's not going to mean anything. And if she gets back, she's going to be trapped again. That doesn't do anything for anyone. It doesn't even do anything for her.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And I put in my video that I think Tabitha is sort of the allegorical figure of the Crown-Monocle, and she's literally sent flying out of Fromville, like the flight of the Crown-Monocle. She's she visits Henry, who's like the lonely dragon, all there by himself there, and the basement is like the cavern of the lonely dragon. So I mean, it would be great if she could find something in that basement that would be helpful.
Yeah, like an addition, but I really think that she's supposed to bring back a person. Now, Betray King says sent Victor to the labyrinth. Was Victor seen between Colony House Massacre and the finale? Yeah, he was down there waiting for Tabitha when she fell through the basement. But we didn't see Victor for like a day and a night before that.
Yeah, he sent Victor down to the cave, the labyrinth, and he told Victor to wait there for Tabitha, and we were wondering what the hell happened to him for a few episodes. And then
Jay was bugging everybody about where was Victor squatting or whatever.
Yeah. And Victor said that the boy in white told him where to hide it down in the labyrinth where he would be safe. So I personally think Victor was never in any danger down there because he still had a part to play in this.
Exactly.
I don't think he was even in any danger at all. And the boy in white sent him there. Yeah.
Angela E asked, in Camden, Maine has an actual lighthouse. Will Tabitha visit? I wish that she would, because then that would connect to Stephen King as well, because he has stories where there's a door to another dimension in the lighthouse. I wish that would happen, but I don't know. I don't know how they're going to play it. If they bring her back in the ambulance, I guess not. She's not really having the adventure in the real world that I thought she would.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking? I was kind of thinking that maybe, Camden, Maine is one of the only places, like one of the very rare places in the U.S. where there are mountains right on the coastline. And so I thought, maybe this Fromland area is kind of like a mirrored pocket dimension version of the Camden, Maine area, because when Tabitha goes up into the lighthouse, what does she see? She sees mountains. Now, we don't see water, but that doesn't mean there isn't any water down there. There could be water, and there could be the mountains. And I thought, so maybe she could find a lighthouse in the real Camden, Maine that kind of mirrored that one, and even like maybe a ghost town version.
And then she would find the door back into that dimension.
Right.
I'm just saying that was kind of fun. That was fanfic on my behalf, because of course there was no evidence for any of this. But with the evidence that you and I were talking about, her being in a town that mirrors Fromville, except it's empty, was from her premonition, season 1, episode 9, when she was walking through a town and she's looking around as though there's no one in it, but we know that it's Fromville. I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know when that's going to come into play or how. I honestly don't know now at this point. And then that part of Fromville she was in, there was no winter going on there, that's for sure. So I don't know, but that we'll see. Yeah, so Quan Solar, I meant internal tech, not it, but that works too. Okay.
Oh, you meant IT. Oh, well, I thought you meant it, like, from Stephen King. Okay.
Yeah, same. I thought so too. Okay, the boy in white controls the tech. I think he wants Eloise back. Yeah, he might.
Because things are out of whack because of what happened in 1978. Miranda was supposed to be on the same journey that Tabitha's in, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, that's right.
Before she could go through the bottle tree, the lighthouse bottle tree,
right,
and get to the lighthouse.
Yeah, and there's something I cannot understand about that whole story. After watching doing the rewatch again, she like Miranda. So Miranda said that she needed to go to the tower to save the children who were locked in there. I mean,
Right.
is it possible that there were real children in 1978 locked in that lighthouse?
No, I think it's all a ruse to keep this cycle going. This is everything we're seeing is cyclical. These are the same things that happen with these people, and because the cycle didn't complete as it should have in 1978, Victor remains trapped. Eloise somehow got out. There's a big hole right there. How did Eloise get out? Did she just simply did she go to the lighthouse and she was pushed from it? I mean, if she wasn't, then how would she have gotten out? We don't know what really happened to Eloise. We're just assuming, and we're just filling in the spaces in the story in a way that it would make sense logically that she must have gotten out. Otherwise, then what's the point? Unless the mind thing we find out is that there never was an Eloise, or that Eloise died before Victor and Miranda went to wherever got to Fromville. That could be mind bending. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't really know what happened, but we know now is that Tabitha got pushed from the lighthouse. She must have fallen through a portal. That's how she ended up in the real world, because that's what the boy in white wanted her to do, so she could bring someone back in. And the only person that we know of consequence that got out, and they shouldn't have probably, is Eloise.
But the question I have is, so what was Miranda supposed to do in the first place? Was she supposed to be sent out of Fromville, because there would be no reason for her to go out?
I think so. I think I think it must be that. She must have been I think she was lured there. She was being lured there in the same way that Tabitha was. It made no sense that
but
Tabitha was deathly afraid of these Nkui kids, and then all of a sudden just suddenly switched to, well, I should try to go to the lighthouse to save them. Why?
Well, I understand all that. I understand all that, but in Miranda's case, there's no need to send her out to go get anyone. I mean, unless someone else got out that wasn't supposed to get out. I mean,
or unless this is just a cycle that happens, that the mother is separate. Remember when we were talking about that maybe they need to isolate one child in this place? Remember that whole idea that we had, that maybe it takes a child to power this place, and then maybe that was the reason why Tabitha got pushed out, and maybe that was the reason why Miranda got killed, was because they just needs one child to power this whole dimension.
So maybe the point was to just get rid of Miranda and send her out, and
isolate Victor.
Gone.
To isolate Victor.
Not to ever bring her back, just to have her be gone. Yeah, that I could see.
Never be gone. Right.
That makes sense to me.
But then if that's the case, then why does Tabitha get back? Why does she get back into Fromville then? Because I feel like the boy in white, or whatever entity he represents, is he's drawing people in, and he's also has the ability to let people out. We see that with Tabitha.
Oh, yeah.
He can let people out. So I don't know if it's just that this cycle has to go how it's going in this particular manner. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the tinfoil theory is, if Victor is unknowingly controlling this whole thing, maybe he wants his dad.
Maybe
it doesn't have anything to do with Eloise. Maybe he just wants his dad, because we don't see Eloise yet. I'm not saying that she's not there, but I'm saying tinfoil theory. Maybe he wants his dad.
Right. Maybe. Angela has an interesting point. I've heard this said, and it's really interesting to think of. I think they named Victor this. I think they did this on purpose. You think there's a reason why Victor is named Victor? It means winner, conqueror. Yeah, I think they named it that. The show named it that on purpose. He was like kind of the victor of that round because he survived, I guess. So I think there's something to that. I do. Yeah. Quan Solar, yeah, Eloise is the one that got away to the boy in white, unless Elgin's grandma escaped. I think it's possible that Elgin's grandma was there and escaped, because that nursery rhyme was not a normal nursery rhyme. And how did she know that? They touch, they break, they steal. That was not a nursery rhyme. That was from Fromville. So
yeah,
something up with that. Justin said, please go see Real and Taryn when they come see you if you have time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna meet with them. Yeah, I talked to Taryn today. I just got some more information from Taryn about it. They're coming to my state. Actually, they're coming just a couple, I don't even, maybe like half an hour away, to Providence. I live in Rhode Island, and yeah, they're gonna come for a weekend in October. I forget the dates, but it's the weekend that the 5th episode of From is gonna air, and they're gonna tour some historical sites in Providence. Taryn thinks that there are clues there, to his theory, his historical theory, and they're gonna actually they're gonna have like a meetup where, like, I guess they might have dinner and watch the episode of From together, and then after that do a live stream together. And they asked me to come, and I'm probably gonna do it. Apparently Tony said he was gonna come too, which is wild because he's 3 hours away. That's a long ride for him. He lives in New York. It's 3 hours from me, but yeah. Taryn said Tony's definitely coming, so yeah, so that'll be interesting. And then Jeremy might come. He's gonna come if he's able to, and so that'll be a really cool experience. I've never actually had the opportunity to meet people that I've met in a Discord or a fandom online before. That'll be a first for me. 'Cause everyone is always like spread out around the country or in other countries that I meet, and I meet these awesome people, but I never get the chance to actually see them in person. So yeah, that'll be trippy, man. When I heard Taryn say he's coming to Providence, I thought I'm not hearing you right. That's impossible. He's from London. Of all the places in the world he could choose to go look for clues, he's coming to my backyard. Basically, it's pretty wild. So yeah, it should be a good time, and I definitely want to join. And yeah, I guess in the live stream they're going to do like a group thing, so we could all do it together. And I might have to be on camera for it. I guess they're going to be on camera. I don't really prefer that, but if they do it, what the hell? I'll do it. I'm just, I don't know. I usually prefer not to be, but I think it'll be a lot of fun. So I don't want to miss that opportunity. Yeah, I mean, hanging out with multiple YouTubers at once, that'll be that'll be a surreal thing for me. I mean, keep in mind, I didn't know any of these people or know any of you guys like just several months ago. I didn't even know about this show. I didn't start watching it till March, and fast forward to now, and like these YouTubers are coming to my state, and I could go hang out and do a live stream together. So it's pretty cool. I appreciated that offer. Oh yeah, Justin, that sucks if Eloise is dead. Oh my God, please live.
yeah,
That would be the biggest letdown.
yeah. What was the point of revealing that Victor had this forgotten sister, and now we never get to? It's not like there was any revelation in the pictures that she drew. She was the revelation that she existed.
Right.
Now we don't get to meet her, and it's just but maybe.
Yeah, I've always thought that, like, again, she's a Chekhov's gun. She's a plot device that they put in there so that Tabitha would have some kind of connection to Fromville when she leaves, like something, someone to look for, someone to connect with. I think they wrote her into the plot in season 2 specifically for that. So If she goes out there and all she finds are a bunch of creepy paintings Eloise did, that's gonna suck. Everyone was so psyched to see Eloise, but we'll see. We'll see. You never know. You never know what could happen.
Papa Socks asks if it's going to take two children to solve the riddle, and now it's up to Ethan and Julie. Well, they are going to go to the ruins, some ruins there, and try to figure out something. So maybe it's possible.
Yeah, and that's happening toward the end of the season too. So something big is going to go down. Yeah, what ruins are they even talking about? I don't know. Like ruins in the woods. I mean, if it's just the dungeon ruins, that's boring. We've seen those already, so it can't be that. I don't know. It can't be the cabins. Those aren't ruins. They're still in good shape. That's I don't know. It's kind of baffling me, and I don't know why she would.
I don't know what that means. I don't know.
Like, why would she bring Ethan with her, her little brother?
Now, see, this is what makes me think something could. You know, everybody will be happy. Something could happen to Jim.
Yeah.
It's possible. Then these two children just out on their own.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Remember, Julie said this to her mom after they found her in season 2, that she said what she was thinking about this whole time was that she was going to have to take care of Ethan on her own. So there's already been foreshadowing for that in this story.
Yeah. So it's possible. I mean, Jim, that whole thing with Jim hanging upside down in the lighthouse, I mean, that could foreshadow something happening to Jim, not literally in the lighthouse, but something like like we've talked about, he could step into a trap where, like one of those rope traps where you step in it and it pulls you up into a tree, hanging from the tree. We both had that thought, maybe, or maybe it's just he's in some kind of peril. But he's going to be in big trouble in some way. Everything in Tabitha's premonition dream I think it's going to come to pass eventually. It's only a matter of time. And they can't wait too long. I mean, people are going to start to forget the details and it'll lose its impact. But I find it so entertaining to think of like a covered wagon rolling into Fromville. I wouldn't be surprised if they had covered wagons just showing up here back in like the 1800s. Wagon wheels. And this just looks so cool to me. There's an X made out of sticks. It's like it's warning you to stay out. And someone said in a YouTube comment on my video that it looks like a skull and crossbones kind of.
Right. I definitely think that was the I guess early people who may have lived in these cabins, their attempt to ward off the evil.
Oh yeah.
I think that it's always been this way in this dimension. This is not anything new.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this is a huge clue. We were already speculating about this anyway, that the totems, like scarecrow totems, can possibly ward off evil. Maybe they can keep the monsters out of the entire town. So like a higher grade of talisman, basically. But I mean, this is a huge clue. You've got
it's obviously something that was created for protection, just like a scarecrow. That's the purpose of a scarecrow, is to keep the crows away. Now we see crows pecking the shit out of people, so maybe it's obviously for protection. It's some kind of totem for that, or scarecrow, or something of that nature.
Yeah, and isn't
everybody trapped in this dimension is going to have to use what they know or what they can to ward off this evil that's happening to them.
And isn't it interesting, given the use of crows in this show and the sinister nature of them, that they would be scare crows, like they're keeping the evil out, and the crows represent the evil entity. Like they symbolize that evil entity, and maybe even are a tool of the evil entity now that they're attacking people. So exactly. It's interesting that they would have scare crows. And look, you have you know, this one has eyes that are really closed shut. You can see the eyelids. So that's see no evil, hear no evil. It's got 2 stick arms up where the ears would be. Speak no evil, pursed lips right there. So that, to me, that's got to be a reference to warding off evil, because I looked it up, you know, in Confucianism, it basically says it's kind of like that saying, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. It's meant as like advice on how to avoid, like basically to ward off evil, and you know, to exercise prudence and avoid evil. So yeah, I think that that's definitely a clue, the way that they're arranged like that, that they're definitely able to ward off evil, or at least intended to. We don't know if it actually works, but at the very least, that's the intention.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
No different than whoever created the talismans.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, yeah, I think this is what sends Jade running. And then Christy gets caught in the bear trap. This guy choking him in the vision. That's what sends him running. And he gets caught in the trap. I mean, she gets caught in the trap because of that.
Right.
You know, last time he was attacked by a vision, he took off running then too, the Civil War soldier.
Exactly.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Now, this is interesting here. Randall laying on the ground, and the monsters are just kind of standing around staring at him like they did when Smiley collapsed. Something about the after effects of the cicada entity seems to be keeping them from killing him.
Yeah. So I assume the same thing is going to happen to Marielle and Julie as well. And Julie even says something to that effect, that she feels like this place is of her, in her now, in a different way than before. And that would be true.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also the same reason why they're not killing Boyd as well. Of course, on first glance, it seems like Boyd just has this extreme plot armor, but it's more than that. It's because he has been affected by this entity now. Because even in the forest, after Boyd exited that dream state, and he was running with chasing the dog with the torch, he couldn't see the monsters, but they could have seen him. He was behind one of the smallest trees in the world, so they could have seen him. They probably did, and they just didn't touch him.
Yeah.
They didn't kill Randall out after he was infected with the cicadas. He was out there for Elgin, Donna, and Dale to find the next day.
Yeah. Yeah.
They could have ripped him up. He's definitely vulnerable. And he totally did the fall that girls do in horror flicks when they're being chased. Like, oh, he kind of fell down or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's because the cicada, I think there's some kind of hierarchy where there are some entities that are more powerful than others, and the cicada entity seems to be more powerful than the monsters. So when that's present, they can't do anything about it. They're just standing there staring at him. So there's something of that entity that's still with him, I think. So yeah, I hate to see him get plot armor, but it's kind of looking like that's what's going to happen. I don't want to see anyone else get plot armor, to be honest. I mean, but it's interesting though. I mean, definite parallel to the scene with Smiley on the ground, and they were just staring, and then they just walk away. But I was sure that Randall was going to be dead that night in the woods. Those cicadas went inside him. I thought, okay, the monsters are going to kill him. I couldn't believe it when they went out to the woods and there was this crazy jump scare, and he jolted awake and screamed.
Right.
I never expected that.
But I just got the feeling that Donna did. Why would she go out there and look for him after he knocked you over the head, shoved you in your own vehicle, and took you out in the woods and tied you to a tree? But then you're going to, like, not even 24 hours later, go look for him in the woods. It didn't make sense to me.
No. It didn't make
Not only
sense. It
that, you
didn't make
brought him
sense.
back to safety. Like if he
I
was killed
know.
out there in the woods, just let him rot. Oh well, it is what it is. But no, you go out there and you go find him and you bring him back to safety once you realize he's alive. Why?
I don't know. That's crazy to me. Why would she even bother going to look for him after what he did? He almost got her killed. If Boyd hadn't shown up, he could have gotten her killed by the monsters. And she goes and drags his ass back to Colony House. That was weird. That was really weird. Yeah, I don't understand that one. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, the trees. I think the more I look at the picture of the boy in white and the trees around, the more I think about Victor saying the trees are moving closer and that's bad. Are the trees keeping something in or out? I look at it kind of as a metaphor. The trees moving closer, the trees are, it's like a menacing thing. And I think I think it might tie back to family trees. Like there's something to do with the family trees of these people. Maybe their ancestors committed some kind of evil that's cursed their whole family line and they're drawn in here because of that. Who knows? I mean, anything's possible really at this point. But it does make me think about family trees with the trees moving. Let's see.
Tony Vasquez has an interesting assertion.
Oh, here it is. Yeah. Interesting that Victor says the boy in white had not come to him since he was a kid, probably the night after the massacre. What if boy in white became part of Victor and he separated himself for a new body, Ethan? I think the boy in white did stick with him for a while after the massacre. In an interview, Scott McCord said that the guy who plays Victor, he said the creator John Griffin said to him that the boy in white, his friendship helped Victor survive for many, many years. So I think that he did stick with him for a while. And then he went away once more people came. I think that's when he must have gone away. And Victor hadn't seen him in a very long time. And then Ethan comes in. And then the boy in white, Victor said, the boy in white chose you like he chose me once. So, yeah, so that's why the boy in white turned up again, because a new cycle had begun. So everything's starting over again. Ethan is now the new Victor, quote unquote. And yeah, so that's what I think about that. But it's still entirely possible though that the boy in white could be some kind of extension of Victor, some kind of avatar for Victor that he doesn't even know about. He's not aware of it at all. I wouldn't rule that out. I mean, anything's possible. Like Victor, I definitely don't think Victor is like a villain that knowingly, if he's behind any of this, he has no idea. In my opinion, no idea
Yeah,
at all.
he doesn't know. He's completely disassociated from all that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I don't think he's Kaiser Sose.
No, he's not going to just suddenly be like, surprise.
Completely unaware that he's. I think he's completely unaware that he's drawing these people in.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of in a way that Christy was unaware that she was going to draw Mary Ellen,
right,
by her desire to be with her fiance.
Yep. Yeah, I think she did. I think you're right. I think she manifested that.
And she did feel guilty after after Marielle showed up in Fromville. She did feel guilty about that.
She did.
Because she really essentially thought that she gave Sarah permission to like try to kill Ethan.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, she felt like somehow she caused this, like she willed it to happen, because Sarah said, would you do anything, like, would you do one bad thing if it meant you could, bring, you could have Marielle back, you could be with her again? And Christy said yes. And then Marielle shows up. So yeah, I think she did manifest that. But this shot right here has to be from Randall's perspective on the ground. Imagine looking up and seeing that. God. horrifying.
Right. But they're not going to kill him.
No, they're not.
He's been touched by the cicada entity, or I can't tell you where the cicada entity falls on the hierarchy, but obviously it's not the big bad quote fingers that's controlling this whole thing.
No.
But it's definitely higher than the nightmare creatures. Nightmare creatures are just drones, essentially.
Oh yeah.
It's a hive mind.
I agree.
You can tell that when you hear them scream and then they all turn and go in that direction of the scream. That's hive mind behavior.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They seem to move in unison a lot. Yeah, they stop at the same time. Yeah, this one is inside the church, and yeah, this must be. I'm guessing this is when, like, you see Boyd, Jade and Boyd, wheel that body down the street from the barn toward the church, and then Boyd, we saw him carry the body into the church in pictures. I'm guessing this is after that. And then Jade,
definitely after the barn scene, yeah.
And then
whatever happens in the barn.
And then Jade says, "How are you still alive?" Which is chilling, really chilling. Yeah. And obviously, yeah, we've got Boyd's trademark yellow shirt here. We know who that is. This dude really loves his yellow shirts. I don't know.
He's got like 3 cases of those. That must have been what he was carrying in the back of his in that trailer that he was pulling with his car when he arrived.
Yeah, maybe. Oh my! I gotta get my charger. My battery's gonna die. Sophia, you want to talk for a minute while I grab my charger?
Oh, sure.
I'll be right back.
So, Xavier, you think that Henry escaped before? Oh, that could be interesting. Because if Henry ends up being the person who comes back because either Eloise is dead or she just doesn't make it back at this time or whatever the case may be, I would wonder why the boy in white would want Henry to come back in, because it would have to be a situation where he wants Henry to come in, because people come in because the boy in white lets them in, just like he let Tabitha out. So that's possible. You think Christy should have asked for more detail while Marjoram? She probably should have. Well, she did, but Sarah played it off like it was just hypothetical. So Papa Socks, you think that Sarah's over her one bad thing limit? Yeah, she was over that limit before she arrived in Fromville, I think, because I think she slit her ex-boyfriend's throat. I could be wrong.
Oh, she absolutely did. 100%.
She did. She made quick work of Toby.
Oh yeah.
And then she gave him a little kiss first, which was extra creepy.
Yeah, that was the weirdest, most surreal thing to me. I remember watching that episode, just being totally baffled as to what I'm watching here. Why is she doing this? It was literally the kiss of death. She kills him right after. At least it was like a nice parting gift before he went, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I think actually, I don't know who suggested, somebody said this. I can't remember where I read it, but maybe she kissed him because I think it might have been Real, actually, that Real might have said this, maybe because I wish I could remember who it was so I could give credit appropriately, but yeah, so like if Sarah killed her abusive ex possibly, then she might have kind of been having a flashback to her ex when she did that. So that's why she kissed him and then killed him, because like she was imagining her ex.
Well, my idea is that it's kind of like people calming down an animal before they slaughter it. That's how I view it.
Yeah. True. Yeah, and she also said, "This is not your fault." Okay, what's not your fault? The
Right.
ambulance, the accident, the car accident.
I
Yeah,
thought that it's not your fault that these voices in my head are telling me that I need to kill you and cut your tongue out. That's not your fault, but I'm going to
yeah,
do it anyway. So there's a knife to the throat. Ugh, you know.
yeah, yeah. She did that before. She knew what she was doing. That was a that was not her first kill.
Yeah, I could tell she enjoyed it, kind of. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the weirdest shit. I don't, I don't know. That like that whole first episode, it was on a whole other level of just bizarre and shocking.
Right. I
Uh,
do remember that Papa Socks when she gave Ethan that creepy smile after she was walking by. Yeah. I don't trust Sarah. I don't trust her. At
yeah,
any moment she could get some voices in her head that persuade her to do something else.
exactly. Exactly. How do we know that she's not going to listen to those voices telling her to kill people ever again? How do we know that for sure? We can't really be sure. Yeah, killing her brother by accident might have, snapped her out of this, but who knows? I wouldn't chance it. I wouldn't let her walk around free. Now, this picture here, this was an interesting moment in the new trailer that we got where Tabitha said, I think I was sent here to find you. And we don't see who she's talking to, but I'm thinking it's Henry.
Right. I'm thinking it's Henry too. I mean, because this is the only thing that makes sense, unless until they show me Eloise, I'm gonna assume that Eloise, for whatever reason, is not in the picture.
Yeah, me too.
And it's all about bringing Henry back into Fromville. That's what I'm going to think.
Yeah,
Next time to
I'm leaning.
profit.
Hmm. Yeah. Um, yeah, like,
Marjoram asked a question: Did Toby have to die because if he was alive and worked with Jade, they would find a way out? It's possible.
yeah, I think it's possible. I think that Toby may have had some kind of knowledge that would have been helpful. Something that would have, like, some knowledge of this place that this entity didn't want him to have, or some kind of ability that would have been too helpful. So,
If he was Jade's friend, best friend, maybe they were both tech bros and they could have figured this out.
right, yeah,
I don't
maybe.
know.
To me, it just seemed like the entity needed to shut him up immediately. It couldn't wait for the monsters to do it. So there had to be something he could have communicated that this entity didn't want him to. So Sarah had to stab him, and stabbing through the tongue is symbolic of shutting someone up also. And now what he knew exactly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like, the only thing I could think of was basically just a bunch of assumptions in a tinfoil theory that, I usually don't go into that kind of stuff too much because I don't like to make too many assumptions, but I thought maybe Toby was paid off to drive Jade in here, and the government paid him off. Government bought Jade's software, opened up an artificial portal into this place to study it, paid Toby off. Toby drives Jade in. He's laced with drugs that he's not used to, maybe, and Jade's in the back seat, which is weird. Why would he be riding in the back seat with his friend? I don't know. Maybe because he's high out of his
The
mind. I don't
weirdest thing for me was that Toby never once asked about Jade. He never said, "Is Jade okay? When is Jade coming back? Where is Jade?" He never once asked about Jade's well-being. Now,
know.
conversely, that's all Jade could ask. Where's Toby? Toby! He just kept yelling his name over and over and expecting him to show up or whatever.
I
But
know.
Toby never even asked about Jade. He never mentioned him. It's almost like he wasn't there. It was so bizarre.
I know. I know. That was weird. That was really weird. They're supposed to be childhood best friends, and he didn't even look in the back seat and like see if he was okay or anything. Uh, that the Toby thing will drive me crazy forever unless they someday explain it. And the longer the time passes and no one ever mentions Toby again, the more I think they're never going to explain that ever. So that's frustrating. I'd still like the answer. But as far as this Tabitha scene, I think Tabitha is realizing exactly what I was thinking, which is that, she said, I think I was sent here to find you. I mean, she's got to be thinking the same thing as me, because she's got to think, well, this is uncanny. I get shoved out of this tower. I'm not in Arizona where I was when I entered, and oh, here's Victor's father in walking distance from the hospital. So it's just too coincidental to be a coincidence. It's too uncanny. So she's like, I think I was sent here to find you. And she was. The boy in white sent her there. I definitely believe that. And seeing him in the real world confirms it even more. So yeah. I personally would have rather it be Eloise, but who knows? We could get a surprise. Maybe Eloise will be there for one episode or something. But yeah, I'm not gonna get my hopes up too much at this point. I'm gonna just like assume that Eloise is probably dead and hope I'm wrong.
Right.
Oh yeah, this is a really good point, Golden Child. That's why Kenny's dad said, I don't like him. He made a mess of things, talking about Toby. Yeah. Yeah, he had some kind of intuition.
Yeah.
He did. Like I think he had dementia, but he was sort of tapped into this place in some way too. Like,
yeah, definitely. And sometimes people with certain mental illnesses, they are tapped into the supernatural, esoteric matters, or whatever. It's the reason why Sarah's the first person that could hear them, whichever spirits were talking to her.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, and I think Kenny's dad was probably tapped in, and like, yeah, yeah, something about Toby. Yeah, I don't like him. He made a mess of things. So it's like every time two cars arrive in a cycle, that's when all these kinds of, that's when this whole thing kicks off all over again, and everything gets worse and worse. So maybe he had some kind of sixth sense about him. He knew Toby driving that second car would, kick off the start of the new cycle. Like everything is going to be a gigantic mess now. It's like he knew.
What was bizarre, because by the time they actually ended up in the accident with Jade and Toby, they'd gone around in a loop several times. There was no car there. It's like that car just appeared out of nowhere.
I know.
And Toby's car just appeared out of nowhere. They'd been around that loop many times.
I know. I think whatever entity crushed the house was making the RV go so fast, and Toby's car too, because Jim said he was going 20 miles an hour. That wasn't any 20 miles an hour.
No, that RV was going really fast, but he thought he was going 20 miles an hour. He wasn't in control.
Yeah, I don't think he was in control of it at all. And maybe the entity even made the RV go into the middle of the road. And like, I was talking to BK about this today. I don't know. I need to watch that again, I guess, because I thought that it looked like Toby's car went flying across the road and ran the RV off the road. Like the RV had to swerve and it went into the ditch. But BK said that the RV basically like moved into the center lane to try to stop Toby's car to ask for help. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but all I know is I believe that whatever entity crushed the Matthews house took control of both of those vehicles.
I agree with that. They're having an interesting conversation in the chat where they're talking about stabilization between the people in the town or whatever. Like how many people need to be in the town to stabilize it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that.
And Robert came up with there's 30. It needs to be about what, 31 people?
I think that's what he said.
I think that's what he said, somewhere around there.
It was, yeah, I think it was either 30 or 31. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough. It's tough to try to come up with that tally.
So my question to the chat is, who's going to replace Tabitha since she's out? She's not necessarily dead, obviously, but she's not in Fromville. Somebody's got to fill it. Okay, of course, we could say Acosta, but it looks like it also could be Henry in that ambulance too. I don't know. Is Henry replacing Tien Chen, or I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. We'll have to see. It's tough because we don't have a firm count on exactly how many people are in this place at any given time, how many red shirts and all that. Like it's Colony House is loaded with them, absolutely loaded with them. Now, these are these social media things. These were interesting.
While Marjoram, the EMT that's driving the ambulance, is dead in front of the ambulance. We can see that from in the trailer. And Kim Merriweather said that Acosta is replacing Christy, but she also said that Tabitha's returning. She is returning. We just can't be sure until we see it exactly when that's going to be. We don't know.
Right.
And she could return and she could go right after. I don't know.
Yeah. It's funny how they're doing this thing again with like it's kind of like the missing posters again, except it's not in the form of a poster. Like it's like last seen.
Right.
Like
it's almost like I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Something like this on a show before where something or some entity was sucking these people in and it was creating these narratives out in the real world to explain where these people had gone or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. There's where let me go back. This thing here. I cannot figure out what is going on here. Why Boyd and this is a behind the scenes photo. I don't know why Boyd and Fatima would be out there. Fatima's really sick this season. So that's a big question mark. I don't know why she'd be way out in the woods where that shed is.
I don't know. It made sense with what you were saying a long time ago when we had the idea that it's possible now, that Fatima has the baby in an accelerated pregnancy, but that doesn't seem like that's going to happen now. So I have no idea what she's doing.
I mean, it could still be some kind of accelerated pregnancy, but it's an entity and it kills her or something like that. But yeah, I don't think my original theory was that, they rip the baby out and the monsters run off with it. And then they go out in the forest on some kind of quest, searching for it. But yeah, I have no idea now what that's about. And this thing, I think BK figured out what this actually is. We thought this was some new guy. But it actually, like BK thinks that this is actually the granny monster transformed without her hair. What do you think? I don't know.
Yeah, that looks that looks like her. That's her same overcoat or whatever. She's just missing her. I don't know, hairnet that she was wearing.
Yeah. It's so weird. It just looks like a man's head to me for some reason. But it makes sense though. I looked at that side by side, and the granny monster wears something like that.
Right.
Definitely.
Well, she's definitely playing a major role here this season.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Yeah, bring on more granny monster. Hell yeah, we need that. After the loss of Smiley, like Granny Monster is one of the creepiest, maybe the creepiest one left. Like when Nathan opens the door, just that hello. It's just I love it. I love Granny Monster. She's awesome. Julie, Randall, and Marielle. Lingering question: what happened to them? Yeah. I really need to know. I need them to remember something. Now, the most interesting one isn't here for some reason. The one that I thought was most interesting,
old school rain hat or something.
Yeah, like those things that the old ladies used to wear to keep their hair dry. Yeah. Yeah, Kenny last seen reeling from Sarah's betrayal, lingering question, can he help lead this town? I think he can. He's actually sounding I mean, it's losing his mother is going to destroy him, but he's sounding very level-headed and like a good leader in the trailer, the new one where he says like we can't keep going on the defense forever. In other words, we've got to go on the offense. So I don't know. I I don't know. He might just crack losing his mom. And if he loses Christy, then forget it. I mean, he's done. Oh, here it is. Yeah. See, this I find really interesting. Elgin, last seen being plagued by visions of a woman in a kimono. Lingering question, what does she want? And what does she want? So that I'm excited about. So are they need to bring this back. That can't just be a one-time thing. This Fatima Ghoul thing. And I think they put out a casting call for someone with that who met that description. So
right, they did.
So that's going to come back. That's going to come back. So I'm really interested to see that. That was the trippiest thing. That creepy ass laugh. It was like a weird what was it? It was like, kind of like a banshee sound.
Like a that's the first thing I thought of was a banshee wail.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was so trippy.
And the banshees foretell of something horrible happening.
Right.
That's where the screaming is coming from.
Yep.
And she was definitely trying to get his attention by drowning him.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wonder why. I mean, Victor says he doesn't trust Elgin. Maybe Elgin is some kind of a threat to this to this place in some way, and he doesn't even know it. I don't know. Yeah, Fatima, how is her pregnancy possible? We still don't know why she was told she can't be pregnant. And yeah, this question, yeah, she's definitely hitting her breaking point. In the new trailer, it said that the pillars of the town are starting to crack. So that would be Donna and Boyd, or crumble. They're starting to crumble. And yeah, Donna and Boyd would be the pillars of the town. So, I mean, who does that leave? Kenny to lead after he loses his mom? I mean, they're screwed.
Yeah, well,
they're
then,
awful.
I mean, that we do see Boyd telling Randall basically he's going to need to step up. He's going to need to change some things around here. He's going to need to step up.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. God, there's so much stuff to go over. It's just,
Did we go over everything from the new trailer? Did we go over all the stills from the new trailer already?
I think we did.
That? We did?
I think we missed these two.
Oh, the last what? Yeah. Now this must be Colony House because that's Donna. So
right.
they're looking out the window at something, but is Boyd like holding a bourbon in his
kind of looks like it.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like
it. Like on the like a smoking jacket. What's going on here?
I don't know.
I don't know. What are they looking at? I don't know.
You got me.
I definitely wouldn't peg Donna and Boyd as a couple. I would not peg that, but I could be wrong.
Yeah,
it's just weird that they would be together. I'm guessing at Colony House at night.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's the only place that looks like this on the outside, really. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm guessing Colony House, I think.
Yeah, I think it's Colony House.
But I'm not sure why he would be there. And
I mean, anybody can get trapped anywhere. So I guess, if he went up there, it's just like Jade being in the... I have to admit, I was very nervous when I saw Jade in the police station, because the last time somebody was in the police station with Boyd, they got killed, and that was Father Khatri. But I doubt they would not kill off Jade now.
Nope.
Not
right now. No. Like I feel good about Jade because he's got such a unique storyline that's central to the plot. So I feel like he's safe for a while. For a long while. So yeah, and my favorite character. So I'm not worried for him. But yeah, maybe is it possible that see that outfit is the outfit Boyd is wearing when the ambulance arrives. Maybe they're looking at the
Right.
ambulance
And
showing
people
up.
have theorized that he was trying to get in the ambulance and get up to Colony House.
Yeah,
But I
that's what
just
I
don't
was
know
thinking.
how the keys could have gotten away from him. Does this happen the night that the ambulance arrives? Because how could the keys have gotten away
Well,
from him?
that's what I've been assuming. Yeah, that's what I've been assuming that the ambulance arrives and the driver gets out, the cop gets out, they leave the keys in the ambulance, and the cops trying to shoot the monsters.
And the
Randall comes
monsters
to
come
help.
by, take the keys,
Yeah, and so then
pop
by the
them,
time
etc.
so then by the time Boyd gets there, the monster, the waitress monster has the keys. That's what I've been assuming. So
Right.
that's what I think. Um, so I don't know. So if this is Colony House and he's looking out the window, yeah, I don't know. That doesn't really make sense.
What do you guys in the chat think is happening here? What's going on?
Yeah, what are they looking at? Why would they?
I mean, I could totally understand him having a drink. This is probably Father Cautry's bottle that they're drinking on. After everything that's happened, I can understand why you would, but what could they be looking at?
Yeah.
And how would Boyd know what was going on all the way up at Colony House at night, where he would go out and want to get into the ambulance? They don't have telephones. I mean, they do, but they don't work unless the entity wants them to work. They can't call. He can't use the phone if there is one in the police station and call up to Colony House and get an update or something. So
Right.
how would he even know something was going on up there to come back to get the ambulance or take the ambulance and then go there? I don't know.
Like maybe he could see the ambulance from there, but
he would still have to make his way at night, and Colony House is pretty far on foot.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, he could take the van down there, but then why would he need the ambulance keys? He'd have the van, so
yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
What do you guys think? Because I have no idea.
Oh my god, I am shipping Donna and Boyd. Boydonna. I like it. It's kind of a weird pairing, but okay. The monsters want to watch Boyd and Donna making out. Stop now. Yeah, that's a weird pairing. Oh my god. Ugh, that image, Boyd and Donna makeout scene. Yeesh. Although I've heard of stranger ones actually. I've heard of I think it was Purple Rain who wrote a whole joke, a song that's like basically a joke, but it was Kenny and Donna. He was shipping Kenny and Donna. Now that is a weird match. Yeah, I'm wondering what is going on. Yeah, he does kind of look dressed up like for a funeral. He's got his warmer outfit on there. He finally ditched his yellow shirt, thank God. He's been wearing nothing but yellow shirts in 2 whole seasons.
Exactly.
What is this? Kenny finally gets a 4? I lost my phone. Where did I put that? This chat doesn't show me everything. I swear I'm missing messages here. Now I know what Jeremy's been talking about the chat and this thing. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, it's not showing me. It's like it's too slow. Yeah, Tony, he definitely, Tony Vasquez, he would definitely need the ambulance for updated medical supplies for the birth of Fatima's baby. Yeah. Taryn was talking about that too. that the ambulance is coming so that there will be supplies so Fatima will survive a C-section, basically. I'm not so sure she's going to survive, though. I don't think it's looking good for her. She looks half dead in every picture I've seen her in already. Yeah, I don't know if she makes it out. Justin White, do you think you will get an answer for the symbol in season 3? No, not yet. I think maybe more clues. He's going to maybe find some clues, but not an answer. I think they're going to drag that out for a while. Like in the TV series Dark, there was a symbol that was everywhere from the very beginning of the series, and it wasn't until the 3rd season and it was the final season that they revealed what it actually meant. And the meaning of it, it turned out it was like right smacking you in the face the whole time. It was, once you found out what it was pretty obvious and it made total sense. It really wasn't even complicated at all. But yeah, I don't know if anyone hasn't seen Dark, I won't spoil it, but yeah, it could be something like that. I think the symbol could potentially mean, it's got 3 lines, right? They all intersect, and it could be like past, present, and future kind of intersecting within an endless circle. Like they're all trapped in this cycle that just keeps going around and around and around, cycle after cycle, and then past, present, and future just kind of connecting in between, maybe. But I don't know. I do think the symbol may be tied to bloodlines or blood sacrifice even. But it's going to take Jade a long time to try to figure that out. Now, see, look, whatever Boyd is looking at, he looks kind of shocked. So, yeah, I don't know what fresh hell this could be, because they have a lot of nighttime events going on already in this season. They've got the night of the ambush, which is probably episode 1, with the livestock getting out, Tian Shen most likely getting killed off, and then there's the night the ambulance shows up, and that's a nighttime event too. This is at night too. He's looking at something. I mean, maybe this is the ambulance he's looking at.
But if he's in Colony, well, I guess you can see all the way to the diner from Colony House, because you know Jade was able to see the bus. But I mean, I don't know why he would go all the way back into town though at night. Like, why would he take that risk?
Yeah, I don't know either. That's yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. And another one of him looking out a window at night, and that one's probably the night of the ambush. Sees the livestock getting set loose, most likely.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, then there's yeah, I don't know. He's wearing the same clothes, so it could be that night. I don't know why he'd go all the way down there though from Colony House.
Yeah. You know, of course we're missing a whole bunch. There's a huge chunk missing out of the storyline.
Oh, absolutely. There is. Yeah. And I still think Jim's getting a call saying, you know, your wife shouldn't have left, Jim. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with Jeremy on that. Yeah, your wife.
Do you guys think this is a dream sequence, or do you guys think this is real? I want to know what the chat thinks. Do you think that this phone call that Jim receives is like the phone call that Kenny received in season 2, meaning it was in a dream? Or do you think it's actually real? He's just contemplating his poor life choices in his kitchen, and then the phone rings.
No, I personally think that it's real. Yeah, I'm curious to know what other people think. I think this time it's going to be real. And yeah, it's going to say his wife left. It's going to be the same voice as the voice on the radio. That's what I think. And but that's not going to be enough to convince everyone that she's really out. It's going to take Acosta coming back to confirm that, and probably Tabitha herself in the ambulance at this point. That's basically what I'm leaning toward now.
Well, yeah, based upon the information we have so far, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, Marjoram said it's a dream, but Jostin says that it's real. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it would be really fun if it's real this time. I would enjoy
I do think that, but just the way that he kind of turned around all slowly, like it was just weird. It could just be his reaction and the way that they told him to react.
Yeah.
To the phone ringing or whatever. But literally, we've only heard the phone at this point ring one time, for Kenny in his dream. So he should be way more shocked than he seems. Or maybe he's just so dragged over the coals about Tabitha and wherever she may be, or he's basically, I'm a single dad and whatever. And that's why his reaction is so bizarre, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I think maybe he's just, his face kind of looks to me like he's just kind of in shock, like
yeah, a little surprised.
Yeah, just kind of numb, can't really even feel anything after everything that's happened, and the phone rings, like that phone's not supposed to work.
Beth Berry says, what if it's Tabitha calling? Hi, Beth.
Yeah. That would be interesting. Yeah.
Dulcinea says she thinks it's real and that's what's going to prompt him to go on the hike. The same thing that you think, Julie.
Yeah. Yeah, that absolutely.
Either way, it's going to give him some vital information.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's definitely gonna.
It's real because they've kind of shown this depiction of him answering the phone too many times in the advertisements.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be it would be a letdown to me if it's just another dream.
That's true. It could be.
Your wife should have never fallen off that lighthouse, Jim. Yeah. That's got to be it. I cannot wait to hear that. The voice on the radio, that might have been my single favorite moment in the entire show so far. That was the moment I lost my shit more than anything else. Just hearing that creepy voice come on the radio. And at first it was just normal. It was like, Jim Matthews? Your wife shouldn't have left. I don't know. Your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, Jim. Like, it was just the creepiest fucking shit. I swear to God. I was just like, I was yelling at the TV. Oh my God. What the fuck?
Yeah. But you know why I definitely think that this information that Jim is going to receive is about Tabitha? Because every time they show someone's wedding ring on their hand, it's going to have something to do with their spouse. That is a common TV and movie trope. So he's using the hand that has his wedding ring on it. He's using his left hand. So it's probably going to definitely have something to do with Tabitha.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the wedding ring is there. That's the connection.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's an absolutely good point. I totally agree. Totally agree. The ring is right in your face there. They deliberately used that camera angle. Absolutely.
Now, someone, I think it may have even been you, Julie, said that it's possible that Tabitha could have a dream in the real world and she ends up talking to Julie. Did you say that? Are you the one that said that? I thought that was really interesting.
No, that wasn't me.
That wasn't you? Okay, someone said that it's possible that Tabitha has a dream in the real world and she's dreaming of having a conversation with Julie, and then Julie wakes up and like, oh, mom is okay, and she's this and that and the third, and she's going to tell her dad or whatever what happened in the dream or whatever, not to worry, mom's okay, or whatever the case may be. I thought really interesting. I would be interested to see that. We know that that the the entity that uses the boy in white as an avatar obviously has a foothold in the real world.
Yeah. Yeah. That was real, I believe, that said that. I think that was real Enigma. Yep.
Oh, he said that? Okay, yeah, someone said it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was him.
Yeah. Dulcinea said it was Taryn that said it, but the real agreed. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting concept. I like it.
It fits along with this being a dream dimension. It fits along with that whole framework of this place. That these people, because the boy appearing to Tabitha in the real world, that's a vision. Nobody else can see it but her. It's her vision. It's a vision that was meant for her to guide her. And I think it's interesting that she's actually following along with it.
Yeah.
I think that the priest is going to tell her how to get to Henry's house or how to contact him. And then on her way to Henry's house from the church, she's going to see the boy in white, like waving at her, letting her know you're on the right track type of thing.
Definitely. Yeah, I could totally see that. Yeah, I think he's definitely going to lead her.
I think he's going to talk to her again, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he'll necessarily talk to her again. He'll lead her. If he does too much talking, honestly, it's going to kind of kill the spooky vibe. I don't want him to do too much talking.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Now this was part of the Peach Truck map. It's got, I'm not sure what that represents, but I think this was supposed to be the rat's tail underneath the crow shape.
Yes, I think so. Well, Justin could say, because I think he's the one who pointed that out.
Yeah, Justin pointed out that there was a shape of a crow. It looked like a crow eating a rat. And so that was the inverse of the image of the rat eating the crow in the cave. It's super interesting. Yeah. So, I mean, with the crow eating the rat, it's like every cycle that's happened thus far. The Watcher entity, killing all the humans, and now it's going to be reversed. The humans will triumph over the entity in the end. I mean, whoever manages to survive, it's anybody's guess. But yeah. Yeah, I never finished this word search thing. That was a very challenging word search. Like, it's got a lot of backwards.
I never even got around to doing
it. Yeah, yeah. I was doing it during the voice chat one night because we were looking at it during one of our watch parties with Jeremy. Yeah. Now, what are these two going to be talking about? Like, I'm hoping.
I think that Jade is not reserved. He's telling everybody with ears what he thinks. He was asking everybody where Victor was. He was trying to show everybody the symbol. He was trying to figure out. He's going to just be open with Boyd, I think.
Oh, definitely.
What his experience was in the cave and what he was experiencing, maybe even before that, with the radio tower being chased by the Civil War soldier and everything. I think he's just going to tell him everything, similar to the conversation that he had with Tabitha.
Right. But why does Boyd look so annoyed with him in these scenes? Boyd does not have a pleasant look on his face. Well, that one looks okay, but look at the face he's making.
Oh, he may not. I get the sense that he kind of doesn't fully trust Jade. Remember, Jade was completely drugged out of his mind the first time Boyd met him, and saying how beautiful he was and trying to touch his skin. And, I don't think he really quite, because they really didn't have a lot of interaction. So he probably doesn't quite fully trust Jade.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I just think that he's, maybe going to come around to what Jade, and then Jade is probably going to tell him Jade's been through some crazy stuff. So even though Boyd has been through crazy stuff, he's still going to question the crazy stuff that Jade's been through, if that makes sense. That's just part of the fabric of how this place works. We're in a place we can't go out at night because nightmare creatures will kill us, but then you think it's weird for me to go through a tree and end up in another place. It doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
Doesn't make any sense.
I know. That frustrated the hell out of me when Boyd came back and he tried to tell Ellis what happened, and he only told Ellis part of it. He didn't even tell him about Martin and the dungeon. He just told him he went through a tree, and he told
because
him
he knew that it sounded crazy, and he didn't want people to think he was crazy, because then that would be a reason for people to challenge his authority or question his authority. If he wants to keep this place together, he has to appear at least dependable and to be a full authority in this place.
Oh yeah, I know that's why he
Good night, Papa.
Himself. Good night, Papa Socks. Thank you so much for joining us. So happy to have you. Have a good night. Yeah, I totally get like why Boyd would want to keep that stuff to himself.
Yeah. He didn't even tell Donna either, because they kind of not vying, but kind of have a rivalry basically for authority in this place. So he wouldn't want to appear weak to her at all.
Yeah, but like just the fact that he told Ellis a fraction of the story, and Ellis's reaction pissed me off so much. He was just like, he actually got really mad at Boyd, showing he's still extremely immature. He was like,
this is why I said he's not good husband material. He's not good father material. No, but that's Boyd. He's not ready for any of those responsibilities.
Boyd just went out and risked his neck for all of you, and Ellis is pissed because Boyd didn't come back with any solid answers. Like go do it yourself.
As if it was going to be that simple in the first place. And it's the same thing. Ellis is pissed at his dad for 3 years because his dad killed his mom in order to save your life, and you pissed at this man. Like that doesn't make any sense. He's very, very immature.
Yeah, extremely. Like on rewatch, I remembered like a lot more stuff. Like I totally get now why you're saying that about Ellis, and I agree. I forgot just how immature he actually is.
Yeah, Boyd is definitely a solid dad. He was not. They painted him to be some crappy dad and boss, and I didn't like that. But now he's the dad that I always wanted him to be. Harold is the dad I always wanted him to be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's awesome. He's so ridiculously patient with Ellis, even when Ellis is acting like a total asshole to him.
Right.
He just he just turns the other cheek. He just takes it. He's just a stellar father. He really is.
Yeah, his main point is to keep his child safe.
Right.
Irregardless.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh God, it's almost 2 a.m. Oh, God, we should get ready to shut it down. Holy shit. How did we stay on this long?
I don't know, but I'm completely not surprised.
I don't know why I'm surprised. So, I mean, we could talk about this shit all night, right?
Exactly. But we did make it through all the stills from the current trailer, right?
Yeah, we did. We got through all of them.
Okay.
We got through all of them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We'll just take a quick glance at these for a minute. Yeah, this episode description, Shatter. This doesn't tell us anything. This is just a generic description of the entire season.
It says weather grows colder, so I'm assuming that it's going to start snowing in episode 1. I think it's going to start snowing while Boyd is making his way, or through either maybe coming from Colony House, because we know that it's not snowing at the time when Donna's telling him that they ran out of food, but it could start snowing right after that. I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, probably by the end of the episode, it will be, I think. But yeah, the rest of it is it's just a generic thing of the whole season. You know, Boyd feels the town slipping away from him, so the weather grows colder and the residents more desperate. We know that all kinds of crazy shit is happening in episode 1. So that just doesn't tell us anything. And you know, Boyd struggles to find a path forward as the town says farewell to one of their own. That's the funeral. Fatima's health takes a turn for the worse. Now that's quick. Already in episode 2, her health is taking a turn for the worse.
Right.
And then Tabitha finds help from an unlikely ally, maybe the priest.
The priest, I'm assuming.
I think it's the priest.
Or, you know, in a crazy tinfoil theory, it could be the boy in white.
It could be.
In a crazy tinfoil theory, it could be the boy in white.
Like, I thought of that too.
I would not think that would be helpful, especially after he pushed her out of the lighthouse.
I know, right? But that would make him an unlikely ally. I thought of that too when I said it. I thought maybe you never know.
Right.
Now this one really baffles me. Part of this one anyway. Mousetrap. Kenny leads the group into the forest in search of food. Okay, that I understand.
Right.
Donna and Ellis tried to talk Boyd out of a dangerous plan. That I'm at a loss as to try and figure out
what that could be, because the most dangerous thing that Boyd has done thus far is when he went out to transfer the cicada nymphs to Smiley. That's the most dangerous thing he's ever done thus far. Is he going to try to kill them again? I don't know. I have no idea what that means, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. So I've been racking my brain trying to think of what that means. But I'm at a loss. I just don't know. And the rest of it, it's not so strange. Tabitha makes a mind-bending discovery. Fatima questions the welfare of her unborn baby. It's more of the same for Fatima. But yeah, this dangerous plan, I don't know what that could be. I think Boyd must really go off the deep end after the death of Tian Chen. I don't know. I don't know what he's considering.
I think so. He's gonna decide he wants to team up with Randall and at some point. So that definitely shows that something has happened.
Yeah, definitely. And then there and back again. Boyd is forced to make a tough decision when newcomers arrive in town at nightfall. So it's something to do with, like, okay, you can't save them all. So he has to probably decide, save one group or save the other. He can't save both. Maybe there are two different, they're in two different directions.
Right, that's what I'm guessing. Yeah, it has to be something like that, where he's just going to have to make a decision, and no matter what he decides, he's going to be blamed, no matter what he does.
God, it sucks. Like, after everything he does for these people, a bunch of ingrates, I swear to God, like, he puts his, he has this whole town, like, he's carrying this whole town on his back. Like, all of it's on his shoulder. Like, cut the guy a break. And then we've got Victor unearths memories from the past, and they hope to find it. Good night, Delsania. Thanks for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you. So yeah, I think Victor finds something that he buried, probably drawings or Polaroids.
Summer Girl TV said something interesting, or LV, excuse me, Summer Girl V, excuse me. She says maybe he's going to test out if he's immune to the monsters. That would be crazy.
Oh,
that would be crazy.
Okay.
That could fit that description of something crazy that he's going to try.
That could happen. Maybe it's a good idea. Could be, because for the life of me, I cannot think of what he could be considering. But maybe that's it.
Right.
I know he's not going to try to trap a monster, because that would be pointless. They've already gotten a monster and cut him open. Didn't do anything. Didn't help them in any way. So yeah, I don't know, but yeah, and then we have the light of day. Victor must face a painful reminder of his past. I believe that is going to be probably Henry showing up back in town, or Tabitha tells him Eloise is dead, because Tabitha's back.
But it also could be whatever he's going to dig up.
Yeah, it could be that, but I think it might have to do with whoever's coming in on the ambulance also.
I would like it if it did. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it might. I think it might. If it's Tabitha, then I think it will. There will be a painful reminder because she'll tell him what a sad life Eloise has lived, and maybe that she's dead. Who knows? But you know, Julie looks for ways to cope with her trauma. Okay, yeah, she's still traumatized over the cicada coma thing. Boyd, now, yeah, this is, once again, Boyd struggles to keep the town safe as the residents begin to question his judgment. It must be in the aftermath of this dangerous plan that he undertakes, whatever that is.
Right.
And then this is that deceptive phrase.
Definitely going to ask him a lot of, they're going to question his authority.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, just Tabitha tries to adjust to her new surroundings. That is a very deceptive phrase. That could go either way. That could be she's still on the outside and she's in new surroundings, or she's back in Fromville and it's new because so much has changed. There's snow everywhere. Right. There's no more food. So that could be very misleading wording. So, yeah.
Right. I
definitely go either way. And if she's still on the outside, why would she be trying to adjust? She'd be investigating, not adjusting. She wouldn't be settling in. So
unless something happens to make her think that she can't get back to Fromville, or if she could, it's not going to be anytime soon. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's possible. Like I said, I mean, it could still go either way, but probably more likely she's back in town though, in Fromville. And then we've got scar tissue. Fatima and Alex make a big decision about her pregnancy, and Boyd fears for the future of his family. Those are probably linked because that is his family. Yeah, maybe they try to end this because it's not really a baby. It's some kind of entity draining the life out of her, but it won't work. And tensions rise in the Matthews house. Now that could mean a lot of things. That could be Jim and Tabitha are already at each other's throats again if she's back, or there's some kind of issue between Jim and the kids, Jim and Julie, something like that, And then Randall opens up to Marielle about his fears. So they must be talking again about the cicada coma, and everyone is afraid of dying here, but I think there are worse things that can happen to you here. That's probably who he's talking
to. Right.
And then we're almost through them, and then we should probably get off because we've been on for a really long time.
Right.
But I figured, hey, might as well just go through these while we can, because next week the show is going to be on. So,
Right. This going to be doing the pre-show this Saturday.
Yeah. So I figured, hey, might as well cover all our bases. This way we checked every box tonight all at once.
Right.
So these fragile lives. Yeah, this is where something really terrible happens to Fatima, I think. This is the episode. The edges begin to fray as concerns about Fatima's pregnancy deepen. Jade follows the clue trail into the forest. So that's, I think, where he goes out with Christy and Kenny. Yeah. And yeah, he sees the vision. She steps in the bear trap. That's what I think happens there. I don't know what the clue trail is. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. What could that be that he finally figures out, but we never know. Maybe someone else, he hadn't been talking to Boyd. So he talks to Boyd. Maybe Boyd gives him a piece that helps him fill in the blank for what he was, trying to figure out in regards to the blood symbol.
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Something to do with that. I really like the sound of that. A clue trail. I want him to start finding more clues, getting closer to finding some kind of answers.
Different clues. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exciting. It's really exciting.
I agree.
And then Julie and Randall seek a bit of normalcy. That's the one that had people off and running on the Julie and Randall are gonna date nonsense.
No, that's not. Please, no.
No. That's not happening. And they might not even be seeking normalcy together. They could be doing that separately.
Could be, yeah.
Because
because we do see that Julie's talking to Sarah about her experience.
Exactly. Yeah. So,
but someone said that it could be that she was talking to Marielle. I don't know. I thought the hair kind of looked like Sarah to me, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it could be either. Marielle has the blonde streaks in the front.
Exactly.
Yeah. It looked more like Sarah, I thought, but
I thought so too.
Yeah, so I guess Julie, Randall, and Marielle are gonna really suffer a lot of after effects from that cicada coma thing that they were in. That's gonna continue all through the season. And then let's see. And then so that I think that was the episode that Fatima and or the baby probably are gonna die, in my opinion. These fragile lives, maybe both. Since it's plural, it probably is both. Unless
I agree.
Unless this thing is an entity, in which I tend to think it is. I don't know. Maybe this unleashes another entity, using her as a vessel. I don't know. Or maybe she just dies, and that prevents the entity from being released.
That's possible.
Yeah. And then thresholds, that this one is going to be really interesting. I can't wait to see what accusations are flying and truths come to light. Yeah, that's really interesting stuff. And yet another tragedy. This is going to be a rough season.
Definitely.
Victor's struggling. So now Victor is actively trying to remember things. So that's a different Victor. That's a really different Victor than we've ever seen. Actually trying to remember. And I love that he's trying to remember long buried memories about the town's past. It's not just for his life in particular. We could learn more about what the actual town was like in the past. That is intriguing.
Right. We know we're going to get a flashback to young Victor again. And I hope they show us something completely different.
Yeah. Definitely. We need to see. I want to see what life was like during his cycle. I want to see a Christopher flashback. Something like that would be awesome. But I don't know. I'm not going to get my hopes up on that.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be Victor alone and with the boy in white.
Yeah. I mean, there could be more that they're not showing us, but yeah.
True.
We're definitely going to get more of a continuation of Victor and the boy in white and what happened in the immediate aftermath of the massacre. That'll be interesting. It looks like they must have filmed that at the same time as they filmed the original flashbacks. They still look really young, and so it'll just fill in some blanks. Where did the boy in white lead him? That should really be interesting. But yeah, I want to know more about the town's past. Was there a different type of monster in the town, or a different type of threat than in the current iteration? What was life like then? Why were there people taking Polaroid pictures and smiling in a place like this? That's strange to me.
Right.
And then Julie and Ethan search for answers about the mysterious ruins in the woods. That I don't know. Maybe there are some ruins we don't know about yet.
Maybe, yeah. We don't know, what Christy and Jade could find, because he's going to get on some sort of clue trail. He's going to find something, hopefully, that's totally new. We definitely know wherever he is, he's going to see a huge red boulder.
Mm-hmm.
When he sees the Puritan man drinking from the child's skull. So that's obviously got to be in a completely different place, because just like the cabins, we've never seen a huge red boulder before.
No, we have not.
That's indicating that's a new area.
Yeah, and touching it seemed to trigger the vision, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like when Jay touched the tree, it triggered the symbol and the blood coming down the tree, the Civil War soldier attack and everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Jay touching the wall and the root cellar is what triggered when he opened the door to inside the root cellar. Is what triggered him seeing I think another soldier with the boulder on top of him.
Right. Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, so yeah, I still say that all this stuff is too much for episode 1. I don't see how they can do all this. It's crazy how much they have here. And Boyd is just everywhere. Boyd is all over town in this episode. Everywhere.
Right. But if they do a solid hour, I can see how it could fit. They're not going to linger on any one thing. And I think as soon as Jim learns that Victor comes back into town without Tabitha, he's going to want to go look for her immediately because he knows it's getting ready to get dark.
Yeah. Yeah.
So she could be hurt. She could be anything. So he and Kenny pack up and they go towards wherever Victor tells them that the lighthouse bottle tree is. Somehow they go even further than that and they end up at the cabins.
Yeah, the problem with that though, the problem with the whole Jim and Kenny going out in episode 1 thing is they're camping out overnight in that cabin. And in the next episode, I mean, I guess they could show up, they could come back in episode 2 and be there for the funeral, but it just seems like a tight time crunch for them to get.
It does. And I'm just trying to find a way that it could possibly fit. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But maybe the picture where we see Boyd, Kenny, and Jim in the kitchen looks like at the Lou house. Maybe at that point, that's when Boyd says, okay, maybe Kenny, you should go with Jim so you guys can go look for Tabitha. It's getting to be nightfall. You guys need to pack so that you could, because Boyd knows that a tent would work with a talisman. So they obviously they didn't expect to find the cabins, which would be, that they could be housed in overnight. They didn't expect that.
Right. Yeah, they didn't.
Say, okay, go east or whatever. And then, they keep going east and they probably are not going to ever see the lighthouse bottle tree because it's not meant for them. I think it's going to be gone. I think it's going to have moved.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think they'll be able to find it.
They're not going to get it to the lighthouse. They're not going to find that lighthouse bottle tree. It's not for them. And they're going to keep going because they don't see it. And that's how they're going to find the cabins.
I agree. Absolutely.
In a direction that no one ever went, but their intention was to find the lighthouse bottle tree to get to the lighthouse, but that's not going to happen. They're going to find the cabins instead. So they know that they're packing like they're going to go camping. There's a bag. They probably have a tent just like Boyd had when he went out with Sarah. So they happen upon the cabins. And so instead of pitching the tent, it doesn't make sense. Let's just stay in the cabin overnight. And I think they find wild growing carrots out there and they bring those back to town. And that's what looks like parsley on Jim's shoulder. Yeah. So that's all camping stuff. There's the camping, the lantern and, food that they would have taken with them for their trek or whatever.
Yeah. Maybe they're just going to I personally enjoy when they drag it out and make an episode an entire day and then another episode an entire night, and they make it action packed too. So maybe they're just going to have shorter scenes. I would just hope.
I think it's just going to be shorter scenes. And by the time Jim and Kenny get back, it's going to be snowing. Remember we saw the snow falling and there was already snow on the ground. And, you see them come back with, the carrots in their backpacks or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's quite a bit of snow.
You go back, see there's snow. There's already snow, and it's actively snowing at that time. So I think they come back and they're kind of looking like, is it really snowing? It's just crazy. None of this stuff has happened before, but those are definitely carrots in their backpack.
Yeah. Well, it's so funny. Yeah, I totally did not see that until you pointed it out. I don't know why. Yeah, I think so. This snow comes on fast because when they go out in the woods, everything is still green in the woods on their trip out there. By the time they come back, it looks like this.
Right, and that's why I think that it's possible that it would happen in the first episode, because Jim wouldn't want to wait. It's getting ready to be dark. Victor's left her in the woods. He doesn't know where. He's going to want to go save her. Victor said, go east. This is where the bottle tree is. They'll go, they'll pack their, camping supplies and they'll go.
Yeah. Maybe they'll pull it off. If they're going to do it, make it an hour long. I don't want it to be rushed.
I don't want any of this to be rushed. I want to see every aspect.
Oh, yeah.
It kind of looked like these could be new people, but that's not what it is. That's just parsley on Jim's shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can't wait to see this. Like, I mean, this is.
Hi, Black Hayes.
Oh. I can't even believe that. Oh, hey, Doc Hayes. Yeah, we've been going for Jesus, how long? 5 hours? More than 5 hours? Wow. Is that a wagon wheel?
Wants to see flashbacks of Victor growing up in Fromland.
Yeah, Beth. Beth Berry. That was a wagon wheel on the light in the kitchen, which is interesting.
Yes, it is interesting. Something we never saw before.
Yeah, I never noticed that before.
Mm-hmm.
And now there are wagon wheels.
It was from a different angle.
Mm-hmm.
When Tianchen was trying to show Jade that he could just tap into the electricity as it was, we saw it from a different angle, so we couldn't tell it was a wagon wheel.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's almost like they want us to notice it now from the angle that they're shooting.
Right.
Yeah.
Thomas Arroyo says that season 3 revealing the origin of the monsters, we've been told, I think. Not sure how many answers we're getting in season 3, though. I think we'll get some answers to some questions and some theories that we pretty much solidified already, or a lot of people have anyway. And then we'll definitely get more questions, because this is a mystery box show. So they give us too many answers, they're going to ruin the show. They can't tell us where the monsters really come from, or they can't tell us, they can't show us too much, because if they do, they're going to ruin the story. They're going to ruin the mystery, rather.
Absolutely. Yeah. They can't give away too much. They could never like pull a Wayward Pines and just give the whole bag away. Just tell us everything. No, that would ruin it. That ruined Wayward Pines for me.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, but because it was supposed to be a limited series, that's why they went ahead. I think it was episode 4. They told you what was really happening in this place.
I know, like it was only supposed to be 1 season. So, but yeah, it ruined it. When the mystery is over, you want answers, and it drives you crazy. But then once the mystery is over,
you kind of lose interest. I don't know. For me, I automatically lose interest. Basically, I'm kind of like, I would probably still watch it, but my interest level would be completely different.
Oh, absolutely. I don't want to know all the answers. I just want to know something. Just give us something
concrete. And I think maybe what they're going to give us that's concrete, that they set up already in season 2, is what happened to Eloise. That's actually a big question that we have. I know we talk about a lot of other things, but we do want to know what happened to Eloise. Is she alive? Did she really make it out? Because there really is an empty spot there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if she made it out, it would have to be because the boy in white pushed her off the lighthouse. Is that what happened? I don't know. We just know, all we know is that Victor never saw her again, and he didn't find her body. That's all we know. We don't know anything else.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like, so there's kind of like a spot, like, oh, we assume she got out because he never saw her again, but did she really? I don't know.
And what did she?
Tinfoil theories that maybe his sister is really Donna. there have been some tinfoil theories, like because nobody can really verify Donna's fantastical story about her sister and her arriving. Why are you traveling with a 4x6 photo of yourself and your sister? What happened to the corner of that picture? You know, like, it's just weird. You're going on a hunting trip. Nobody's traveling with a 4x6 picture.
I know, right?
Nobody does that. But that would be if she's not telling the truth, it would be a prop that would lead to her story. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's sus.
That would be mind-bending to me if Tabitha finds out that his sister is still in Fromville. Maybe she doesn't find out that it's Donna or whoever, but that she's still in Fromville. Then she's going to wonder who is she? Who could she be?
Right. That would be mind-bending. I will say that.
In my opinion, I'm not saying that's what they're going to do, because we're going to get what they want to give us, but that would be mind-bending to me.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, I would like that, but I don't know how old the actress is in relation to Scott McCord, but she could be.
They're around the same age.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think the kids were close in age.
Yeah, they were close in age. They're around the same age.
But the only thing, though, then who? Well, I guess. I mean, who painted all these things? I mean, I guess it's possible that someone in the family painted them before they even got to Fromville, having visions, maybe.
Because we know that that's a common trope. This is what Jeff Bender did in Under the Dome. The mom was painting all these premonition pictures, pink stars falling. You remember pink stars falling, but she actually ended up faking her own death and going the town over because she, her husband wasn't believing what she was saying, and her son's connection to these premonitions that she couldn't stop painting. She was also painting pictures just like the ones that are in Henry's basement. It's the same thing. It's the same sort of thing. So it could, maybe this was painted by Eloise. Maybe this is what drove her crazy, and she grabbed her kids and ran off, and the dad didn't know what the hell happened.
So, like, maybe Miranda did it. Maybe Miranda painted it.
Maybe Miranda painted. It could be possible that she painted it, because we know that the boy in white can affect people in the real world. Maybe he put these visions or these premonitions in her head.
That would be super interesting, actually.
She grabs the kids. I'm going to get my kids out of here. Her husband wasn't listening. Henry wasn't listening to her. She's not going to wait. I got to save my kids. Boom. She gets stuck in Fromville. And maybe that could explain how she knew what she needed to do to try to get out.
Yeah, could be.
I mean, I guess she could have been on the same, but you made a point. Like, what would she be trying to get out? Her story is not the same as Tabitha's, because we're assuming that Tabitha is meant to bring someone back in. At least that would be exciting for me. Maybe it's just meant for her to see these pictures and to see that Miranda or Eloise had these same connections that she had. Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
That's what Teflon was saying. It could be mind-bending for her to find out that Eloise and or Miranda had the same experience that she had and saw some of the same things. Maybe that is what's going to be. It's going to be mind-bending for Tabitha, but not for us, the audience.
Yeah. So he was saying Eloise painted these things, and Tabitha would discover that,
and that would be mind-bending for her that someone else had the same experience.
Yeah.
Because so far, as far as she knows, she's the only one who's seen these Nkui kids. She's the only one. She doesn't know that anybody else saw the boy in white, because she didn't have any interactions with Sarah. So she didn't know that. Well, her interaction with Sarah was wanting to wring her neck, basically, because she tried to kill Ethan. But I'm saying she didn't have any information. They didn't share information with each other. So she doesn't know that Sarah saw the boy in white. She doesn't know that Victor, well, I guess Victor told her, but she just kind of overlooked what Victor was saying, because Victor's childlike at times. So she just kind of like, okay. So she didn't really believe that the boy in white was real until he was already pushing her out of the White House.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, yeah, was she aware of the boy in white before that?
Victor told her when she fell into the cage
Oh,
that
that's right.
the
That's
boy in
right.
white told me to wait here for you. And she's like, who? And he was like, the boy in white, he's my friend.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think my brain is fried.
She would have dismissed that, like, okay, because everybody knows that Victor's childlike. So she would have just said, okay, dismiss that.
Yeah. 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 My brain is just fried, I think. I remember that, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Someone said, look at that creepy face. What, this face here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that double face thing.
Even though it looks like Michael Emerson, it also looks like Henry.
Yeah.
It also looks like Henry.
It does look like Henry.
That does look like Henry.
Yeah. 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 Tony Teflon was saying, yeah, that maybe that's the like Henry is the boy, like the man in white or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he does kind of look like him, although he doesn't have the spiky dark hair. So I don't know.
Well, we don't know because he's gray.
True.
All different shades of hair becomes gray. So he could have been a brunette as well as a blonde. Who knows?
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, so many questions. God, they give us all this information, all these images and footage, and yet there's still a million questions.
Right.
A million questions. Like, yeah, I'm excited to see what they do with this. It's gonna be it's gonna be
definitely we're in for a very entertaining ride here, I think.
I think this could be the best season they've done yet.
Yeah, I hope so. It looks really good. And now Victor's angry, and I think he's angry, like you said, because of his emotional connection that he made with Tabitha. He packed her a little lunch in his beloved, lunchbox or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And gave it to her and packed it up for her and, even made a little strap for her or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, like that was like his new mother figure,
Yeah,
so
now he's pissed. What could make Victor go off like that? That's crazy.
I know, he's never flipped out like that.
He's never done this before. I mean, he told Jay to not to go in his room and touch his stuff, but it still wasn't to this point where he's like throwing things and yelling.
I know, and Ethan of all people, I mean, he's the one who was encouraging Ethan's make-believe stuff, talking about the quest and the Chromonocle. He even brought it up in season 2 to Ethan to try to cheer him up, and now he's screaming at him like, people die here, this isn't make-believe. Poor Ethan.
I mean, he's yelling to the point that even Julie is upset. Look, she's really upset.
Yeah. Jesus.
And they bonded too, because he did save her life.
Yeah. Well, Victor, this is Victor being triggered. Too many memories are coming back.
Maybe this is after he unearths whatever he's digging up. And it reminds him of just what's at stake here.
Yeah, maybe. Because like these are not the episode 1 stills. These are from the new trailer.
Okay.
So this could be after he unearthed some of those memories. And this is the classic case of being triggered. You completely flip out because he's been burying these memories for so long just to survive.
Right. And what's with him carrying around sheets and blankets all the time? Aren't those sheets and blankets that he's throwing down right there? Or, well, I guess they're trying to become warm, and so you would naturally want to cover up all the windows with like sheets or heavier materials because they don't have a way to heat these homes.
Right.
So,
I don't know.
Maybe they'll have to do the old pop the oven open and turn it on type of thing. I don't know what they're going to do.
I don't know either. I don't know. Okay, they may not have a way to heat the homes. I can't
You
tell.
know that there's a fireplace in Colony House, but these other houses, there's no fireplace. The only heat source that they could have is each other and the stove. And I guess they could, make candles and stuff.
Right. Yeah, they
Or
could.
maybe there are candles there that they never really had to use before. We know that they have lanterns from all the different people who were traveling that left their lanterns, like the Matthews family.
Mm-hmm.
But those produce light, but not necessarily heat. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. They might have to just wear coats and sweaters in the
Right.
house.
Yeah, like Victor's all, he's wearing layers. Everybody's wearing layers.
Yeah. I think yeah, it's I don't know where they're gonna go from here after like even just looking toward the future, like things just keep getting worse. It's
I
already
think that
this
what's
bad.
going to end up happening is it's going to get so bad, and then something's going to happen. Maybe what happens when Tabitha or Henry or Eloise get back in there, maybe everything calms down then. Or maybe if they stop trying to push and find too many answers, they kind of calm down their search to get out. Maybe, I think Robert even said this. Maybe, episode 8, 9, or 10, they start to see that the weather is clearing and the food starts to just regrow on its own, because the entity that controls this dimension can do that. If it wants the food to grow, it will grow. If they want animals to bring them in, it will. This is what it's been doing this entire time. And they've never questioned it because it was going their way. So why question it? But now you've got questions when there are no animals, nightmare creatures kill your animals, and all the food you had won't grow, and the food you had is rotted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. If they're actually running out of food in episode 1, like if that's actually accurate, I don't know how things are gonna like I don't know how they're gonna get through the season. I figured that was what
I don't
happened.
know. I don't know. But maybe I think that what's going to happen is that, like I said, Jim and Kenny, they're going to go look for Tabitha. Can't find the house bottle tree, find the cabins. There's food growing in the wild out there. They bring back what they can. And they come back and they find out it's snowing. They already know there's no food. Look, we found these cabins out here. There's food growing naturally. There's a body of water out here. We can go fishing. We can go back and pick the rest of these carrots and this parsley that I got going on. You guys need to come help me or help us,
Mm-hmm.
get this food.
Yeah.
We don't have any other food. We don't have anything. We just happen upon this. And it's probably food that's just been growing and it just continues to grow unplucked or whatever from people of the past.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It must be. And it does say Kenny leads a group into the forest in search of food in episode 3.
And we do know that he's going to find the body of water. They could fish in there.
Yeah.
Boyd is Mr. Fish and Loaves. He's going to figure something out because he's Mr. Fish and Loaves. He's going to figure something out.
Yeah.
But not before he's broken by whoever is killed, and not before he loses many more people, not before the town starts to almost turn against him.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's something going on with that all season long. They're not trusting his judgment. He tried some dangerous plan, so that's going to be a big mystery until we find out what the deal is with that. I mean, as much as I wish they hadn't given us some spoilers with the footage that MGM released, I mean, there's still so much that's mysterious that we don't.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, they did the exact same thing. I know you weren't in the fandom at this time, but they did the exact same thing for season 2. Everybody, they came up with the episodic synopsis. They gave we had still pictures of the first episode, and it was still exciting. It was still good. Didn't. As soon as the season starts, you're going to forget that we even got all this. because we're just going to be focusing on the new information that we get each episode. And then they were coming out, each episode will have its own trailer. So we're going to go through that too. So by the time all this starts, we're going to forget all about all this. I mean, you know, you could revisit it. You've got all the information now. So we're going to know this Sunday what really is going to happen in episode 1. And then we're going to get a trailer for episode 2. And then we're going to go through that and we're going to forget all about all this.
There's one thing I'm not going to forget. That's Tabitha seeing the boy in white in the real world.
No. I don't mean we're going to forget like that. I'm just saying that it won't. We'll know how it's going to fit together, and we won't think that it's too much or that they were spoilers or whatever in what they allowed to be released. Is what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I was happy to have my prediction confirmed and all. I just I would have been even happier if I had just waited and seen it when it aired. Like that would have been. But yeah, it was still cool anyway.
While Marjoram said Jim and Kenny found the Yellow Jacket set. That's funny. It did look like it. Except it was just blanket.
Everyone will have good eyesight from the carrots. Oh yeah, they're gonna have the best eyesight. Damn.
Well, they're just gonna be happy they have some food, and now they can have some protein if they go fishing. You can't tell me that at least some people, and I know that Donna knows how to fish. She's a hunter.
Yeah, that's right.
Use all those twigs that you can't do anything with, and make yourself some makeshift, fishing poles, and go get to work.
Yeah. Yeah. They could pull it off, I think. So yeah, they have options, and that I mean, it's gonna get really cold, but so far that body of water hasn't frozen. So
yeah, Laura Butler, it is so hard to wait for the next episode, but we spend the entire week in between episodes theorizing and going crazy over the information that we have and seeing how it fits together with what we already know. So it does go by pretty fast. We're not just sitting there without theorizing and making videos and creating content and just watching each other's content and reading each other's theories. It's just jam packed, really.
Yeah, I think it'll go fast because of all those things that you said. Yeah. When I was younger, like when I was a teenager watching shows week by week, it used to feel like it took forever for the next episode to come. But I wasn't watching shows that involved deep theory crafting and discussion and all of this stuff. Like I was just watching, like sitcoms. I would be watching Friends or something, and I hated waiting week to week. But now, I think it's gonna go too fast, if anything.
Yeah, because we're theorizing. You're not theorizing over Friends or stuff like that. You just sit down and watch it and you just wait or whatever. While Marjoram said something interesting, she asked a question. So does the entity move in between worlds like the boy in white? I think the boy in white is an avatar for the entity. So yes, it does move in between realms. I think it's pulling these people in specifically. Yeah. It's not just that these people happen to drive through an open thinny, as Stephen King calls it, or a portal. I think that they're being brought in for a specific reason because the avatar of the boy in white let Tabitha out for a specific reason. Not just because it's nice to her or it just wanted her to be free. He wants her to do something, and that's why he's appearing to her in the real world to make sure she stays on track, on task, basically. Mm-hmm. That's why she tells Henry, I think I'm supposed to meet you or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. Now we really have confirmation. I know there are some people that are still, they have the theory that Tabitha's not really out, that she's in some kind of level 2 of Fromville, and seeing the boy in white, to them that confirms it to them, or validates that theory. And that's totally cool. That's perfectly valid theory. I personally think that she's on the outside, and that now we're seeing the boy in white can move back and forth, or at least project his image outside.
Right. It's just a projection because she's the only one that could see it. It's just a vision, really. No different than the voice that Father Kotri heard telling him to,
get back in the car and drive. And yeah.
It wouldn't
Absolutely.
just like the voice, it wouldn't be the voice of a child. It would be the voice that he would think was the voice of God.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
I always envision when Jim got the voice on the radio, I always envisioned that maybe down the line they'll show us the boy in white, mouthing that, but it's really a child. It's really an avatar of a child, but we know that that's not a child. And we know that it can throw its voice, like you said, Julie, because he was saying "and Cooey" to Tabitha as she was going up the stairs.
Yes. Exactly. In their tone.
Yeah. Kenny's dad pushed, Tien Chin down because he thought his brothers were outside telling him to come out, but it was really the nightmare creatures speaking Cantonese, because we know this man didn't speak English, really.
It's so sad when you think of it, like exploiting this poor man with dementia out there speaking Cantonese, like
whatever they can do to get these people to come outside.
Oh, exploit every weakness they have. Let's just exploit, like each one of them is targeted. Father Kotri was targeted, for his faith, and that was his Achilles heel. So they used that against him. And Sarah was targeted because she was probably traumatized, abused, maybe mentally ill, and Kenny's dad for his dementia, and it's just like little kids, they send the granny monster, try to convince them
Right.
let them in, and so it's like
she's like, whatever. I'm so cold. I'm so lonely.
Right. God. Please let me in. I'm so lonely. Yeah. And then of course Kevin at Porn Stash had his
oh my God,
his bae outside the window there.
As soon as I saw that, I was just like, I know he's going to let her in and he's going to get a whole bunch of people killed. And what happened? That's exactly what happened.
Oh, of course. Like, you called it actually before I did. I think you told me that as soon as you saw the flowers laying there, like,
I knew. Yeah. Why would you do that? You would bring it inside, right? If it was for the people inside.
Yeah, I just didn't understand what I didn't know what it was. Like, I knew it was
actually, unfortunately, that's a common trope that a man would open himself up to an entity or a monster as long as it's pretty. It's a common trope in horror, unfortunately.
Oh, God, yeah. I didn't catch it with the flowers. I just thought, oh, that's really weird. What's that doing there? I knew it was something was up. I just didn't know what it was. And then, as soon as I saw him looking out the window at her, I knew exactly what was going to happen. Yeah. Idiot Porn Stash. God, how many people killed?
14, I believe.
Oh, yeah, their body parts scattered. The weird thing about that is,
including himself. How did you think that was going to go? You're going to open the window to a nightmare. Even if she said she was going to be the only one to get through, and that was true, she could kill everybody in here. You've seen the bodies. I'm talking about Kevin. You've seen these bodies. They can eviscerate you guys. How did you think that was going to go? Hey, everyone, this is my nightmare creature girlfriend, Jasmine. That doesn't even make any sense.
No, it doesn't. Oh, shoot. Jeremy messaged me something earlier and I didn't even see it. I don't know. It looks like we had 2 different streams open at the same time. Huh.
I saw that too. Because I could, on one stream, it's 38 people, and the other one it's 42, and I can't. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know what that was.
I don't know what that was either, because I I edited the time, so it should have gotten rid of the original stream. I hit edit. I don't know. Well, we'll sort that out later. It's, what's done is done now.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, anyway, yeah. Yeah, they kind of missed an opportunity with that Colony House massacre. They could have shown people getting ripped apart, and they didn't show much of anything, really.
I think it's integral to the story, like you said, that it's possible that the monsters, yes, they're actually killing people, but in the same way that the cicadas killed Paula. It's like almost like a mass delusion. We know that these monsters are here or whatever the case may be, and they are killing people. That is real, but it could still be an illusion, like in the show or the movie The Mist. It was affecting everybody. Like it was everybody was having these same visions and seeing the same thing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible.
This is horror, so and it's sci-fi, so it could be any of those things.
Yeah. The monsters, they could be a mass delusion. That it's entirely possible that they were never humans that turned into monsters to begin with. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, I feel sorry for guys sometimes. They make them seem so stupid in horror.
They really do.
I'm gonna open the window for this, because she's attractive. Okay, what are you thinking? The first thing she did was snatch your tongue out, bro. What are you doing?
Was it worth it? Was it worth it for those few seconds where
you could tell it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
He did not believe she snatched his tongue out.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh. Yeah. Just think of the carnage that he caused. This one idiot.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I would never choose Colony House. All it takes is one moron to get you all killed. Yeah.
And they still don't know that that's what happened. They still don't know that.
No.
Just like David still doesn't know that Sarah killed Toby. He still doesn't know that. Maybe in his conversation with Boyd, he'll find that out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see that come back again, because the whole Toby thing was just dropped, and I would like to think they're not going to drop plots forever and eventually explain what was going on with that whole thing.
What was the connection there, right?
Yeah, that would be nice. I would like that. Just explain the whole Toby situation.
The thing that I came up with is that she had to rip his tongue out so that he couldn't come in spirit form or even talk to Jade. Even if you couldn't see him in his head, he couldn't come to Jade in any way, shape, or fashion and help him. I don't know. That's the best I could come up with.
Yeah. There's something. I feel like there's something that he could have said. Something he could have said, or some knowledge he had that needed to be dealt with immediately. That's all I could think of, honestly. But yeah, Beth. I think Ethan opened the door for Granny because she threw her voice and made herself sound like Tabitha. It's the only reason I can think of that Ethan would be so stupid to open that door. He's not stupid. He's a smart kid.
Very smart.
He's very smart.
She's right there, and she's responsible. She's older. She's right there too. So I think it also proves that these nightmare creatures are able to mesmerize them. They're entranced when they're talking. Yeah. That's why they didn't want in season 1. They didn't want to look out of the windows. They tell everybody to cover the windows because they can entice you. They can talk you into opening the window, opening the door, letting them in, etc.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, they get in your head. They know exactly how to manipulate you. Each individual person. It's mind reading.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Taryn. Would a witch's bridle and tongue terror be used in the being used in the origin story be a sufficient explanation for that? I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I think this place has been around at least for centuries, so yeah, that could be. There could be historical roots for these types of things. Absolutely. Yeah, God, that's a horrifying thought, though. A tongue terror, Jesus. Sounds like I guess it's a torture device. I'm guessing.
Yeah, it is.
Lovely. Yeah, there was something like that in that movie, The Mummy, and I was horrified by it. They were like ripping people's tongues out.
Wow.
I found that so disturbing. I loved that movie though. Jesus, yeah. Tongue torture device. Yeah, that'll be a nice parting thought to end this stream on. Like nice thought to go to sleep to. Well, it's morning where you are, Taryn, though, so you don't have to worry.
Right.
No, but honestly, though, no, and all jokes aside, this does like this kind of shit. I can watch horror movies all night and never get nightmares. I don't know why. It doesn't phase me at all. I don't get nightmares over horror or anything I'm watching. So I don't know why. I'm immune to it, I guess. Doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, we've been going really long. We should
wrap it up.
We should close it down.
You guys
Yeah.
were staying with us while we just chatted on these topics.
Yeah, we're new to this. This is totally uncharted territory, and really the only way to get better is to get experience, and hopefully we did all right for our first time. And yeah, I think we covered a shit ton of ground, which is great because with the new season starting, we're going to be focused on all the new content. So it's I'm glad we got to cover so much.
Right.
Good night, Beth. Thanks for joining
Nice.
us. Thanks so much to everybody for joining us. We really appreciate it. But it's way better than I could have anticipated for a first stream. Like we had, I think the most I saw was like 52 people, and that's awesome.
Thank you, Taryn. Oh no, there were 62, 63 at the top, at the height.
Oh wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. It's really cool. Yeah, thanks, Taryn. Thank you. Yeah, it's been really fun. I love live streaming. I've been on other people's live streams, but I've never run one myself. So it was a little daunting, but yeah, it's been so much fun. Had a great time, and I think we covered an enormous amount of ground, which is great. So
yeah.
So now we can go into season 3 and just focus on all the new content, and we're kind of caught up with all of this, all the stuff that we covered already tonight. So thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much.
And yeah. Hi, I didn't see you in the chat. I missed you.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, Lisa, if you were here in the chat before, I didn't see you, but glad you can join us. And we just want to thank everybody that stuck with us and everybody that was with us for a good chunk of the live. Like, it's just it's awesome. Yeah, I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if we get like 5 people in the chat or 10 people in the chat or what. But this is like really been amazing. So can't thank you guys enough for joining us, and bearing with whatever little hiccups we make or I made, because totally new territory for us. Yeah, and it's not like I did any kind of tutorial either on how to do this. I just kind of jumped in, and Jeremy showed me some stuff, which really, really helped. Jeremy was amazing, so supportive.
Right. He is.
Oh yeah, Jeremy's the best. He helped me get comfortable with this. And but yeah, the only way to really to learn is to just get experience and do it.
And that's it.
And that's it. Right? So yeah. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Wild Majorum. You've been amazing. Wow, like you have been a rock
really
star.
Fun.
Yeah, you have been a rock star commenter. Like I just loved all your comments and your engagement, and so just really appreciate you. Yeah, we're looking forward to it too, Lisa. Yeah, so we're probably gonna do you know, Monday. We're gonna continue with the Mondays at 9 p.m. Eastern, like we did tonight, and you know, if that happens to change at any point, if we had to change nights or something like that, or we'll let you guys know. But
in the community tab, we'll let you guys know. And also, did you drop your link for your Discord? I don't have a wrench, so I can't drop it.
no, I didn't. Hold on. Yeah, let me I think I have it in the description, but let me just drop it real quick. Just in case. Yeah, I have a Discord now. So the awesome BK helped me with that. And because I wouldn't have known how the hell to set one up. And yeah, he set it up for me, and we're getting going. We're getting going with some good conversations already. You never have too much Discord, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I'm in Jeremy's, you know, like I'm in Jeremy's Discord, and you know, I'm gonna be in mine, so I'll be in both. All right, I'm getting a link here. Okay, I'm gonna drop it in the chat. Yeah, Wild Majorum, you want to be a mod? That would be great. You can be a mod. Oh wait, that's the wrong link. Hold on. I copied the wrong link. How did I do that? Yeah, that I'll absolutely make you a mod, Wild Majorum, if you'd like to be. We do need mods. Okay, yeah, there's the link to the Discord right there. If you want to check it out. Discord is super fun. And yeah, so we'll have to figure out, yeah, some mods for next time too, but definitely Wild Majorum, I'll make you one. So you'll have a wrench next time. And thank you so much for all your engagement. Wow, like even like sticking with us for hours and hours and still staying engaged and chatting with us. It's been really nice. So and everybody that's been so so kind and, you know, showing up and engaging with us and having this awesome conversation together, because that's what this is all about. It's, you know, it's not just about us here talking. The whole point is to have a great conversation with all of you too. So I think we did that tonight.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm happy with that. So all right, guys, we're gonna sign off now. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll see you next time, next Monday at 9 p.m.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.